Check, check.
Yeah, that's a hot one there.
Sweet show, but the Loretta.
So we're about, we're going to put you boys on the line at 12:45 for a sight lap. Sight laps, we're doing those, right?
Yeah, still sight laps, right?
12:45. Don't want to speak out of turn. Hey, I was down there talking to, well, I'm not even going to say his name because he goes, these are my secrets, but I'm fascinated with bike setup and mud setup. So what you do specifically for mud or standing water, there's a whole different program for standing water versus mud. And talking to Doug from Team Green and what they do in terms of directing the water through the filter and not letting it get sucked into the machine. So if there's standing water, that's something, if you're a dad, you're out there kind of checking this racetrack out, which I don't see a ton of standing water. There is some by the billboards, I believe. I saw some of that. Maybe they'll address that. Or they might let you splash through it and you can address it yourself. And then you can shout it out when you get in that creek. They got some kids hand ditch digging over there. That's what we like to see, man.
Everybody's pulling their weight.
Pulling their weight. We working hard over there? You guys tired yet? Wait a minute. That's Malcolm Stewart? No, I thought it might have been Malcolm Stewart digging over there. Yeah, that brand new RC motorcycle, man. If we had about 50 of those, we could just dig ruts out and channel the water out with the ruts that they create. Talking to Wes Kane, he knows all the big setups for mud. You put a little slack in the chain, a little more air in the tire, go maybe to a paddle tire. And then there's, when it's muddy, you want to keep that mud from gunking up your radiator. There's a lot of stuff, man. Those mechanics are out there just all working their tail off. Hey, Bill, I'm gonna ask that same question. You, Bill Savino from American Honda, you were, when Kevin Windham won the Daytona Supercross, it was a mud bath. He even mentioned that yesterday. You said you were down there buying, basically it was a murder kit, like a murder starter kit at Walmart. So tell everybody what you were buying at Walmart to get Kevin Windham ready to murder the competition.
Well, I don't know if it was exactly for Kevin's bike because he was under the Geico truck, but we were buying pantyhose, duct tape, rubber boots, I think I bought a shovel, and a few other things. And the lady looked at me when I cashed out and she said, honey, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't think I want to know.
You do not want to know. We're here to win championships. She thought you were going to bury a body. If you'd have had a vat of acid, she'd have been like, all right, I got to call the authorities here. There's all kind of tricks, man. Yeah, and a Snickers bar to go. And make it pronto. Do you take cash?
That was awesome.
Yeah, for sure. So Bill Savino can help you out with the Murder for Dummies 101.
Murder starter kit.
All right, so get a good look at this racetrack where these guys are pushing the dirt. I will say this, right here in this sweeper, that one little kid in the 65 class was dead inside, great start, and did a full somersault because the muck is really on these off-camber deals, really housed on the inside of that turn. So try to gain as much knowledge as you can as to where this dirt is getting pushed. Sometimes it gets pushed to the outside to get down to the base, which is typically what they try to do. I'm watching the dozer over here by the 10 Commandments. He's got it pushing to the left, and then there's a little outlet where he will push that stuff out and hopefully get to some of the a little bit more of a base. The bummer part is they work so hard to get all these soil amendments in here, and it's probably a foot all the way across the top of this, and that is money. That is the gold. That is the good stuff, and then they have to push it off and get away from that stuff and get down to the hard stuff, which is, yeah, so I used to own a racetrack, and I hated it, man. Our track looked so good, and we'd have to push all this stuff off to the side. The banners look like crap. They do a great job even with that here, though. Stuff still looks somewhat put together, but they got to get down to the hard stuff to get you guys the best racing surface they can get to. And, man, being a promoter, I've talked to a few different guys that own racetracks, and there's just no no win-win for a promoter right here. They're trying to give you the best, most raceable racetrack they can, and if that means cutting laps, that means doing sight laps early in the morning. I mean, that's just, we're here to race. We're not here to sight lap you to death. So we got to make some concessions, I'm sure, to make this thing the most fair, raceable racetrack and get you guys as much time on the track. So it's a balancing act.
Yeah, the big change tomorrow really is going to be those 6:30 a.m. sight laps, and those are the sight laps for all the classes. And the difference now is going to be, instead of having to wait in between,
there's security footage.
But you actually, Bill Savino, you actually have footage of you buying the Murder starter kit for the mud race.
Somebody took a picture and they've used that against me.
That is incredible.
Buying pantyhose.
That is incredible. Buying pantyhose. I need pantyhose, a shovel, and a bunch of trash bags.
And some plastic and muscle.
So I was going to say, tomorrow with the sight laps all taking place early in the morning, and they will separate out. They'll have minis together, then big bikes together, et cetera, et cetera. They won't have big bikes and minis doing sight laps at the same time. But by doing all the sight laps in the morning, it allows us to go back to what you're probably used to at your local track, which
white flags out, next race is
white flags out. When the last place rider is near the finish line, the 2 card will go up for the next moto. And you think about how much time takes place between one moto ending, sight lap starting, sight lap ending, loading the gate. If you cut that time out, I'm going to think that's 4 or 5 minutes right there per race.
I promise you.
They were hoping it saves at least 1 minute. I'm like, I think it's going to save a lot more than 1 minute per race, not having that sight lap in between.
So you're talking about the first guy that takes off for his sight lap. We wait for the last guy to get back on the gate.
Yeah, that lap alone could be
that's
three.
2.5 minute lap time period for the best guy.
Yes, at best.
So,
right. So that's going to save a lot of time.
And be ready in the pits. This thing's going to move rapid fire like you've never seen it before. Like,
yes.
It's going to be like back home, wherever your local racetrack is.
Yep.
We're calling you probably 4 or 5 motos in advance. I would say be down there and be ready because it's going to move fast.
Yeah, and that's how Tim Cotter described it on the radio a little earlier over the PA. It's an aggressive schedule for sure. Going to 12-minute motos tomorrow. Tomorrow's motos are 12 minutes. And the sight lap at the beginning of the day. But that could be the difference between, getting your moto in or not. So everyone work together on that. We'll give you the best case scenario. As far as the micro classes are concerned, they'll do their best to try to get third motos in at the end of the day tomorrow. It's definitely not a hard no, but with the changes they made to the schedule, there's a chance they get those third 50 motos or micro motos in.
Jason,
tomorrow we'll have to see, but second motos will take place late today for micro.
The fact that they're just being flexible, listening to everyone's opinions, trying to take it and make the best solution possible that affects the most people positively. That's the goal here. We're not trying to get out of here quicker, in fact, we're going to stay longer and pay people more just to hang out a lot longer.
Yeah, we'll all be working all the way to the end of the day Saturday, which you normally don't do, but that's incidental. We'll handle that. But, what happened over there, a bunch of the 50 parents went over to the office, and I actually think it worked out for the best because everybody was able to ask and answer questions.
Sure.
A couple people voted. The Micro E parents pointed out that none of them would take sight laps because with the battery in those bikes, they don't want to take a sight lap anyway. You always have to offer.
Yes.
They all unanimously voted Micro E, the electric bikes, to not take a sight lap. So that's why they're moving them to the front of the micro order. Micro E will now be the first because they can get that one over and done very quickly. So, yeah, everybody met over there at the trailer, and it actually worked out pretty good because they could exchange ideas. Obviously, the best case scenario would be everybody gets their third moto in the normal amount of time in the normal schedule. That's not possible. Even by yesterday, it was already pushing it. We had to take 5 minutes out of each moto. So, going to do the best we can here to give everyone the best experience they can get. Really what it comes down to is the rain. That's really what affected everything, not the decision-making process. And now we're going to try our best. And it's funny to take the sight lap out seems weird because that's what we normally do here. But if you think about it, that's actually the way most races work.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and podium's going to be interesting, Jason. Just thinking ahead as we'll probably be 3 laps in. It may be a continuous flow of podiums tomorrow. You know how long it takes for guys to get in, get set up, a 12-minute. It takes probably 10 minutes to do a podium to get everybody in and a whole shot and a champion if there are different folks for that. So that'll be taken into account. We'll call the race as best we can, but we'll obviously give the love to the podium. There'll be a picture-in-picture where you'll see the racing on the big screen, and then you'll have the podium shot going on as well. Yeah, we've already done that.
We have the technology.
We've already done that.
I really thought when I was giving Barry Karsten a red plate yesterday
all eyes
that
on
it was
you.
just ruining someone's magical whole shot that they waited their whole life to get.
They've done good with that, switching over, so I'm sure they're prepared for that.
Yeah, everything's going to be a little bit quicker, for sure.
You start hearing those stories. You remember that time they canceled this, they did that, and some of it just didn't happen. Like Denny Stevenson one of the posts was like, I don't think they canceled it that year. Like there's some stuff that people are getting their years mixed up. And
yeah, that's why I walked over there, because I was like,
I want to know
this will be remembered for a long time. The year where they didn't know if they were going to get this in or that in. So I was like, because of that,
I want to hear it.
I just want to hear it. So and I'll try to just keep the stories consistent for the next 10 years when people ask. I wasn't here in 1995 when they only ran a 2-moto format. My question for that would be, I have a feeling that was earlier in the week. This is a lot tougher when you're trying to make changes on Friday morning.
You don't have that, yeah.
There's no buffer room anymore, and it wasn't like we were rushing early in the week to get ahead because no one knew that this level of delay was going to happen. And then we had another, the sliding scale. At some point we had a race, 2013, 2014, something like that, 2016.
Yep.
I don't remember what year, where we lost a lot of time, and by doing the 15-minute motos, we caught up. I think if we just had yesterday's delay,
I think we could have got back.
And everything was normal today, we would have been fine. But 2 delays, that's tough. Now, I think there also is rain in the forecast tomorrow, but we'll deal with that when we deal with it. Remember that a lot of the delays we've had is to try to preserve the track as best as possible. I think by the time you get to Saturday,
it's all hands
might just be racing in the rain, which is motocross. Lightning's a different story.
That detoured us initially this morning.
Yeah, but for the most part this morning, the delay was just how much rain was coming down.
If you were at the Quality Inn and got that 4:30 a.m. lightning strike that set off the car alarms, that was remarkably
Yeah,
loud.
literally did. It literally set off car
out of my
alarms.
bed, man. I was like, what was that?
Kevin jumped in under the covers with me,
Jason.
curled up in the fetal position,
me.
said, hold me.
I'm scared.
Yep, he was scared of the
He
lightning.
did for about 5 more hours. That's
I
about
did
all
hold
can
you,
say.
yes. I know. He was shivering. I was like, are you cold? He's just scared.
Just scared, Daddy. Hold me. Oh, well, we're going to have fun no matter what. You guys are going to be out in that mud, and we'll be nice and clean up here in the tower. We're barefoot up in the tower. Legit. Megawatt has made us take our shoes off. He's got a landing zone for all the muddy boots that come in. It's like a hazmat decon line here. There's the cold zone, then we get you all the way here, and then you're finally free to move about the building. Multiple layers of decon to get in here. That last little bit of him putting the antibiotic stuff on my feet is weird, but I'm just going to roll with it. Megawatt is all about being clean here. It's very slippery, but it dries fast on your feet. Yeah. Yep. I see everybody kind of in their spots, man. I see our starter guys out there, our EMS crew making their way out there. The Verb guys scoping out where they want to lay in the mud and get photos from. Flaggers are making their way out. We got one more night of Radio Fox. That was a good time last night. That was pretty dang fun.
I don't know. We might be doing it Saturday night at this rate. Who knows?
Let's
to be
go. We'll do
honest.
it. The Sunday morning wake-up edition.
Sunday
Radio
morning.
Fox.
Yeah, exactly.
Have a cup of coffee with us.
Yeah, a cup of coffee, newspaper, and some Radio Fox.
Newspaper, dating yourself. It's 1993 all over again.
I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm gonna have my morning cigarette.
See what old Clinton's up to again. What's this guy doing, man? Yeah, that Radio Fox is cool. We'll do that one more night again tonight live down at the base of the Radio Fox Tower. If you don't want to watch it, I don't blame you. But if you do, it's on the Jumbotrons. You can turn the radio down. You don't have to listen to Jason.
Oh, but you
I'm awesome.
Yeah, they wanted to hear you.
There's a separate channel for me if you want to tune into that one. That's Rock 100 for me.
Yeah. Yes.
We just NPR, whatever that nerdy channel is.
It's talk radio. That's what we're doing. I hate to say it. You've been assimilated into our culture. You're in talk radio. Yes.
Finally made it. He's been looking for you. He came up
Jeez, man, he came in with he's got those boots
Did
on.
these stairs get a lot steeper? Because
I don't know.
Mike Bonacci from
that stair is a
Club
lot
of X
longer.
just came up here and he is exhausted. Was this the comedy joke? Did he fly in and boy, his arms are tired because his heart rate is up? I heard you got rowing machines and stuff over there. Get on that thing, Bonacci.
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
My gosh, his cardio is lacking.
Check his heart rate, dude. There's
It is a higher elevation up in this tower. We're third story, so it's a high elevation. Maybe that's the difference. So I think the skies have even gotten a little bit lighter. Is that possible?
I think the mood's getting lighter.
You know what it is? It's just like Bonacci. It's sparkling silver. That's the sky right now.
Yes.
It's beautiful, sparkling silver skies. So, yeah, everybody's starting to come to life. It's like everybody's out of hibernation, like bear and winners take all.
Saw Greg Geisel
We got Mike
rolling
Bonacci
around.
here of the Muck Off Club MX
Classic.
Yamaha team.
There you go.
Got the Muck Off, I'm sure, flying through the Club MX pit area, Mike?
It's actually really good to have the muck off this week.
I would think.
So we're going from all extremes. When I got here on Thursday, it was 100 degrees. Friday setting up, 100 degrees. Now it's raining. Rained yesterday, rained today. But I wanted to come up to say thank you because we have probably the best organizers and promoters in the business. Now, I've been to every major event. As you know, I go to all the pro nationals. But this one runs like clockwork, and I think it's a lesson to everybody out there that it's pretty cool to watch Loretta Lynn's, how it runs, how the whole staff operates. Everybody works with a smile. Everybody's helpful. And even through the adversity of rain and rain delays, they still get it done. And I think it's pretty impressive. So the other thing I wanted to point out was all my peers are here. So, you know, I do the pro-level team manager stuff for the Muck-Off FXR Club MX team. But I saw Lars from Honda. I saw Nate from Husky. I saw Dustin from Suzuki. I saw the guys from Kawi. I saw the big boys from Yamaha. And I just think this is the only event where I see all those people here. Then, add to that, all the major sponsors. I saw Bob from 6D. He owns the joint, right? I saw the Milt from FXR. He owns the joint. They don't go to all these other events. They come to Loretta Lynn's. So, as a kid out there watching, be on your best behavior because people are watching. But wait, there's more.
All right, Mike, keep bringing the heat.
It's the best announcing crew and broadcast crew on the circuit. It's unbelievable. So I just wanted to come up and say thank you to all you guys for the job you're doing.
Now I question all the other compliments that he just gave.
He threw us in with them.
Sponsors, the teams, the promoters, the track builders, and then he just blew it all out because now
us.
it's questionable. Now I question your judgment.
Yeah.
Mike's a little older in his years, and maybe it's getting a little fuzzy up there.
Yeah, we'll have some
saved the
O2
best
places.
for
Mega
last.
agrees.
I
Mega
saved the
agrees.
best for last.
Mega's into it.
First manager inducted to the Mega Militia.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Bonacci, you're my guy. I'm telling you right now. But
this
you're
guy.
the first manager that's inducted into the Mega Militia.
lot of guys.
Moto Mercenaries. Okay, we're talking about guys like Larry Brooks. All right, Tom Carson, Fred Andrews. Yeah, absolutely. These guys are fighters. Okay, these guys will bring it. They don't care. Say it. We love it. Okay, these guys are fighters. Anywhere, anytime. You're the man, Mike. Appreciate you, dude.
All right, thanks so much. That means a lot to me. I'll join the militia. I'm pretty pumped on that.
He's got a lot of guys in his.
It's growing. It's growing
list,
quickly.
the list.
So, Bonacci, what's it like over there? You got the Club MX set up. We can actually see it from our tower. I feel like Club, at one point, what's that?
I agree. It's a good view from here.
Yeah, down in the start. You got some riders that are up next?
So we have we brought the whole setup. That's the actual truck that we bring to the pro nationals, both Supercross and motocross. We have two of our amateur riders riding out of there from our amateur team, Trevin Nelson, Ryder Gwynn. And then we have another 20 kids from Club MX. And this turns out to be, so far through almost 2 motos, it's the most top 10s in the history of Club MX. And we got a lot of hardware coming with that, so I'm pretty pumped on that. So
wow, that's saying a lot.
Why bring the big truck? Well, we bring the truck because we also have the rowing machines, we have the pedal bikes, we have all that stuff that I probably should be using.
That's what I'm saying, Mike. We got rowing machines. I guess you did the stair climber today.
I did the
tower.
Stair climber to the tower. That was my steps for the day. But we also feed the kids. We also took part in the Yamaha dinner last night, so thank you to them for hosting us. And so we just keep an eye on them to keep them on schedule all week long. Even through the rain delays, we have the radio on listening to you guys so we know what's going on. So, yeah, it's pretty good setup over there. I like it.
Now, here's what I'm worried about. I saw Phil Nicoletti here the first couple days, I think Saturday through Wednesday or something like that. How do you keep him from getting into the heads of the riders? You would think he'd be encouraging, but he's probably the exact opposite. So how do you prevent Phil Nicoletti from ruining the confidence of the other Club MX athletes?
Yeah, 2 simple words. That would be restraining order. So
that's why we saw Phil up here, and you were down there.
Yeah,
Phil, roam the place. Don't come over here.
Phil's an asset. He's a good guy, and he's actually rides with the kids during the week. So at the top level at Club MX, you're actually riding with the pro riders. So those guys get an earful every moto when they're out there from Phil. So his guidance is comes at a different volume than most, but he means well. And if you also saw, Alex Martin was here yesterday.
Yep.
He spends the day with us. He's got his own little gig going, but he's still part of the Club MX family. So he spent some time with the kids as well.
Yeah, so there's a Club MX team, but you still have riders that are not part of the team that still ride there. Mark Finnis really strong this week. Got second in a moto. He's pro sport now, but that's where he said he's doing his riding at club.
Yeah, so Mark is really putting on a show so far this trip here. He's got some great motos going. I expect, I think he'll be up 4th today, possibly. I think we got a pro sport class coming up of which he'll participate. We also have a kid, Avery Long. Avery Long is on a different team but trains with us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and he had a moto podium earlier. He had a big breakthrough last year here. I feel like I originally thought of Club Mex as an amateur team. Brought a lot of riders to prominence like Shane McElrath and Cameron McAdoo back in the day. And then the pro side has become so high profile when you add guys like Jeremy Martin and Garrett Marchbanks. But the amateur thing is still a focus there.
The amateur thing, Club MX is a training facility first, so it's important that we never lose sight of that. And then having an amateur team is like the next logical step. And this year, we haven't announced this yet, but we're going to do a Supercross Futures training class or sessions, and we're going to limit it to probably 7 or 8 kids. I'm sure that'll fill up fast. But one good benefit for our kids at club, one of the most winningest Loretta Moto win champions is Garrett Marchbanks.
That's true. So he knows the drill down here. That's right.
He can tell these kids back in 2012, 13, 14, 15 what the track design was like, what the conditions were like, and he's a real source of knowledge for those kids at club. So to answer your question, though, we have our amateur team, but we have 20 other kids here that train at club. So it's a facility first.
But let's give you the ultimate with club. The boss man, the owner, would you say owns the place?
Owns the joint.
Brandon Haas last year coming down and winning a championship at Loretta's, so no one can question Brandon Haas. And then this year, the heartbreak.
Yeah.
Injured in his qualifier.
At his regional. He went to his regional. He broke his collarbone. He was here with his daughter for a few days.
Did you say you still wanted to try to ride it?
Well, I tried to get an exemption, but the rules are the rules.
No, there's no exemptions at Loretta's.
There's no exemptions out, so anybody can hear that. But he stayed and watched, and then when he watched the 30-plus moto, he got frustrated and left. So, no, he's a good rider, and it really translates to not only the track building that he does, but also converts to the riders training there of what they can learn.
Yeah, I know he goes out and rides the pro guys' bikes. You know, he says, I just want to feel what they're saying and see if I can feel it, see if I can lend any assistance. So with the truck over there, it's pretty obvious to find by the starting line. People want to stop by and just learn what club's all about. You guys are there for that?
Yeah, so between motos, we do keep track of all the kids that we have racing, and I'll be under the top 10 tent waiting for them to come back. But feel free to stop by and visit us anytime if you have any questions about club or the way that we do our training, the way that we do our teams, or even if you're going to a one of the last few outdoor events and you want to swing by our rig at a pro race, or the final 3 super motocross races. And one tidbit on the super motocross.
Okay, help.
Which I think is cool as heck.
Yeah.
Garrett, without doing Supercross and without doing the first 2 outdoor rounds, already qualifies straight in at P17.
He's already in 17.
In.
Yes.
Phil, on the other hand, is going to be in the 21 to 30 range. So I'm thinking it's a good storyline to watch Phil try to get into the SMX rounds through the LCQs.
I mean, we could not have scripted this better. I know Phil actually got hurt, but if I had ordered this up, we would have Phil having to race his way into the big money race 3 weekends in a row in the LCQ. We know that Supercross 450 LCQs, that's where dreams go to die in the last turn. There's going to be some block pass action, and Phil is not going to be happy about it, but we're going to be loving watching it. So you couldn't have scripted it better.
Yeah, I think Phil is known for making some gestures.
Yeah, there will be some gestures.
That would let everybody know that he's going to be competitive in those LCQs.
Okay, so good comeback there to get your riders in. And talking to Brandon and a lot of the teams, this SMX thing only came about. They announced last year at Loretta's that there was going to be an alliance between Pro Motocross and Monster Energy Supercross. I don't think they had any of the details yet. We went into October when we had a press conference, I think it was October the 4th, saying there'll be playoffs, there'll be 3 dates. Most people didn't have it. October, it means the contracts are already signed for next year. So a lot of riders didn't have it in their contracts. So even Brandon, your team owner there at Club, said it's not in our deal where we have to go to these races, but if our riders have a chance to get in and make some big money, we'll support them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an opportunity for these kids to really do something, make some money. The pool of money is extensive for the last 3 rounds, and we wouldn't deny them that opportunity. So we embraced the SMX format since we heard about it, and we're going to move forward with it. Looking forward to a really good first round is going to be in Charlotte, which is our home race. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that helps as well. People have been begging for a race in that area. We finally got it at a ZMAX Dragway. That'll be the weekend after Labor Day. All right, but actually, you can hang out here as long as you want. We got a pretty good setup up here in this tower. But thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the kind words, Mike.
Yeah, thank you guys for all you're doing. I think it's great for the sport, and I look forward to seeing the rest of the racing. Thanks for having me.
Yep, that's Mike B. from Club MX stopping by. That team always trying to innovate and elevate. I remember the first year that I went down by the starting line area and saw a sign. It said Brandon Haas and Zach Osborne's Club MX. It made no sense to me because Osborne was living in England at the time. But the funny story about that track is what's the name of the track that's closed now? There's a motocross track, Sand Hills. So there was a track that Zach used to race when he was a little guy. And then in between motos, they would just ride out the back of the property and find a sand pit and just do endless hours on their pit bikes. And Zach just said once he started to finally make money as a pro, he's like, you know what I'm going to spend my money on? I want to buy that sand pit I used to ride on my pit bike when I was a kid. And that eventually turned into the Club MX we know now. And when they really want to hammer down on the guys, like when Southwick is coming up, that's when they go on the OG Zach Osborne sand track there, which apparently is like there's podium is like Hell, Death Valley, and that track. Those are like, that's the all-time podium, like the 3 worst places you could go to as a human being. That track is legend for, I'll just say, heavy on the preparation for sand tracks like Southwick.
Totally get it.
When you go to South Carolina in the heat and humidity and ride some sand. So that's all over at Club. There's a public track there as well, some public dates. So I got to ride it. Got to ride the public track.
So when you come in, you see the signs for Justin Brayton, Bill Nicoletti,
big fan,
Kyle Peters, all the guys that train there. I'm working. We got a little more to go, but I'm working on the Lane Wygant sign.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, you got to actually race to be able to win titles. But thank you.
He's done it. He's done it.
Yes.
Hey, we need 250C riders. 250C Junior 12 to 17. We are getting the word that we need you down there on the gate. We are ready to roll. We need our last bit of our flaggers to make it to their spots. I know it's a treacherous walk to your position, but guys, if you would start making your way out there, slam that thing full of ham sandwiches, your little cooler there, a couple of NOS energies, pack of grits, and get out there.
Yeah, it's breakfast time here at past noon, the way this morning worked out. Kevin Kelly, the real winner today, because we were both gambling this morning. How's this day going to turn out? You did some reconnaissance. You got in contact with a couple of field generals here at the track, and you took your chances that it was going to be a while before we actually went racing and had to call motos, and you called it right.
Megawatt was on it. He said, I don't think it's going to happen. It's not official, but we're going to probably end up pushing it back a little bit later. So, yeah, some of our friends, Ryan Cunha, Greg Geiser, he woke his wife up to make sure she was making breakfast. We actually called him. He was like, hey, what's going on, bro?
Hey,
what are you doing?
I just woke up, guys.
I'm in the bed. Stacy's right next door. Hey, Stacy. Get in there and make some eggs. Kevin wants a coffee. He's coming. That's how she was woken up.
I think you I think you gave him advice. You had a certain way.
This is the way I do it.
Tell me how you do it with your wife.
With my wife, I'm like, hey, you smell that eggs and bacon and toast? She goes, no. I said, you're right. Get in there and make that stuff.
Yeah, and then she
does. Make itself. She jumps
and then
out
she
of that
does
bed.
Not do a darn thing after that. You don't get bacon and eggs for the next 2 years after that.
Never. And she cooks like a chef. So see some of our flaggers making their way out here. Kevin Kozad. I want to say hi to Kevin. He has look where Kevin's parked at. You know how when preachers go to Vegas and they like get in the belly of the beast? Look where he's parked. His van is right next to the bar. So he's catching you guys 19 beers into your day.
Oh, wow.
And then he's like, come here,
guys.
Well, how's your walk with the Lord, son?
Yep.
Can you even walk straight? Let's start with that.
You got some guilt on you, man.
Right. Kevin, come here. Kevin Kozad, has this affected church service, like how you're trying to do your thing, or are you good?
We're good. We did church service Sunday morning, Wednesday night. So everything's good. I'm just hanging out for opening prayer. So, yeah, we got everything good. I mean, man, for what we got weather-wise, I know there's probably people, whatever, but, I mean, I think things are rolling pretty good. I mean, we're going to have – I was third moto after the mess, yesterday, and so the track was as good as it could be, way better. I think every vet rider I talked to said it was way better than they thought. But yeah, everything's good. No, we all the church services. Our last one was Wednesday night, and there was so much going on Thursday night and Friday night as far as other activities. We didn't have anything. So yeah, we're all good on our end.
You know what though? You're Reverend Kevin, so that's you walk on water, so your shoes aren't even dirty. You're like, come on, man! Like, how did you walk up here? He walked on water all the way up here. It doesn't even affect Kevin like it does us. So when he's out there riding, he gets on top. He parts the red. All the biblical terms here.
You say that, and everybody's looking, but Weege just makes a face. I mean, so I don't understand. I'm a little hurt, you know.
Oh, this is no joke. This is serious.
Walked on
He
water.
just walked on water. Yeah.
Literally. And I was telling him.
We actually needed that. When it got real bad, the rain, we were like, we need Kevin Kozad. You're the only one that can get across this track right now.
Part the Red Sea, part this water on either side of the track.
But he saw.
I don't know if you saw my moto yesterday, and maybe that's why Weege.
Did you go down to the first turn?
Oh, yeah.
I saw you down to the first turn. I did.
I didn't walk on water, but I sure slid across of it.
It's one of the video guys is like, that's Kozad there. And I'm like, 39? Are you 39? What's your name? What's your number? 48. I'm like, 48 on the Yamaha, and I'm like, oh.
I mean, he's on his hands and knees serving. Like, that's what you do, right? You know.
He got excited when he saw Gypsy Tails Jace
What's
walking
funny
around.
is, you know, I mean, I know everybody, right? Well, most of us have been racing together for years. The guy I went down with, as I get up, I'm like, sorry, dude. He's like, it's fine, you know, like. And somebody asked me, said, like, were you guys arguing on the track? And I was like, no, we're like, just, you know, like, we all know there's nothing you can do. I knew he knew I didn't mean to run him over, but, you know, I'm like, sorry, dude. And he's like, yeah, you know, so they're like, we thought you guys were arguing. I'm like, of course not. Like, we're not arguing. We're the first turn crash, you know.
Hey, where do you get your taxes done?
Yeah.
Liberty, man, they're great. It's cheap. That's good to know, man. First turn conversations with Kevin Kozad. We were talking about how you're parked next to the bar. Is that done on purpose to catch those sinners right as they just consume?
You know, we've been parked. We were there before, but no, we actually some of the people that run that become good friends with ours over the years. Casey and of course I'm up here and I forget the lady's name, but the lady that kind of runs all that, her and Casey, have become great friends over the years. You know, it's like I mean, you know, after 24 years and so many years of being next to each other, you know, so yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't bother me none. We're good. We love that little corner there. We actually got that corner 20-something years ago when no one wanted that spot because it used to be super unlevel. Well, over the years and everything, that spot's become more level. So that's Casey Kozad's little vendor spot right there. And
where are you guys pitted at? Because I know you guys always crack your black valve. Don't you pull that a little bit? Just kind of let that thing just slowly go all week. That's a pro move, right?
That's the guy next. That's Nick Way. You're talking about Nick Way. That's Nick Way beside me. He's a black tank puller.
Crack that valve. You don't pull it all the way. You just keep that thing barely, just kind of a nice slow trickle, right? And neighbors love it. The grass is really, really lush over there too.
Yeah, at the end of the week, you know, Nick usually pulls out before I do, and everybody knows Nick Way. It's always green grass when he leaves. I don't know. Like, we almost want to turn around and park there because it's got good green grass, you know.
Heavily fertilized. I hope you heard that, Nick. Kevin made sure. I don't think you can't hear Kevin Kozad. Same age as me, man. We went through the parachute pants, the crappy music of the 80s. We did it all, brother.
Easy on it.
It's good music. I know. I'm just messing with it. It's good to me that everybody else makes fun of me.
On it sometimes.
Boys to Men, I do it all, man. That's more 90s, though. Continuing to push some of this mud off the racetrack. We are set, I think, 12:45. We're supposed to get you guys on the gate, 250C junior riders, and then we will launch at 1-ish. So we'll see if that all holds true. It looks like the track is slowly coming around. And again, it comes to life with all of our flaggers. And, dude, props to you guys. You guys have been out there in the rain. And I want to say thank you to the folks that are doing the traffic, and they have stayed out in the rain, never stopped. That job never ends. Those folks that are at those little junctions and where the roads all meet, man, you guys have killed it, and we appreciate it. Keeps this place much safer. Those are some thankless jobs. The guys on the trash patrol, that is another thankless job that this place would be a mess. And, hey, do your part as a spectator and a fan and someone that truly appreciates this place. Pick your trash up. We don't want your easy ups. We don't want your motor oil. We don't want your tires. Do not leave that stuff with us, please. Do your part. Take that stuff home with you. We already have enough trash. I mean, Jason Wygant, after he leaves the hotel room, that place is absolutely filthy. So there's a huge, we don't get the deposit back every year. We never get the deposit back because
they have people to do that, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I'm just getting my money's worth. And it is funny that every hotel I go to, I use all the shampoo, conditioner, lotion, and soap because there's none left in there when I leave. It's all gone.
That's all principle.
I don't know how that happens. Then they finally were on to me. I'm at a hotel every weekend. They started changing to where the shower just had pumps instead of bottles.
And what do? Do you bring a little container?
So I complained about that, and big thanks to all the great people of Sport of Motocross. We're all a family, everyone contributing. I immediately had people on Twitter saying, you just bring an empty bottle
and squirt
you
that
pump
thing
it. And that really helped out. So thank you, everybody, for that advice.
So now Weege comes and fills up his own containers with all of the various accoutrements in the bathroom. And his wife is super thankful for that. And we'll stop talking and we will throw it to some commercials, pay the bills, and we'll be back in 2 and 2.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
Driving force of amateur motocross. Team Dunlop, Elite.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us.
Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Are you ready? The Super Motocross World Championship playoffs kick into high gear at C-Max Dragway in Charlotte. The world's best 22 riders face off on a one-of-a-kind track in pursuit of the first ever World Championship and the sport's biggest prize. Don't miss the final quest for the Super Motocross World Championship, fueled by Monster Energy. Get tickets now at supermotocross.com. FanFest included with purchase.
Kids up to grown man, walk through the gates of the coal miner's daughter to make a point clearer than the creek water. Who's the best, who's it gonna be in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee? Can you feel the adrenaline? Dirt flies hypnotized by the wheel spin. Hear the crowd, everybody's whistling, line on the field. If you can put it all together 3 times, this 1 week of racing could change your life. Everybody knows this is where it all begins. Do what you gotta do for 20 plus 2 out at the ranch.
And that is how we do things out at the ranch, getting things kicked off as we are tired of waiting. The sun has come back out. We're feeling every bit of the temperature now, and it is thick out there. We're not just talking about the track. We're talking about the air now. We're got a blanket of humidity out here at the ranch, but we're about to go dropping the gate here in just a couple of minutes. We're tired of waiting. It's like you said, Jason, at this point, we've done everything we can. We prepared for it last night. Track's in as good a condition I think as it's going to get. We got to drop the gate.
There weren't many things that worked out well, but I will say there was a slight edge to the fact that it was raining overnight and in the morning. Yesterday we had one moto, so the track had been opened up, as they say, with bikes churning it up, and then it rained. That's worse. At least here the track had been sealed all night. So for how much rain we took on, this is about the best the track can be. You said we're tired of waiting. I wonder if we could actually just straight up just start, we're the announcers, we could just start saying, head to the gate now, your moto's going to start whenever, even though that's not what we were told to say. And then eventually there'd be so many people down there, they would just have to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just dictate our own schedule up here, our own terms.
We look like Ayresburg, where there's just lines and lines of riders on the start straight.
You're like, truly, until you hear us say it, you don't know if we're telling you the truth. Yeah, exactly. So we're close now to getting a moto in, and I can't believe how quickly, not just that it stopped raining, but now it looks and feels more like typical Loretta's. We didn't get much in between. That is the unfortunate side effect of the southeast. It's hot, then it gets so hot that it leads to thunderstorms, and you're like, oh, great, it cooled the place off. And then a half hour after that, all that water starts to evaporate, and it's worse than it was.
Majorly muggy. And we even heard yesterday some of the riders, the sun would pop out for a minute, and I had 2 riders on the podium tell me that their goggles started fogging up. They're having to dab a foot, and it was that thick out there. So that could play into this as well as we get ready to drop the gate. Track crew trying to scrape that last little bit off, and yeah, they had this thing packed in. I was headed back towards the cabin last night, and at midnight they were still out there working. I mean,
packing it in, really.
Full track team, multiple pieces of equipment on track. So a huge shout out to the entire track crew out here. Mother Nature did not make it easy on us.
Shout out to our man Jeff Russell, the gnarliest man in the business. What business? Any business. I'll put him up against anybody. Jeff Russell, great racer in his own right, and his entire crew. I mean, it doesn't matter what the hours or the conditions are. Jeff's only got one answer to every question. Just work harder. That'll solve all problems. And good job by that crew. And what's really cool about Loretta is it is a who's who for the track crew. A lot of the great tracks around America, they come down here to help out, and they're running equipment. If we didn't have rain, they'd be on the water trucks. So that does help. We've got experienced hands to help put tracks together here. So, again, it's about as good as it's going to get considering the conditions we have, but it's going to be a mutter, no doubt about it. And it looks like, they're still, as you can see, trying to clean up that start area as much as they possibly can before we go racing.
And I haven't told these riders they are going to be given the option to do a sight lap. I'm not expecting a lot of it, but we did see Jackson Vick yesterday, the lone rider.
Right out the gate,
was the only guy out there, everybody looking at him, scratching their head. I don't know if that's a good idea, but he brought it in. I can't remember.
He got a podium, got third, yeah. Yep.
I think the track will actually be better than it was yesterday. They pushed all that. They kept a lot of the deeper stuff on yesterday. Today, they pushed it all off to the side. It's going to be a hard base, and it's going to break down a little bit different. I think it's going to be more of a hard pack, maybe some square edge bumps where we don't normally see them here at Loretta Lynn's. Maybe we'll ask Kevin Wyndham when he and his wife get off the skid steers. They're both out there doing stuff. I just saw him and Dottie right below us, so they just popped off. She was on a skid steer, had all 3 of his daughters.
The whole family, everyone on skid steer. Yep.
You skid together, you stay together, man.
Yep. Some people buy we're going to buy kayaks or canoes or
we go to
snowboards. We buy skid steers for the family and we work on tracks.
$60,000 a piece?
Yes. What does happen, unfortunately, at the mud races, they get to the point where it actually gets worse before it gets better. I think these motos, they'll be slinging the mud, and you can kind of go wherever you want to go. But we will get to that sticky, tacky, heavy, one-line, rutted situation. But that's what the event is designed to do, to mimic all the different conditions you might get at any track anywhere. And unfortunately, this is part of the game in motocross. So it's going to be part of the game at Loretta Lynn's. But, we'll probably get to that one-line situation later on when it looks better. But the riders will say, you know what, if it had just kept raining, it actually would have been better than this.
Yeah, the line's going to start to really hold their formations. You're not going to be able to just push through the slop. And that's going to provide a lot of different challenges, not only for the riders, but for the bikes as well. I know we were talking to Bill Savino with Honda earlier, and they're talking about the concerns that they have about the radiators, keeping the grips clean, keeping the seat clean. All of this stuff goes into the prep that the teams and the mechanics are doing coming to the line.
Yeah, not to mention, I got a big lesson on that yesterday. The track starts to come around, but then maybe it came around for the full-size bikes. We started and ended our mud races yesterday. The first one back was a 65, and our last moto yesterday was a 65. And some of the sections that looked really great by the end of the day, they weren't so great yet for 65cc bikes. Credit to the riders, though, for being able to handle it. The first race after the rain yesterday, they were jumping some jumps. It wasn't a survival race where people couldn't even do laps, so it'll be very interesting to see how this turns out here. It's usually better than you think for how much rain we took on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has reached that time. Without further ado, we are going to ask for your undivided attention. We are ready for our prayer and our national anthem. So we will turn the microphone over, representing MXers for Jesus and leading us in a word of prayer here this afternoon, Mr. Kevin Kozad. Take it away.
Thank you, sir. As I say always, and I mean it even more today, as a family of racers, let us all pray together. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this time ahead of us. Wow, what a day ahead of us. A day of adverse conditions, but you know what? That's motocross, and you give us such freedoms as participating in such things as motocross. So thank you. Today is going to be a good day. As we've said each and every morning, we ask for your protection and love to be marked about this facility, about this track, and about each and every rider on every gate drop throughout this day. As we've always said every morning, we'll say it again this morning. On this day of the week, we ask you to be with the men and women that serve our country and the military and provide the freedoms we enjoy. Be with them wherever they are. Father, we thank you for the MX Sports staff, from the flaggers to everyone in the office that makes all this happen. Be with them today, especially today with all the things going on. And we think today is going to be another fun day of racing at the greatest motocross vacation, because we ask it now in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that, Kevin Kozad, leading us in a word of prayer. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not already, please remove your hats and cross your hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem. All right. We are just about ready to set it off now. We still getting some equipment off the track, looks like, wrapping that up, and we will be ready to go here with our first moto of the day, the 250C Junior 12 to 17 Limited. Again, we'll get that sight lap in for them, and then we will go racing. Want to welcome everybody that's been watching us here on RacerTV.com. The sun is shining in Tennessee. And we got our bikes on the track for a sight lap.
All right, so we're going to take a sight lap here in the 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited class. We'll take a look here at our first moto, see who we had as our winner.
Top 10, we'll start there. Top 10, your 10th place finisher out of Indiana. It was Drew Embleton finishing up in that number 10 spot. Our 9th place finisher out of Alameda, California, Cole Coker on the 57 machine. 8th place finisher out of Trussville, Alabama. He's 16 years of age. Kerry Owings, number 67. 7th place finisher out of Chesterfield, South Carolina, Anthony Polakowski on the 25 machine out of Florida. 6th place finisher would have been Honda rider. He's 15. He's got his learner's permit. Modesto, California rider, Ryder Rodriguez. Here is your top 5 in that first moto in the 250C Junior 12-17. 5th place finisher out of Beaver Creek, Oregon, Trent Salisbury Stake, number 39. 4th place finisher, KTM rider, 14. So one of the younger kids out here. Out of Blue Ridge, Georgia, one of your buddies, I bet, William Barrett, number 15. I bet you've seen that kid ride before, right?
Yeah.
Here's your podium. 3rd place finisher out of Montgomery, Texas. He's 16. He can drive. Walker Alfano, number 37. Your 2nd place finisher. It was, let me find him on the sheet. There it is. 16-year-old rider out of Woodland, New Jersey, Robert Weiss on the number 16 machine. Your winner, 17-year-old Auburn, Alabama native, Kyle Paleologos. There we go. Paleologos. I'm going to go with that, number 19, out of Auburn, Alabama. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to decide how your name is. That's how it works up here. There you go.
I've been saying Paleologos, but we'll go Paleologos.
No, you're probably right. Paleologos.
It is Logos. We got the confirmation. It is Paleologos.
Okay. So I went with my way, and it was the right way. All right, some kids took the sight lap. You can see in front of the starting line. Let me see. I see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, look at how they came out of the starting line. Look at how zigzaggy some of their lines were. So I hope they can come and do it a little bit straighter when they fire off of that gate.
And that's what we were seeing yesterday, Kevin, after the rain. The lines just going everywhere off of the start there. And, Kevin, you are right. That William Barrett coming out of my hometown, so I'm glad to see him up there in the mix there, getting 4th in that moto number 1. And like you said, young guy, 14 years old.
That's pretty strong. That's like Drew Adams, the sophomore racing against the seniors in his B class. Most of those kids, 16, 17. Drew's coming in at 14. No, 15. I take that back. He failed his learner's test 3 times. If anybody has some fun trivia, we found that out on Radio Fox. 3rd time's the charm. He didn't even study for it, he said. That's awesome.
Speaking of young fellas, Drew Embleton, 13 years old. That's going to be the youngest guy in our class. He
Legally.
got the top 10.
Yeah, that's as young as you can be. That's good to know. So our 10th place finisher there, 13 years of age. And we are just about ready to go racing. They're pointing them all down. You good? You good? As good as you're going to be, my man. We are about to get underway with racing. I promise you this track will turn around quicker than it did yesterday because remember, it was not as sunny for quite some time yesterday. So this track should turn around relatively quickly. It's going to get that sticky mud, then the steam is going to almost run you back to your RV. And it will be, I think it's just going to be a different track. It's going to be a Loretta's for me before they brought all the sawdust and everything in the 90s. Very choppy, kind of more muddy creekish. So I think it'll be a little bit different racetrack.
All right, Kevin, and the gate is down here.
And we are off and running. Hole shot from about the 5th or 6th gate. Nice clean start. Looks like a 2-stroke. If I can make that out. Man, he has got it running right now. Smooth sailing for this young man. We'll see who gets credited with the whole shot. Still the same guy, I believe, right there.
That is going to be the number 16 of Robert Wise.
Yeah, Weiss with that first moto win. So, I mean, you could not have scripted it any better if you're in the Weiss family. They are feeling good right now as he is scooting away, doubling all the way through the 10 commandments. All right. So they're going to splash that mud out of the way.
And the number 16 was one of the riders that went out on your sight lap. So Weiss got a good look at the track.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable. He's not having to tiptoe through it. He kind of knows where to go. Going to jump his way out into Storyland. And that is bad news for the rest of the gang here in this 250C Junior 12-17, 252 stroke for Mr. Weiss, our first moto winner. And guys, he is slowly starting to stretch this thing out.
Riders going all over the place right now, so bunched up. Seems like they can't even make it from one corner to the next without having to pull a tear off or the roll offs.
Yeah, what's the move there, man? Like, how many tear offs can you put on your goggles reasonably and be able to get to them and not have it be a problem.
I think most of those laminate stacks are about 6 to 7, so I've heard anywhere from the 21 to 27 range. I know a lot of the even the riders using roll-offs, they'll run one tear-off on the front, come around the first turn.
Here's Robert Weiss. He comes right in front of us. Going to hit that sand for the first time. Holding up pretty good. Got to watch that super inside line. Rider number 19 trying to hang in tow there. That's Paleologos. He was our first moto winner. I take that back. The 16 finished second, so we've flip-flopped right now. So right now we are tied. Of course, it's very early to call that, but your first moto winner in the number 2 spot and your first moto second place rider in the number 1 spot. Plenty of racing to go. Typically the C-Class a little more not so consistent, a little more radical. Testosterone just now entering the body, having to battle the chemistry of being a 15-year-old. So there's that going on. And the girls here, I'm sure it's just messing with him. He probably met a girl yesterday. He's trying to impress her. So you got to be careful. You're here for one thing, and that's to win motos, boys.
She said she'd give me the Snapchat if I pulled the whole shot, and that's what I'm doing.
He did. It's Weiss, Paleologos. Carson Hall is 3rd. Dagan Strickland is 4th. Braxton Kragenbring is 5th. That's a lot of letters in that last name. Kragenbring. Kragenbring. Travis Tucker is 6th. Kevin Bond in the number 7 spot. Kerry Owens 8th. Trent Salisbury is 9th. And Anthony Polakowski rounds out your top 10. And now the bikes look like what you expected them to look like. Very muddy, muddy machines. My flagger over there looks like a boxer over there. He's trying to duck that roost at the beginning of the 10 Commandments. He ducked all the way down to the ground, man. He wasn't going to get hit with that uppercut. Again, props to our flaggers, dude. They are in this stuff. They are your last line of defense. When it's going down, these dudes, they'll get in there. And I have much respect. I used to do that for 20 bucks a night at my dad's racetrack. I got ripped off. 20 bucks all day long for be a flagger. Yellow flag is out. We have one rider having an issue there. He's got the bike stood back up, but our leader still, it's going to be Robert Weiss. Oh, 3rd place rider. Didn't crash, but I bet he's feeling that on his left shoulder, his knee.
And all it takes is to get a couple of inches to the right or to the left, and you get in that thick stuff they've scraped off. You saw how quickly the momentum was snatched away.
I believe he stalled the bike. Luckily, we had those nitro electric starts there on the Yamahas.
And I think that might be the Carolina boy of Strickland, the number 36, now moving into the 3rd place spot.
That was the number 16 that we just saw on the camera. Leaders now coming around for their 2nd lap, the 19 in the number 2 spot still. So it's Weiss, Paleologos, and things will change behind them as, again, our scorekeepers frantically trying to write down the numbers that they cannot see because of the mud on these machines. Again, we have the transponders, but we do have the ladies up on that top deck backing up our transponders in the event something happens.
And so now Weiss checking in, first full lap running a 2:13.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I was about to say, not a terrible lap time, even compared to what we saw yesterday or when things were still dry. Paleologos checks into 2nd. Carson Hall did still hold on to that 3rd place spot, so it might have been Strickland that went down, as now Krakenbring falls or moves up to the 4th place spot with Strickland coming in 5th.
I bet you see equipment running around. We won't have any scheduled stops, but I guarantee you in between motos, they'll pop in and adjust a turn here, adjust a turn there, and just continuously do it. Nice breeze out there. Jason Wygant with the weather report. It's nice out there. It's warm, breezy. The track looks good. Lap times aren't falling off. 2:13 was your fast lap around, so we're back in the game.
Yeah, Robert Weiss out of New Jersey. Got a couple of buddies back home. Pumped on him. He led into the last lap of a moto yesterday and ended up finishing 2nd.
Paleologos down, guys. 2nd place down in the 10 Commandments.
He was our first moto winner, so that helps out your boy Weiss. Put some guys in between him. That's what the
we got a battle right here. They almost locked bars. So they were both. Actually, I don't even know if any of that was on purpose. They might have just missed where they wanted to go.
That's, I believe, Hall and Kragenbring.
Oh, he'll bring that Kragen. He will bring Kragenbring. He will bring that Kragen. That like the Kraggle in the Lego movie?
I think so.
And bring the crazy glue.
Craggle Rock? Was that something there? No,
down in Craggle Rock. And
that was HBO.
Dagan Strickland. I mean, whatever training facility he comes from, you know that's a land. They are strict down there. Our 5th place rider, Dagan Strickland. They're still battling this Hall Kragenbring duel that we're showing you on screen. You don't often get battles like this in a mud race because the track usually one line's out pretty bad, but it's good to see multiple lines as they were side by side for about a quarter of a lap there.
Guys, that is not Kragenbring. I think that is. Oh, there is Weiss. Okay, I was about to say, I saw the white fender. Weiss still looking squeaky clean out front.
It's just the lead is so big now for him, so things are going his way. Robert Weiss comes around the big sweeper. Megawatts sweeping in here early, so a lot of sweeping going on the track and in the tower. There's our second place riders. Now the number 30 of Braxton Kragenbring. He's jumped up 2 spots into the number 2 spot. He's got the broom right here. One of our apprentices doing a great job sweeping.
We're calling that the sweeper.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
You are the
that's
sweeper.
the sweeper.
He
That's
is
the sweeper. Yep.
That's it. Lap number 3 officially now starts with Robert Weiss leading the charge. Pole shot and looking for a moto win. Long way to go, though, dude. You can't count your chickens before they're hatched here. This thing can throw you a curveball. Can you hit the curveball?
That's often the difference. You know, someone might have great stats at the high school level, but you got to be able to hit that curveball as
Yeah,
you
the
move up
off-speed
toward the
stuff's
pro.
usually the big deal breaker there. Here comes Wes Kane with those white boots, slowly, methodically making his way up here. He'll get up here.
All right, get all your fun in right now. It's about to come to an end.
It's coming to a crashing halt.
We just saw the 59 bike on screen. That's Carson Hall. He is now up to 3rd.
Oh, rider down just beyond the mechanics area.
Going to try to get a look out our window and see which bike that is down.
Hard to see these plates, man, but they are battling. Good Lord. Now, what if you're trying to score this like our ladies over there, man? That's just, you're just guessing. He just
Look
says,
at that
I'm over
bike.
it. Hey, listen, calm down. Don't
It's a
give
mud
up.
race. Mud race. These things happen. Okay, these things happen. That's the 31. I'm trying to find him on the shot here. Connor Sumner, who is 26th place, going down in that mechanics area. So that's not a change. And the running order up front with Weiss, Kragenbring, and Carson Hall, the number 59, who we just saw move up to 3rd. Strickland is 4th. Strickland's got to open up a training facility and literally call that
Strickland.
the Strickland.
Strictly motocross. Strickland.
Strickland. Our rules
Are
everywhere
many.
on this land, very
All over.
strict. Very, very strict.
Rules are many. Fun is few.
Kyle Palelagos, who went down in the Ten Commandments, is 5th. Travis Tucker, 6th. Anthony Polakowski, 7th. Casey Owings, William Barrett, and Ryder Rodriguez, who I believe was on the podium earlier this week, is in 10th. And we got 4 announcers up here, so I'm going to chill.
He was in the number 8 spot, close to the podium, in the top 10. One of our flaggers there running the cowboy hat and pink shirt. That's a good look. Our leaders again coming through. The number 30 just flashes past us, Kragenbring, and he can look to his left and catch the leader on the number 16 machine. Or is he? Yeah, he's already come through. There it is, a 2:17 for Robert Weiss. And there is the 2:25 of Anthony Polakowski. And there's Kevin Wyndham, fresh off of a skid steer. That was cool, man. You guys had the whole family out there getting this track ready, man. What was your daughter in charge of? What part of the track she fixed?
I think she's fixing the creek.
That's the perfect spot. Getting all that dirt out of there. Get it set up for her to go down there and suntan. We're about to talk Kevin into racing this thing. That's the plan. We're going to get him back at some point.
Rider down on screen there. We'll see who that is here in just a second. And Zach, we see another rider going down. The track is not quite as bad as I would think it would be, but when they are going down, man, they're having such a time trying to get that bike back up and going.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackson. This is what we were talking about. Is now we see the number 36, Dagan Strickland, coming across the Yamaha mechanics area there, getting a little pep talk from Pops as he is just trying to focus forward. Like Kevin Kelly said, we're seeing some of the unusual characteristics of Loretta's. That hard-packed base with a slippery top makes it really difficult when riders are hard on the brakes coming into turns. I've seen 4 or 5 riders wash the front end out just trying to come into the corner before the 10 Commandments. So as much as you want to push, go as fast as the number 16 here on screen, Robert Weiss, you got to be careful because one simple mistake could cost you a lot of time out here.
And look at that, the number 16 of Robert Weiss able to get a 17.6 second gap already here with only 4 laps complete. So we've got about 4 minutes left in this one, give or take. These are going to be abbreviated motos here with all this mud. Hello, folks.
Waving to everybody at home. Got a great shot of the back of my neck. As we are hanging up here in the tower, glued to the screen right now, because it seems like every half a second or so we've got another rider flying off one side of the track. But one rider figuring out, he is the only rider I've seen be able to go in a straight direction. The number 16, Weiss, handling business right now as he checks off another lap.
Check who's going straight up the charts. Ryder Rodriguez has passed 15 riders in the mud. along with Kyler Hagerdorn. He's passed 12 riders. Vitro with 12 passes as well.
Oh.
So number 16, did he make? Oh, problems for our leader. Almost took it down to the ground, but he was okay. As we continue to watch Robert Weiss handle business, he almost handled some business on the ground, and the business was picking that motorcycle up, but he didn't crash. 20-second lead there, Jackson.
Yeah, that number 16 is doing everything he can out here. Get that early lead, and that's what you got to do when you're out here in the mud. That's going to give him a little bit of a buffer in case he does drop that front end like he almost did there next to the Wall of Fame.
Some of these riders looking worse for wear there. It's like they've been in some battles for sure. Can take that gear and just, oh, another rider down right there in the same spot where we saw the number 16 have a problem. That was the 25 of Anthony Polakowski. He is in the number 5 spot, and look out, he's slipping backwards now as the gas of Kerry Owens might be slipping by him as well. He's trying to restart that motorcycle. What a terrible feeling.
This is what we talked about. This is not only tough on man, but machine as well, having trouble getting that bike fired back up.
2 minutes, 34 seconds to go here before we call this thing done. Looks like maybe the 2-lap board, it is out. 2-lap board is out. White flag is up.
I had to take one of the bikes. Zach got voted off the island. Oh, he's going to the headset. He's going to the headset. He's right back in the game.
You can throw me off, but you can't get rid of me forever.
So white flag getting ready to come out in 250C Junior 12-17 from the get-go. It's been Robert Weiss. You said he went on the sight lap, so it's worked out well for Mr. Robert Weiss.
Yeah, I knew Weiss was inside the podium in first race, so I was kind of shocked to see him even go for the sight lap, but it seems to be working out well for him, as right now the number 16 is handling business here in the closing laps of this first race, and good to see that we are in fact going back racing out here at Loretta's.
And so once again, guys, this is race number 20, first one of the day, 250C Junior 12-17 Limited. Up next, we got 450B Limited. Following them, we're going to have the 85cc 10-12 Limited, and then we're going to turn loose 250 Pro Sport here at Loretta Lynn's.
And that's going to be, as far as timing goes in the running order, that'll be a great time to see those Pro Sport races. The track has, will have some of the slop pushed off, some of the lines developed, but not absolutely completely chewed up like we've seen it at the end of the day. So hopefully it'll make for some great racing to go along with it. But right now we are watching on screen your leader, the number 16, Robert Weiss.
This is where it all went sideways last lap. We'll see if Weiss can keep it going right here. There's another rider. That's 3 laps in a row. Looks like the Bermuda Triangle of turns now. Just sucking riders right there into the ground there.
And to your point, Kevin, earlier, you said that hard base that we don't often see here, right there coming out of the corner. You saw the back end of the Husky slide right out. He threw the topsoil off and then starts spinning on that base.
Yeah, and as they work it, we'll flip it around and clean some stuff up here and there, but I think we're just going to rock and roll through the races. I think the best thing that could happen is for that sun to come out and just start drying this thing out. It's going to be hot for you guys, but it will help out with the track reconstruction.
As we see the number 16 going through the 10 Commandments. And guys, he's riding wise.
A lot of patience there.
Jackson was waiting to use it. Dad jokes coming in hot. He's riding wise, man. He was proud of himself.
It took me a second. It caught me off guard. That's well done.
I didn't expect it, Jackson.
I'm trying.
You are.
I'm trying. You're rubbing off on me.
No, you don't want that. You don't want that. Paleologos in the number 2 spot still. Braxton Kragenbring is 3rd. Carson Hall 4th. Rodriguez is 5th. And we'll go on down the top 10. Oh, dropping his hat over here. 6th spot is Kerry Owens. Travis Tucker 7th. Anthony Polakowski is 8th. William Barrett 9th. And Drew Embleton rounds out your top 10. There is your leader on screen. The 2-stroke, the whole shot, the sight lap. He got his money's worth on this one, boys. He said, I want maximum laps, and I'm going to do it. Flagger hanging out behind the tree. Right down the freeway, we will pick him up.
And a good ride from Paleologos to be able to get back around Krakenbring. So checking back in the Yamaha rider, falling back to that 3rd place spot. So
now look at that. They're all tied up. It's 1-2, 2-1 going into the 3rd moto for Weiss and Paleologos. So that was a championship run for Paleologos to get back up at least to that point to where he can just square off one-on-one, 1v1 next moto along with 38 of his buddies and sort this championship out. And we're about to sort it out right now. Jackson, take us home. Who do we got?
It's going to be the number 16 Husqvarna. Robert Wise going to take this one here in the 250C Junior 12-17 Limited class. Kyle Paleologo is going to try to hold on to this one. Just a few more corners to go there on that number 19 Yamaha. And the number 19 of Kyle Paleologo is going to get it done here in this one with a second. And Braxton Kragenbring going to round out our top three there on the number 30 Husqvarna. And now the number 59 Gas Machine checking in. That is going to be Carson Hall going to round out our fourth spot. Then in fifth we had Ryder Rodriguez on the number 55 Honda. So that is going to do us, folks, for the 250C Junior 12 to 17 class. Kerry Owing's going to get 6th in this one on the number 67. Travis Tucker checking in there in 7th on the number 79 machine. And there is your top 10. William Barrett going to check in that 8th. Travis Tucker in 7th. In 9th, we got Anthony Pawlowski. And then Drew Embleton going to round out our top 10 in this one. And we will toss things over here in just a second to Jason Wygant down on the podium.
And boom, we are ready for the first Muddy Moto of the day. It is shocking how clean this guy is, but part of that is because he grabbed that Stasic Holeshot Award, the pride of the Garden State. Goggles aren't even that bad, too. Let's hear it for Robert Weiss with the Moto win. Oh, my buddies back home, the Nash family, they are pumped on this one. He's been telling me for months, he's like, watch for Weiss, watch for Weiss. And it's a little revenge, man. You led a moto to the last lap. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
You got the revenge, man. You got to feel good about that.
Yeah, it feels awesome. I just got the whole shot and just started clicking off clean laps and trying not to go down.
How's the track for that much rain? I didn't think it was that bad. What do you think?
It definitely wasn't bad at all. There was some slick spots that could get you, but just had to be smart out there.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Weiss?
My mom, dad, Callahan MX School. We've been putting the work in. Factory Connection, Johnny Knowles of Scott Goggles, Focus X Gear, EK Heating and Cooling, Haynes Realty, Kurt Mayberry Home Improvements, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and everyone else that helps out. Thank you.
Robert Weiss, your gold medalist. Getting it done in the mud, but a surprisingly good track considering those conditions. I want to bring up our second place finisher. Second, yep. Let's bring Kyle on up. He finished up in second, and we're going to get the actual pronunciation from the actual athlete, and I'll give out the silver. And these guys really showed. It started out with the C class right in the first group in the mud, and they handled it no problem. All right, Kyle, instead of us butchering it, just give me the last name pronunciation so now we know.
Paleologos. Kellen had it right. Nobody else did, though.
There's a lot of things that Kellen's got right. Are you a Start Your Systems guy?
Yep, I play sim, and I know of them.
That's pretty cool. All right, Kyle Paleologos with second place. Let's hear it for him. I'm going to give this to you. Put that around your neck there, Kyle. They all love running the white gloves, man. That's the look these days. That's tough in a mud race. You got enough left in you for that? How'd you pull off this second place finish? Guys are going down all over the place. How'd it go for you?
Had a pretty okay start. I decided not to do the sight lap because I thought it would get too much mud on my bike, but I think it was a mistake because my gate was super muddy and I just did a lot of spinning. I got to the front pretty quick, like within 3 corners, and then was just riding behind the leader trying to be safe, setting up a pass, and I got a blast of roost going into the Ten Commandments and went over the bars a little bit, but I think I fell back to like 5th or 6th, made it back up to 2nd, and I was clicking off those laps. I know my speed, and I think I can do better.
All right, could go for the gold next time. Who do you want to thank, Kyle?
My whole family for all they do for me. Triangle Cycles for helping me through the mess that I just went through. Man, Answer Racing, 60 helmets, 100%. What is it? Monster Mountain, War Eagle MX, Shea Bentley, Kendall Mason, and everybody else. Thank you.
Kyle Paleologos finishes second. Awesome job. Looking for Braxton Kragenbring for third. Congrats, Kyle. And we'll bring up Braxton, who is our bronze medalist. And this guy was in a battle. Paleologos did go down there in the 10 Commandments, was able to fight back. Kragenbring was in the fight, and he ends up with the bronze. Come around front here. Braxton Kragenbring. Yeah, that was awesome, and you guys are battling to get there. Tell me about your moto.
It was rough, muddy, definitely muddy. Yeah, it was hard, but I wanted it. I wanted it real bad.
Hey, that's what you need sometimes. Who do you want to thank?
60, Mobius, Ethica, my family more than anything. My dad, my grandma, my grandpa, everyone at home. Thank you so much.
Braxton Kragenbring takes third. That's it. We got one moto in the mud underway. It wasn't even that bad. Let's send it back up.
All right, the real talent up here in the announcer's tower. We'll get it back on track. Top 10 finishers. Here is your 450B class. We're about to watch Jeremy Fapani and hopefully Liam Aloff square off. Got to get Liam off the gate. If he can get off the gate, he's proven he can run the pace. Fapani has had a good run so far. They were 1 and 2 in their respective moto last time. Third place finisher was Alvin Hillian out of Visalia, California. And we are just about ready to go. Fourth place was Wyatt Creighton. And the gate is down. And the riders are the Mad Dash. Look at that from the inside, the Honda rider. Holy cow, I don't know how he stayed up on two wheels. Or that KTM rider. He was flying from the inside. He wanted it. It's number 36, 36. That is JJ Kunkanen out of Washington. JJ going to see if he can literally make hay while this sun is shining. The 45, the number 66 or 56 in that number 2 spot. I feel like that was the 56. Did you see that, or was it?
Yes, it's the 56. It is the 56 KTM machine.
Yeah, that is Tommy Callow. Had a DNF in that first moto, so he's got some redemption on his mind. Where is the 75 of Fapani? And where is Liam Aloff, pardon me. Aloff on that 32 machine. There's the 56.
And Reese Clayson there on that number 45. He is up in the mix as well. That is your second place rider trying to make a move to the outside.
I saw that. That was the 56 from the inside. He did not let off, as Mike Burkeen. I saw that same thing. He came out of nowhere. That was sheer will, because you would have thought he would have let off. And I thought he was going to roll right into everybody. It was going to be a madhouse, but kept it on two wheels. The 56, like we said, I believe has a DNF. Callow does. He has a DNF in that first moto. So, again, redemption on his mind. Just about stalled at the purple gear. He is just laying some roost on everybody. Where is Aloff? Try to see if I can get a visual. Second place rider is the 45. Then you have the 43, the 9, the 32, the 94. Looking for Aloff and Fapani. There's Fapani, just comes past just inside the top 10. So he has got some work to do. Fapani, our first moto winner, and we are looking for Aloff. So it's Callow, Clayson, Kunkanen now. Alvin Hillian in the mix. There's Aloff in the number 4 spot on the 32 machine. So I would take that as a win if you're Liam Aloff and you're trying to beat the 75 and everyone else for that matter.
And speaking of number 75, he is going to check in 12th there on his KTM. That is Jeremy Fapani.
Wyatt McGrath, another name we called a lot yesterday. He finds himself in the 13th spot early.
Trying to figure these guys out. Aloff on that Yamaha. Should be the first Yamaha you see in the bunch. There's a Honda directly in front of him. Alvin Hillian, they square off in California quite often. There's the 56 and the 45. And you have Aloff on the far outside there, right on the edge, one rider off the track. That was the 36. The 56, pardon me. Is that Tommy Callow, our early race leader? Good Lord, what is happening right here?
I believe that is the number 32 of Liam Aloff there on that Yamaha machine, making up some ground.
Yeah, he's definitely made at least one pass that I can see here, but it is an absolute dogfight. As the 56, that is him, still Tommy Callow. Aloff now challenging for second as they come out of Storyland, or into the very end of Storyland, pardon me, and Aloff still back in third all over this racetrack. He is trying every line to get around that KTM rider directly in front of him. Or is that Hillian? My bad. I'm so sorry, guys. If you're watching at home, the Hillian clan. He blew right past him, I believe.
And he makes the pass there, going through the sand. Up and over the Rocky Mountain they go here in just a second.
Is that the visor hanging on the side of the helmet there?
Might have been some foam, I believe. It's foam on the top of the helmet there.
A little bit of mud defense.
Here's the 56 of Callow. Then you have Aloff hucking the big double now. And then the 45 of Reese Clayson.
How about that? Aloff not holding anything back here in this one.
Zayden Mason jumping up from 7th to about 5th. And Aloff is absolutely going for it. He knows what's at stake here. Going to try something right now on Tommy Callow. Callow can feel him on the inside, up and over the tunnel jump. Those dudes were sideways, never chopped the throttle, just kind of steered the bike with their legs there, and we head right to the billboards. It's Callow. They're crediting him with leading, but we can see firsthand that Aloff has made the pass, the 32. And Callow, a DNF in that first moto in the number 2 spot. Reese Clayson on the 45 KTM, I believe. There he is in 3rd. And Fapani comes through in 7th, so he's picked up some spots.
Yeah, Fapani on the move. Jadon Cooper on the number 9 finds himself back in the 5th place spot. That's where he was in Moto 1, so we'll see whether or not he's able to catch up at all. But he's got some fast company behind him, a 2:15 from Reese Wheaton just behind, and then Fapani, they're running a 2:13.
Look back in the number 15 spot. Alvin Hillian has fallen 12 spots in that one lap. We were calling him. I thought he was battling with Aloff, but unfortunately some bad luck besieged him, and now he finds himself in 15th, so he's got some work to do. 2:11 for Aloff. Remember the first lap in the C class? 2:13. Granted, the track is a little more sloppy, so I'm not saying they are faster than our B class, but the track has shown you that it's a little bit more intense, a little beat out. The mud's kind of got thrown around now, so the C class probably had the best track that's going to be for a little while anyway. 2:11 though for Liam Aloff, so he is the fastest rider on the racetrack. So
Aloff, they're taking a lot of different lines. He wasn't following. He's going from the outside to the inside, cutting into those ruts at the last second, avoiding the big braking bumps.
Maybe the 75. That was Fapani. I believe they were trying to catch up with. There he is. Fapani stuck under the bike, frantically trying to lift that thing back up. There it is.
And that is a tough spot to be in, just off the landing of that jump, trying to get the KTM fired back up.
He was already in 12th, comes up to 7th. Lap 3 here, he crashes. The bars look a little bit out of sorts there as well. So if you're Liam Aloff, it's good news in their camp. He wants to win straight up, I get it. But being in it.
Aloff almost going down in there as well. Got both feet off the pegs.
Got a little bit of a lead though. 2 seconds last time around. I believe it's a little larger than that as Aloff works his way over that tunnel jump. There is our early race leader, the 56 of Tommy Callow. Redemption ride for him, DNF in that first moto.
Will Campbell checking into the number 3 spot, only about 7 seconds behind Callow. And there's Jadon Cooper now moving into the 4th place spot.
Yeah, that whole crew of guys there, look at them, they're all moving up together. Cooper, Wheaton, and Stewart. Reese Clayson goes back. Fapani won't be in 8th this go around.
And Concannon bumps up into the 8th place spot. McGrath fighting hard there in 9th, with Riggins now checking into the top 10.
7 minutes 40 seconds to go here, so roughly 3 laps, one would guess. So let's see what Jeremy Fapani is made of. Can he make some miraculous run? He's got 7 minutes, about 3 laps to do it. There's the 45 going past us. That was Reese Clayson. And then you have the 36 of Concannon, Wyatt McGrath, entering into the 10 Commandments, that is.
And that is Cooper leading this freight train of riders you're seeing on screen, headed back into Storyland.
Yeah, this track is getting tough now. So these next couple of motos will be the rougher ones, and then it's going to get really good for like motos 4, 5, and 6. But man, it's deep now.
Yeah, as Wygant said this morning, it's got to get worse before it gets better.
100%, no doubt. Rider down, who do we have here? The 43. Oh, no.
That's
that was
Campbell.
Will Campbell. He was in a podium spot. Will Campbell down. The bike has picked up a bad habit. It's smoking. We don't advocate that. Jackson, what are you seeing there, man? What are you seeing, Jackson? Give me
Seeing the
something.
number 9, Jadon Cooper, coming through here over the Rocky Mountain, heading into that Polysport Pond Sand Sweeper.
Jadon Cooper, you're right. He just flew past us on the blue Yamaha on the number 9 machine. He's got a rider. I mean, he is right there. Reese Wheaton is putting some pressure on him like a used car salesman, man. Let's just do this. Sign on the dotted line. Let me make this pass.
I think that's actually Evan Stewart. I think Wheaton might have gone down because that is not a Kawasaki.
That is definitely number 95.
Yeah, so not sure what happened.
You're right, Evan Stewart now putting the pressure on him.
So where did Wheaton go?
I mean,
never saw that green fender go down. 50 shades of brown out here. Everybody got their own bit of dirt on there.
Not nearly as entertaining as 50 Shades of Gray, I know. It's 50 Shades of Brown here. All different colors of soil on these motorcycles.
So Liam Aloff, your leader there on the number 32. Tommy Callow sitting in second on the number 56. Jadon Cooper going to round out our podium as of right now. Evan Stewart moving up into that 4th spot. Reese Wheaton in the 5th spot now. Reese Clayson in the 6th. Will Campbell holding down 7th. In 8th is J.J. Kincannon.
You're about to have a change here. Maybe these guys all zigzagging through the 10 Commandments. The number 9 was struggling, Jadon Cooper. Look at that lap time put down by Liam Aloff, a 2:09. Everybody else 14s, 15s, and a 13 out there. Alvin Hillian is climbing, folks. He's back up to 9th. He's passed a few riders. He was in as high as 3rd on that first lap or so.
Checking in on that number 75, Fapani back in the number 12 spot still, so knocking on the door of a top 10, but going to be tough. He's got 2 fast riders in front of him, Seth Creedy and Logan Riggins. Both had solid laps that last time.
As we set our cameras back on the number 9 of Jadon Cooper.
Is that our Kawasaki rider we were looking for earlier?
That is Reese Wheaton.
There's the 9, though, of Jadon Cooper and Evan Stewart trying to get around him. There's Jadon again on the blue bike, the yellow plates. Evan right there with him. Stewart versus Cooper versus Wheaton.
Through the Rocky Mountain sand section they go, up and over this tabletop triple, whatever you want to call it.
Look out, he's going to chop throttle. Got a lap rider forcing a dab there. Oh, look at that on the inside. The 95 just made that look way easier than it was.
That
Holy
is
cow.
textbook right there. Just goes to show how much time they're able to save if they get a good run through that inside.
Yeah, the inside's a little suspect, but man, it looks good now. That's the hot line. Outside getting a little more whooped out. So Stewart will come around. He will leapfrog Jadon Cooper. This is moto number 2. Aloff with a 2 in that first moto, a 1 now. Fapani, our first moto winner, back in 12th. We expect him to move up a few spots. Alvin Hillian starting to climb up as well.
Aloff going to have a 14-second lead here in this one.
That's exactly what, I mean, this is the moto he wanted for sure.
Fapani now checking in inside the top 10.
Okay.
And
past a couple of riders that go around.
The 2 card is out in this one.
And we continue to watch the Yamaha, the number 9 of Cooper and Wheaton now. The 95 just ahead of him. Evan Stewart goes out of the screen to the left. Then you have your blue Yamaha, that is Cooper. And then Wheaton is back on the Kawasaki, the 34. Oh, jeez. Almost goes down. Just when in doubt, gas it out, and that's what he had to do.
And Zach, like you were talking earlier, you're really starting to see some of that hard base come up, especially there in the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, it's so funny to see that you've got the slick, loose dirt on top. Riders kind of fishtailing all over the place, but then as soon as they hit the bottom, the rear tire lights up and spins. And once again, you see Cooper having to fight through that. A lot of times it's those exits of the corner. You can see the roost just spraying off the back of the Yamaha.
A nice firm rut is your best friend right now. It'll keep you tracking as long as it's the right rut. Look at that, standing up the whole time. Kawasaki rider of Wheaton is on the charge. Looks like Alof kind of managing this thing now. He's got it to a 2:12, 14-second lead. Don't want to throw it away. He's sitting in a good spot now with Fapani having that rough moto. Whoa! There he is. There is our leader with the foam hanging off the helmet. The foam installer, they're going to have a meeting about that. There it is. It's flying, causing some drag coefficiency issues there, pulling him off to the right.
He must have been able to feel it. He was like, I guess I'm going to have to get in the lead now.
Yep.
Can't risk it.
And guys, he did get the white flag that time around, so one more lap here for Alof.
Next moto, 85 10-12 limited, I believe, will be next.
So Liam Alof coming out of Oak Hills, California. He's going to be riding for the NSA Rock River Yamaha Factory Racing Team, as well as the Monster Energy and Bell, making them proud here at Loretta Lynn's in the 450B limited class.
And this is no joke here. Olaf has really put on a dominant performance. Getting the start didn't hurt, but he has been able to make the most of it for sure.
Yeah, I think they're originally from Ohio, not necessarily him. I think they moved out to California, but they've got that mentality. His dad is a workman-like privateer from back in the day. Spent a lot of the years on the pro circuit. He's a firefighter back home, so it's just that blue collar, get it done, ain't nobody coming to save you mentality. So embrace the suck, as they say, and get after it.
And that is what he is doing here in Moto number 2 of this 450B limited, no doubt about it.
Probably doesn't have a lot of opportunities to even ride this kind of stuff way out west, so he's just a good dirt bike rider, hands down, no doubt. There is the 32, Liam Alof. Man, he has really turned into just something special.
We talked
Did not see this a few years ago when he was riding.
And we talked about it yesterday. As far as these conditions go, you need to embrace it. It's going to suck. Everybody's feeling the same way. Nobody's excited about it. But the number 32 says, you know what?
He might be. There's a few kids that we talked to that are like, yeah, he wanted to ride in the rain. That one kid that we talked to, when it started raining, he goes, let's go.
Some AP rain dances.
Yeah. Here we go, 450B limited. Liam Alof, couple of more turns to jump to go here, and he is going to be your winner. Liam Alof, the championship now coming into focus for the 32 with 2-1 moto scores. How high did Jeremy Fapani climb? He was in 8th last lap. A few more spots, and he might paint himself back into the picture. We'll see as we continue to watch the checker flag fly. Looking for the 56. There he is. Callow, good ride, buddy. DNF in the first moto. Strong moto finish there. I believe Evan Stewart should have been somewhere in this area here. Looking for the 95 of Stewart. There it is. Stewart will finish 3rd. So it's Alof, Callow, and Evan Stewart. 1, 2, and 3. Stewart passed 6 riders en route to that podium spot. Had to do some work. Jadon Cooper hanging tough in 4th. And Reese Wheaton has come across the stripe. He'll get a top 5 finish here in this second moto, 450B class. There's the top 10. That's how they all finished up. Looking for Fapani, I believe that may change. Nope, he comes through in the number 8 spot. So an 8-1 going into that 3rd and final moto.
All right, so that's going to do us here for the 450B limited, 85cc 10-12 limited up next, and then following that we'll have 250 Pro Sport and Schoolboy 1 12-17. We will turn things over to Jason Wygant down on the podium here in just a minute.
Check. There we go. We're back. Thanks, Jackson. We're down here at the podium. We're going to get Liam Alof on up here. They're a little muddy, but the good news is they're not nearly as tired because we've got perfect weather conditions. Honestly, now the temperature is not that bad. It's humid, but certainly not the worst we've seen at the ranch. And this is a big deal to get this moto win in the mud. The title can slip away very easily. He wasn't going to let it happen. Let's hear it for the gold medalist, Liam Alof. Hey, I'm wondering that moto right before you, it wasn't crazy bad, the mud. How much could you see? What did you know you're in for? Were you like able to have an idea of what this track was going to be like, or did you have to learn it as soon as you went out?
Yeah, I watched the moto before me. Didn't really do the justice of how good the track workers got this track after how much rain we got the last couple days. So obviously track's really technical, puddles in areas, it's super wet and soft in areas. So you got to be smart on those spots, but the spots you can charge, I charged. Got to the lead, got an okay start. Yeah, my mindset was just get to the lead, put down your laps, and then obviously go from there. We'll see what happens. It'll play out how it plays out.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good. Yes, they're very pumped. You do a lot of, are you California? A lot of California riding? So how familiar are you with this type of condition?
This is my second race in mud. Only the first one was in December last year, so I don't have much art in riding mud, so just tried my best.
That was good. All right, who do you want to thank, Liam?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to thank Mom, Dad, whole family, sister for filming, Jalen for helping out, cousins, uncles, aunts, grandparents, everyone else. Thank you. My family, National Sheriff's Association, Yamaha, Donnie Luce for letting me be a part of this team, Danny Luce for letting me be a part of this team, Jake for doing all the hard work he does, Ed for doing the hard work he does, Monster, Bell, 100%, Moose, Alpine Stars, ODI, Twin Air, VP, Dunlop, Budman for helping me on the bike, trying to get me as prepared as he can get for these types of conditions, and then Will Hahn for training me off the bike. Thank you, guys.
Liam Aloff, everybody. Yeah, that's a big one in this class. Bring up second place. Second place goes to Tommy Callow. Yeah, good job, man. What was it like out there?
Oh, it was good. Just tried to stay up. I was pretty stressed all the time, but I got off to a good start. I had last gate pick, but the inside gate was open, so I took that and I came out second and then just held my line.
Were you in shock when that gate was open?
Oh, yeah. I rolled around. I was like, oh, outside gate it is. And then the inside gate, I was like, oh, there it is. But,
that was great, Tommy. Who do you want to thank, man?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic, the dirt shop, Factory Connection, Black Diamond Graphics, Gut Seats, Fly Racing, Scott Goggles, and anyone else I forgot.
Tommy Callow, silver medal in 450B. And we'll take third place on up. We'll bring up our third place finisher, and looks like more bikes ready to go out for more sight laps coming up. Right there, yep. All right, so in a wild, muddy race, we have a tough time telling who's who out there. Evan Stewart takes third in 450B. Let's hear it for Evan. Wrestling a 450 around in the mud, right? You got a 450?
Yeah.
What was that like?
I think it kind of helps. I could just like lug it through the mud, and I didn't have to hold it wide open through all the turns, so it kind of helped.
Cool. So tell me about your race and how you were able to end up where you ended up, because class is pretty tough.
Yeah, there's a lot of fast kids out there. Unfortunately, the first moto, I DNF'd because my bike didn't start on the gate, so I got like a 39th gate pick, and I was on the outside, and I got good traction out of the gate, and I kind of just ripped, and I got a 10th place start, so it's pretty good.
Woo. All right, you got to be proud. You're pumped to be up here?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Evan?
My mom, my dad, Fox, Shift, Oakley, Moto Sandbox, the bakers at this Moto Sandbox, Kyle Cheeseman, all the kids that I've trained with there, Race Ready Customs, Husqvarna Canada, everyone that supported me back at home, and all the sponsors that helped me out. I'd like to thank you so much. I couldn't be here without you.
All right, let's hear it for our bronze medalist, Evan Stewart. There we go. Gate's going to drop. Take it away, boys.
Here we go. 85, 10 to 12. And it was Wyatt Thurman with the moto win last time we went racing. Nolan Ford was second, and we are up and running. Your third place finisher was the 99 of Wyatt Duff. 3 KTMs wide. Gonna figure out who got that hole shot. There you go. Nolan Ford out of Fairfield, California. Can Nolan hang on Pick the right lines because he is getting some heat right now from the number 20 machine.
Looks like Nolan did get...
Ford was a top 5 finisher for sure.
Hey, real quick, guys, I just tried to track down our whole shot winner in 450B. That is J.J. Kunkanen. Hold that, too. Let's hear it for our Stasic Whole Shot Award winner. Who do you want to thank, JJ?
The whole Farm 14 crew, Kevin for teaching me his ways, Tamer for keeping me locked down, and Baker Motorsports back home. They've done a lot for me, getting me here, and FXR, 100%, Dunlop, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, good job. Let's hear it for JJ. Thanks, guys.
You bet. Congratulations, JJ. Hey, how about that podium? 2 guys DNF'd the first moto, and they wound up on the box.
With the terrible gate picks.
Both of them. Terrible gate picks. 2 DNFs wound up on the box. Your winner, though, he needed that help, man. Put a couple guys between himself and Jeremy Fapani. So an interesting moto there in moto number 2 of that 450B. And how about Liam Olofs telling us on the podium he rode in the mud. This will now be his 2nd time. Pretty good rider all around. As we watch the opening stages here of 85, 10 to 12, Nolan Ford had the start. We're already battling it out here. Cannot read that number. Not happening. Number 12, perhaps?
Mies, I believe,
Corbin,
or Mez.
Braxton Mies.
You know, we are no stranger to Braxton Mies. These last couple motos, we've really seen him put in this work.
So the 15 of Mies is for sure in the number 2 spot. No, they're already coming around. They're a few spots back. There's our leader. Wow, he's got a very comfortable lead.
And I have gotten confirmation, guys, it is Braxton Mess. So I do want to...
Good to know.
Absolutely. Don't want to mess it up.
There it is. Darren Pine not messing around on the 58 machine. Darren Pine has such a comfortable lead. 5 seconds out front of our whole shot artist, Nolan Ford. Sawyer Geek in the number 3 spot. Chase Dashiell in the 4th spot. Braxton Mess 5th. Wyatt Duff 6th. Wyatt Thurman 7th. Tace Morgan 8th. Colt Martin 9th. Justin Schoof rounds out your top 10. Elliot Boshier will be a name we will talk about. He's in 13th. McCarty is 14th. Lackey and Gage Dunham back in 16th. So some of the players, even Maverick Gish, Alex Campigli back there in 19th. Look at that. Getting into it. No, you're in it, man. Phil Savino indulging in the cookies. Oh, it's just hospitality, bro. Greg Geisler brought him up here for you.
Threw him under the bus like that.
Darren coming into story.
No, nothing's off limits up here. Go ahead, man.
Darren Pine coming into Storyland looks like he is really putting the gap on Nolan. See if he can't just open it up just a little bit more coming out of it.
Yeah, it's a good point, Blake. I feel like once you get to a certain gap, you can kind of check up a little bit. A lot of these guys, that's the plan. I'm going to get out front, sprint for the first 2 or 3 laps, hopefully have enough of a gap that I can just maintain it and bring it home.
I know parents talk to their kids, but I bet those kids just go wide open all the way to the finish line. I don't know if they're advanced enough to even ride like that. Maybe that's why they're champions and I'm not. That's probably why they can actually do that. There's the number 18 of Geek, and he has Ford in his sights. Yeah, he's close. He's close enough for sure. Dashiell just behind. Whoa, pedaling through there. Oh, you can see the panic. The rider comes right back at him. And the number 18 of Geek might have just gotten passed by Dashiell, and he has.
What a good save there for Geek, though. We've seen how costly it can be when you do fall all the way over. So threw the outside leg off, but was still able to keep it running.
That might have been the 15 of Mies that we were watching. Is that, man? I just cannot see that.
Darren coming across the finish line right here with his 2nd place coming into Polysport Pond Sand Sweeper. See if he can't just keep that gap and just check out.
So it is the 44 of Nolan Ford, and then the 15 of Braxton Mies, I believe, has jumped up to the number 3 spot. So Nolan Ford has got a chase group coming. Ford grabbed that whole shot on the 44. There's Ford. He will come across for lap number 2, a 2:17, a 2:25 for Nolan Ford. So a 14-second lead, and it is Braxton Mies. He's coming, guys.
Yeah, the number 15, Braxton Mess, moving towards the front as he puts himself.
You're saying it, and I'm just not even hearing it. You're trying to help me.
I'm going to hold strong.
No, I appreciate it.
But, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Not messing around at all as he is continuing to push 5 seconds faster than Nolan Ford in 2nd place and only 2 seconds back. So be expecting the number 15 to be knocking on the door of 2nd.
Man, Darren Pine, there's nobody knocking on that Pine door right there. He is long gone. 14 seconds out front of Nolan Ford. and Mess is coming. Some tricky names. You got you want to say Geik, but it's Geek. Dashiell, Duff, Thurman.
One rider going off the side of the 10 Commandments. He was putting pressure on Geek. That might have been Dashiell.
Making some moves. Maverick Gish on the 97 has jumped to the number 10 spot. He has passed 8 riders in 2 laps. So we'll keep tabs on the 97 Husqvarna rider as Maverick climbing the ladder. There is Braxton Mess. Feet off the pegs. That's a patented technique here. There's the 18 just behind him, Sawyer Geek. Looking back at the 44 of Nolan Ford. Chance Hymas in here getting some PT. Back and forth, walking back and forth, getting that knee ready to go. He's loosening up. He wants his Pro Sport moto. He's been training for it. Can he go the distance, though? Can you go the distance in this Pro Sport moto? All right. He's talking third party, that third person. That's how I know you're serious.
Trusting the process, doing the training during the week.
Yep. Weege was doing some hip abductor stuff last night, 1 in the morning, watching the Ocho.
What are you talking about? He's been doing calf raises while he's calling the races all week.
Literally. Trying to get those calves like Wes Williams from Verb Moto, the biggest calves in the media game. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check out the Sheik. Wes Williams has the best calves in the game.
Darren Pine coming across the finish line with a 2:18, with Nolan Ford coming across with a 2:20. It's a 2-second faster with a 15-second gap right there. With Braxton Mess coming in at 2:22, just 2 seconds slower than his competitor, Nolan.
Let's see where our buddy, number 97, Maverick Gish, is going to come across the stripe as we watch the 15 of Braxton Mess do his thing. Wyatt Duff, a pair of Wyatts going at it for 6th and 7th. Wyatt on Wyatt crime here. Wyatt Duff, 99, the number 4 of Wyatt Thurman. They spell it with 2 T's. They're not messing around.
Now, if you remember, number 7, or number 4, who's in 7th place, Wyatt Thurman, did win that last moto. So he's got some work to do.
He does have some work, but he's got a buddy. He's got his buddy Wyatt, pair of Wyatts running 6th and 7th. Got some work to do. Thurman won that moto, you're saying. Comes in here with the number 4 on the bike. Number 1 is what he finished in that first moto. So Thurman, that's changing things up. That'll make it interesting in that 3rd and final moto. Darren Pine. Let's see how Darren finished in that first one. Pine. Oh, no, a DSQ. I'm not going to assume what that means. Normally that would mean a disqualify, but I'm not sure. Normally, I have no idea about that. So Darren Pine just out here. This is for really no points, if you will. He's going to have a DNF or DSQ for that first moto.
Well, this is the dark horse situation that we like to say.
Just like what we had last moto. We had 2 DNFs from their first moto on the podium, you know?
Absolutely, yeah. And these riders, they're kind of riding like they have nothing to lose, right?
No pressure. That probably helps, to be totally honest with you. I speak from no experience because I've never been in a situation where I was even potentially going to do well at all. The worst rider in my family, hands down, an embarrassment to the Kelly family.
I'm 10 years before him as Magic Mike.
Yeah, but you're 20 years before the movie. So,
more than that.
That's his math.
Lap number 4 just now coming across. And Darren Pine should still be out front. Nolan Ford, our whole shot artiste, in the number 2 spot. There he is. Only about 16 seconds. So you guys are right. I think he is managing that gap now at this point. Have a good program over to kind of settle the kid down.
And I've been impressed with the 44 of Nolan Ford. He was able to respond to the lap time from Mess and has consistently been able to run about a second or so faster the last 2 laps than Braxton Mess. So the number 15 kind of stalled out right now in that 3rd place spot.
In fact, the top 4 have all kind of settled in. This is about 5 minutes to go. This is when you'll see the movement, and the Wyatts are coming. 5th and 6th, they continue to go. Only a second and some change separating the 2 Wyatts, the 99 and the 4. The number 4 of Wyatt Thurman is trying to pick off as many riders as he can because he was our first moto winner, and he is trying to jump back into that championship picture, trying to photobomb those guys up front. What's up? Pine, Ford, and Mess. Gage Dunham has passed 5 riders. He's up to the number 11 spot.
Bowser, who's inside your top 5 in Moto 1, finds himself outside of the top 10 right now, just now in that 15th spot.
Now, I don't know if y'all remember, Wyatt Thurman was in 7th, and he's just moved up to himself to the just outside of the top 5.
Yep, he's passed a rider or 2. But you can see the lap times, they're all in that 26-25 range. So everybody pretty equally matched. Nobody really blazing it up with the exception of Darren Pine, who's probably backed it down a bit as he's managing a 16-second lead over Nolan Ford. That's a good little battle there. They're not backing it down right here on the screen. That is the number 4 of Wyatt Thurman, and I believe the 99 of Wyatt Duff.
So it does look like Wyatt Thurman did get the pass on Duff coming right outside of Storyland.
Polystand, Polyland, call it whatever you want, man. We just make stuff up.
The big pond.
The big old pond. There is the, just about running it. Oh, he almost goes down.
So that's the 96 of Dashiell and Thurman.
Yes, you're right. Thurman has passed up, and now he's pressuring Dashiell. All about that peer pressure, man. These kids are at that age where peer pressure is really a big thing.
Hey, man, you should race. That's what the cool kids are doing.
Yeah, you should let me buy you, man. Everybody else has let me do it. Goggles on the shoulder. Not good, man. You don't want to hold on to those things as long as you can. At least you didn't just chuck them out. Your dad's like, hey, man, those are $85. What are you doing? I'd be right back out there walking and finding those goggles. There he is, the number 99 of Duff. Has he already gotten around Dashiell? Believe that? Yeah, I think so. So the man on the move, Wyatt Duff, up to 4th. Wyatt Thurman trying to follow suit, but he is stuck back in the number 7 spot. Sawyer Geek has picked up a spot, or dropped a spot, in fact, to 6th. So the man on the move, Wyatt Duff. Now, can he track down Braxton Meese? Because Meese is turning the same lap time.
And Meese still is mess. And so,
good Lord, just hit me every time I say that. He is still a mess. So's my brain. It's a mess.
And talk about it. We saw the one rider with the goggles hanging off the arm. This is not the type of condition you want to have that in. Oh, one rider going for a ride there. Probably did the best thing could have been done.
Slow down. That's my motto. Anytime I'm on the track, I just need to slow down.
And that was the 96, so that is not somebody that wanted to throw it away. He's got a solid top 5 ride going on right now.
Dashiell was able to recover, not go down, not jam his knee. 1 minute and 36 seconds. I'm guessing the 2-lap board is absolutely out. Then the white flag is probably due here any moment for our leader, Darren Pine, who I believe, yep, there he is on the inside of the big sweeper, Darren Pine. Not really a factor as far as the championship, but just letting everybody know, bro, I got this under control. I am in control of this 85 10-12, although I think Duff's going to be right back at it. Well, 1 and a 4 is pretty strong.
And with the weather and the track conditions and everything that we expect to possibly see in the future, this is really turning into an exciting title fight.
Mess with like a 16th in that first moto, so a 16 and a 3. As we check back in with our leader, the number 58 of Darren Pine. Yellow flags are out for Darren. He has to kind of look up the racetrack, make sure it's safe wherever he's going, pick the right line. Way outside there. Go ahead.
Now, there is only one lap, but there's a lot of lap traffic out there right now, and this could be a big issue for Darren Pine and Nolan Ford. I know Darren does have a 22-second lead, but anything can happen in this last lap.
Yeah, it won't be as much about time. It'll just be about putting him. He has to ride a different line somewhere and then topples over.
But we talked about it. All it takes is that handlebar to dip down into the mud, get stuck, and especially here in these younger classes, the riders, sometimes they have a hard time pulling it out of the mud.
Well, they ride with blinders, too. They kind of look straight down, and just next thing you know, there's a rider in their line. So, not Darren Pine. I'm sure they've talked about this. Keep your eyes up, head on a swivel. Locate all the flaggers when you come out of a turn. Kind of spot those guys. Make sure the track's clear. Because once you get in a line, like they said, I think Kevin Wyndham or maybe Ryan Sipes said it, once you're in a rut for like 2 straightaways almost. So he's, you got to pick the right one.
Absolutely.
That little guy there having some problems.
Yep.
Cross-rutting, that would be me for sure.
And to go along with that, Malcolm Stewart even mentioned these riders, especially the ones out front, they're not able to take the lines that they want to a lot of times. They take the lines that they have to because they got lap traffic all around them.
You're absolutely right. Tucking it into that little left-hander, up and over the little single. Little look over at the crowd. He knows he's closed. Wyatt Duff, though, the man in charge of this championship, I believe, Pine with a disqualified. Mess with a 16th finish. Let's check in with a 44. Ford with a 2. So, all right, so a 2-2 for Nolan Ford. That's 4 points. And then Wyatt Duff will have a 1-4. That's 5. So things are going to be interesting with Ford and Wyatt Duff. Maybe Duff is able to make a pass. I don't think so. He had 14 seconds to try to make up on Braxton Mess. But that's it. The checker flag is out for Darren Pine. He's like,
Pine
where
time.
is everybody at? Yeah, it is your time, Darren Pine.
Still waiting to see. Oh, there was a little pump of the fist. I believe that might have been Nolan Ford coming across the line. We will wait to see. There it is. So the number 44 does claim second place, and he was pumped up to do it.
He should be. He knows what that means for the championship. 2-2s. He'll have a point advantage over Wyatt Duff should he come in the number 4 spot.
Looks like Braxton Mess did get the 3rd place, so running at your top 3.
So Mess going to hang on for that final podium spot. We'll see whether or not the 99 of Duff hangs on to 4th, and he does with a solid 2:29 on that last lap. And it looks to be the 96 of Chase Dashel that we expect to see next. And there it is. So Chase Dashel going to round out the top 5. Wyatt Duff grabbing 4th with Braxton Mess 3rd. Nolan Ford 2nd, and Darren Pine taking the win. We're going to send it down to Jason Wygant at the podium.
All right, I'm going to keep you right up there, Darren. Let's get you all set up. You need goggles, need a hat, anything like that. We've all been through the drill. Oh, the goggles are already sitting there waiting. You got special. Oh, yeah. Hey, Janolfi's got it dialed in for us down here. What you going to do, Lake Apacong? So let's talk about this. We were wondering how the littler bikes are doing in these conditions. No problems. These kids rode really well. Can't believe the track's turned out this good. And that leads to another gold medal. Let's hear it for Darren Pine. How was that one for you?
It was pretty good. I got the whole shot. Or I don't even know if I got the whole shot, but yeah, and then I just held the gas on pretty much. That's about it.
Yeah. Do you like riding in this kind of stuff?
Oh, yeah. Nothing better.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Darren?
My mom, my dad, TTMX Van Martin, JM Racing, John from JM Racing, Bees Moto Lab, Troy Lee Designs, Brandon from Bees Moto Lab, 100%, Kobe Gilsdorf, my practice mechanic, Gavin Player for always picking me up to go to training, Mika Metals, Luke from Troy Lee Designs, Dunlop, Blazing Gun Dogs, FMF, and yeah, I think that's everybody.
All right, Darren Pine, everybody, your gold medalist. And we're getting ready for Nolan Ford here. We'll bring up 2nd place. He's got the whole shot, and he's got the silver. Let's hear it for Nolan Ford. There you go. Come right over here, Nolan. We'll get you in the middle. First of all, that start's got to feel awesome in a muddy race.
Oh, yeah, best feeling ever.
Yep. How was the rest of the moto for you?
It was good. I felt like I had some pressure in the beginning, and then I also thought I had it at the end, but I guess it was just the lappers.
Okay, yeah, you survived it. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and grandparents watching from home, my whole family watching from home, the Hensons, 100%, 7, Lace Belt Co., Dunlop, my mechanic, TJ, Jeff, MX Clinic, my sisters, CP Racing Team, Craig Horn Motorsports, 707 Suspension, and everybody else. Thank you.
Braxton Mess, everyone. going to take third. That is Nolan Ford taking second. Congratulations, Nolan Ford. And we'll bring Braxton Mess on up for that third place spot. Sorry, I got to rush these podiums along. We have less time in the condensed formula. Come on up. No, you keep that, buddy. You're good. Yep. Thanks, Nolan. All right, great job by Nolan Ford there in second. Let's talk to our third place finisher, Braxton Mess. How was that moto?
Muddy.
Yeah. Were you actually looking forward to it, or are you like, man, I just got to get through this thing?
No, I was looking forward to that. I got a 16th in the first moto, so it was way better to come back.
Oh, yeah. What happened in Moto 1?
Fourth lap, I tipped over in the billboard corner and got stuck into my bike for 40 seconds.
Okay. Good to show everybody what you got here, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Braxton?
My mom, my dad, 100%, AEO Power Sports, Pro Circuit, Alpine Stars, Fast House Hot Wheels, Asterix, Dunlop, and everybody else, thank you.
All right, there it is, Braxton Mess. Third place. All right, we say congrats out to our podium, Pine, Nolan, and Mess, and that's going to do it. And this is going to be a big one up next.
Absolutely, Jason. This is a huge moto coming up right here. This is the second 250 Pro Sport moto going to the gate right now. Give you guys a rundown if you missed the first 250 Pro Sport moto a couple days ago, what exactly happened in that one. 10th in that one was the 14 machine of Matty Jorgensen. 9th was the 75 of Evan Ferry. 8th for Trevin Nelson on that 25 machine. 7th was Daxton Bennick on the 41. In 6th place, Parker Ross on the 12. 5th was Jaden Clough on the number 3 machine. In our top 4 positions there, we had 4th was Avery Long on the 76. 3rd place was Gavin Towers on the number 15 machine. 2nd for Mark Finnis on the 51. And your Moto 1 winner on the 29, Julian Beaumare. So strap in, folks. We are set to go racing here. 250 Pro Sport. Moto 2 coming up, and we're also bringing in Chance Hymas back in the tower with us here today. And excited to have Chance back here with us. How are we doing today, Chance?
Yeah, we're doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, getting ready to watch this fantastic 250 Pro Sport action. What do you think we're about to see?
Yeah, stoked to be here. Man, I feel like we're going to see some carnage, a lot of mud out there, a lot of different lines. So see who gets the start here. I feel like we might end up getting someone that wasn't even close in the first couple motos to get this. So we'll see.
Definitely could see a little bit of variance. All right, the revs are up and that gate is down as they fire into turn number 1. Stasic Holshot sliding through the first turn. Looks like we're going to see poking a nose out there. Looks like the 51 of Mark Finnis is alongside. And I think he has got that hole shot going down that second straightaway. Is that the 75 of Ferry trying to go for the lead?
So here it is, Little Red Dog trying to make moves early as he peeks to the inside. They're getting ready to make their way towards the 10 Commandments for the first time, and it is the 75 of Evan Ferry. Oh, up and over the front of the motorcycle. He was hot on that front brake, almost flipping entirely over.
Pretty remarkable save when all things are considered right there. It looks like he's still going to hold on to third spot, but it does give Finnis on the 51 machine the race lead, and he's going to have that clean air, which in these conditions, Chance, we know is always very important.
Absolutely. I mean, and two of the top guys, Bomer and Dax, both got horrible starts. So this is opening up the door for Mark and even some other guys to fight for the championship, get a couple moto wins. So yeah, it's looking interesting right now.
When you're Evan Ferry in that situation, you have a big moment like that after you're leading the race. What do you do after that to regroup? What you big save and trying to recover with the heart rate?
Yeah, it's tough that you got a heart race bike. You're out front. You're only a couple corners in, so you just want to go. But man, you got to recover really quick and just calm down and pull it back together.
Well, the fans are going crazy along the side there as they root on Mark Finnis, who's in the lead. And Kevin Kelly up here said Finnis almost laid it down coming out of Storyland. So he's trying to regroup and recover from that mistake of his own right. Everybody kind of sloshing around on this first lap as Finnis jumps into view here. We're looking back a little bit further. That's the 24 machine moving up into the 2 spot by the looks of it. Brad West going around the sand corner might have a move up the inside, though. That is going to be the 67, I believe, of Cody Williams trying to slice and dice his way in there as well. And that is allowing Finnis to get away.
Williams and West have gone back and forth a couple of times. As once again, we see the KTM slamming the door. Now another rider going to try to get around the Yamaha.
So a rider goes quickly from trying to make a pass to keep from getting past. And
yeah, that looks to be the 47 of Lux Turner. So just as you predicted, Chance, we're starting to see some guys that we didn't see in the first moto maybe do so hot, shining through in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. The mud opens up a door for a lot of people to run up front, especially in the mud. The start's really, really important. Track gets one lined, and there's only a few lines around the track to make passes. So yeah, it's opened up the door for a lot of guys.
So now as our riders are checking in, looks like Julian Bomer in the 9th place spot and Dax Bennick all the way back in 15th. So those two riders got their work cut out for them early here in this second 250 Pro Sport.
Yeah, well, Bennick yesterday said he struggled a lot, or 2 days ago, I should say, in this moto, struggled a lot with finding lines. I think he's going to struggle a little bit more today with trying to find lines. But fortunately for him, this is going to be our longest motos of the day. He's got to have a lot of time to try to make up all these passes. 15th spot, though, you're going to be coming from a ways back.
Yeah, it's tough, especially being this scenario. I mean, you're far back, and you can see the guys out front that you need to be beating. So you're trying to get through the traffic, but in the mud, it's hard to get going, and man, it's a tough situation to be in.
Obviously, we've had a few other classes already hit the track here and kind of lay out some lines. From your experience racing here at the ranch, how different are those lines compared to what you guys maybe normally train on? Obviously, wear it in a little bit differently, right? Oh, yeah. The race lines are always way different than the practice lines, I feel like. I mean, practice days, you're trying to make good lines to sweep open and cut back in. But out here, I mean, you have a lot of different skill levels out here. 42 bikes on a track at one time, so there's going to be a lot of different lines that you would never even think of forming on a practice track. So you almost have to just kind of go with the flow, and yeah, you figure it out along the way.
Chance, we are seeing some of the best amateur riders in the country right now, flailing around, feet hanging off the pegs. Are these guys just in a full sprint right now?
Oh, I would think so. I mean, you see some of these guys in that 6th, 7th, 8th position, and man, they're hustling, trying to get some clear track. I mean, it's easy. It's the easiest time to make passes when they're all in a bunch. I mean, when everyone starts spreading out, it gets tough. But I mean, Mark's looking kind of untouchable right now. He's starting to put a gap on Brad West, and yeah, he's trying to make a breakaway while he can.
Well, if you think back to our first 250 Pro Sport moto, Finnis came from a little ways back and passed a lot of the riders to get all the way to second. Oh, we got a rider down off the side of the track. That is Evan Ferry by the looks of it, taking his helmet off and trying to get it off his head. At least it looks like to be the 75 machine. He's not checking in on our leaderboard right now, so yeah, bummer deal there for Evan Ferry as he tries to get the helmet off. Not sure if he had a hard fall or something else maybe happened, but clearly struggling a little bit right there.
Yeah, something going on with Ferry's helmet. They're trying to get that buckle undone. Curious whether it could have been something where the helmet strap got pulled up super tight and almost got locked in. And that's tough luck. Evan Ferry had such a great start, and then things quickly started going downhill. And there we go, we're getting that helmet off of Ferry. And
yeah, looks pretty bummed by that situation. Not sure what exactly happened. I mean, Chance, usually it looks like he's maybe holding the side of his face or something, so have to imagine he probably landed on that helmet a little bit.
Smacked his head a little bit. I mean, it's a tough situation.
What I'm watching, boys, coming through, we got Julian Beaumer and Daxton Bennick together now in the 8th, 9th, 10th position or so back in Storyland. And they were side by side heading into it, so that's going to be another one to watch. Remember, Beaumer won the first moto in this class. Definitely not where he wants to be. And Bennick got around him as they come back out of Storyland. That's going to be interesting.
And it's not where Bennick wants to be either, obviously. He's won both of the Open Pro Sport motos to start his week. And another bad start in this 250 Pro Sport class, so he's got to get it figured out. What's going on in this class for Daxton Bennick hasn't been working for him just yet. And right now he's in a heated battle. We're looking at the 24 on your screen right there. That is still Brad West. And he is dealing with the pressure from Gavin Towers. So not sure where Lux Turner went. Looks like they both got around him and kind of dropped him. But Towers, he has got his eyes focused forward. He's trying to catch the 24 machine.
I'm trying to see. That actually might be Trevin Nelson, who was another one of the Yamaha riders I expected to see towards the front. Nelson had a solid run yesterday. So that was Gavin Towers. Nelson in the number 5 spot right now as Lux Turner makes a pass to move into 4th.
Oh, Brad with a little mistake there.
Yeah, Brad sliding out rear end around the corner there, and
he's still in front of him.
Looks like he was able to kind of use that outside line to keep just ahead there.
Shot a little bit. I'm sure it's a little muddy off that inside roller when you land.
So watching Two Yamahas coming into the 10 Commandments, and look at how deep that rut is heading into the first commandment. Chance, you can definitely tell us better than we can. What's the technique going off of that first lip?
I mean, it's tough. I mean, you're sliding, you're trying to find the line. You don't want to get cross-rutted, so I mean, you're trying to weight your pegs, trying to get as much traction as you can, but you almost have to just feet on the pegs and just as much balance as possible, especially when you start doubling through those things in the ruts.
I noticed our fourth place rider, Lux Turner, already without goggles. We still have 12 minutes of this motor to go, and he is starting to eat some roost. We also see Daxon Bennick. He was 7th at the end of this lap. He's now up to 6th. He's gotten around Cody Williams. Beaumer is trying to stick with him, but Daxon Bennick on the move right now. A 2:05 lap time last time by, was the fastest rider on the track, aside from our race leader, Finnis, who's still in that clean air out front pulling away.
And another rider I saw with vision issues, Jaden Clough on the Kawasaki. He's got the roll-off streamers behind him already. Tough luck for the Kawasaki rider who had a 5th in Moto 1. Currently shown all the way back in 20th, so not a great start for the number 3.
Now we get a look at Bennick on our screen here. So he's charging. He's trying to catch up to this little group of riders we got battling it out just ahead of him. There you saw the 25 of Trevin Nelson. He is still right behind Turner, and Turner's doing everything he can to not let Nelson or perhaps even Bennick get by him, because without those goggles, he is just going to be eating roost in those eyes without any goggles on.
And here we go, watching this Yamaha battle continue side by side as they're getting ready to come through the finish line. Towers, I think, is going to make the pass. And
yep,
I believe he did close it off there. So Towers makes the pass, but already the 34 or the 24 trying to make another move up the inside. West isn't finished yet.
Oh, and Towers goes to the outside, so West had to back out of the challenge, duck back to the inside. He's alongside. He's going to try to shut the door through the mechanics area. They crisscross lines again. Towers trying to square the corner off, and again, West with a little rear end slide, but Towers swings around that outside just like we saw West use the last lap, and he is able to get into second place there, Chance.
Yeah, Gavin taking a bad line in that mechanics area. You want to protect them insides, especially when these guys are slicing and dicing like they are. So, but I mean, he pulled it back and got the pass made, so yeah, good for him.
4 to 5 passes in a matter of 2 turns, as now we watch Gavin Towers put a couple of bike lanes between himself and West. And Chance, that's all it takes. One good drive through those 10 Commandments, and you can open up a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, absolutely. One little mistake, and it can ruin that whole pass through there. So you got to make sure you get the first couple doubles clean and get through them.
And talking about a little mistake, we just saw West not getting the drive coming up and out of that corner. The rear end was spinning, and now he's looking about half a second behind Towers.
Yeah, Gavin's putting on a charge right now. I mean, he's got 12-second gap pretty much to gap to Phineas. So I mean, I think if Gavin can keep up the pace, get a little closer, but man, Mark's still putting down some good times.
Yeah, hopefully for Towers in this situation, finally out of chasing someone, a little bit of clean air might help him, like we've seen with Finnis getting out front, nobody in front of him, so you're able to choose your own lines, choose your own options, and not get stuck following somebody. We take a look here at Daxon Bennick. I just saw he was almost, and then the 24 of West just laid it down at a 3rd spot, so here comes that entire train we were just watching. They're going by. West is going to slide back to 6th. Bennick had almost gotten Trevin Nelson as we went into the Commandments, and then he almost went off the side of the track, was able to rejoin, still in 6th place, which is now obviously 5th place because we just lost West out of 3rd.
And Kellen, we say it all the time, style points given out here in this pro class. I'm not seeing a ton of it today, just wide open, no feet, one hand, whatever it takes. These guys are rolling out here.
Yeah, we are in full send mode right now. These guys are doing everything they can to get any sort of clear track, staying out of the mud. Oh, see, Gavin caught some of the slop right there, but in this sand sweeper, they're going clear to the berm, cutting across the mud. I mean, they're doing everything they can.
Well, Chance, these guys didn't get a chance to race at all yesterday. Neither pro sport class went. So how do you feel going into a day like this after a full day off? I'd imagine the adrenaline is spiked, right?
Yeah, I'm sure the adrenaline spiked, especially waiting around all day yesterday. I mean, I would feel like some of these guys are ready to go. I mean, they had a full rest day and should be ready to rip.
Hey, guys, another name worth mentioning. Matty Jorgensen now moves into the 7th place spot. He was outside the top 10 last time I saw him. So the number 14 trying to make moves. He's catching up to the back of the number 41.
Yeah, another guy, Parker Ross, he also got a bad start, but looks like he's come through the pack finally in that 8th place spot, making it in the top 10. So looks like he's starting to make some passes.
Wow, so Brad West had actually gotten back around Bennick, then he just jumped off the track in the Commandments the same way Bennick had a lap before, and Bennick went back by. We're still watching the 15 of Gavin Towers. First time in clean air. He does go a little bit faster than Finnis, not too much faster though, only about a half a second in the end, and then Finnis has got that 11-second lead with 8 minutes to go. So I think Finnis now realizes the situation he's in. He might be managing a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm sure Finnis is cleanest bike on the track right now, so looks like he's got some good lines going, and I mean he's I mean, he's been out front the whole time, so I'm sure he's feeling good right now.
And watching Gavin Towers, kind of lone soldier out there at the moment. Nobody immediately in front or behind him. But we've got probably 40 different riders that want to try to change that as Lux Turner, Trevin Nelson, Brad West, and the rest of this 250 Pro Sport try to take down Mark Finnis and Gavin Towers.
Yeah, it seems like Bennick has maybe closed back up onto that battle that we have for third place as Lux Turner is still trying to keep Trevin Nelson behind him. Just saw Bennick launching into the sand right behind these guys. As there is our race leader, Mark Finnis. We have not looked at him too much out front. He is in cruise control a little bit here, 2:05.8, so he's kind of weaving through some lap traffic. He is looking really solid, though, on that 51 gas.
Yeah, Finnis doing exactly what he was wanting to do, getting out front early and making the most of clean track, and probably got a whole lot more roll-offs or tear-offs or whatever than the rest of his competition, and he knows it, as just kind of tiptoeing his way through around it. And chancing conditions like these we talked about, you got to find the balance between pushing hard and then riding too much on that edge, because one small mistake we've seen can bite you out here.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys experience it. I mean, you can pushing a little too hard in the mud. I mean, you can lay the bike down. You almost have to be kind of on that cushion to where you're going hard, but you can't go too hard. You gotta have a lot of balance on the bike and get through these ruts and be smart. So looks like these guys are starting to settle into a pace, but and Dax is doing everything he can not to follow these guys, staying out of the roost.
Yeah, inside line into the commandments, and it looks like Bennick was able to get around Nelson into fourth. He is all over Lux Turner for third place as they're working their way back towards Storyland. They're not too far behind Towers still, so Bennick has got his eyes forward. I think he wants to try to get all the way to second, and he might have just made that pass on Turner as we head to Storyland.
I'm pretty sure he did make the pass, and I'm pretty sure he was able to catch a glimpse of Towers right as he made his way into Storyland. So Daxton Bennick, the man on the move right now, the number 41's headed towards the front.
So Daxton Bennick, like you said, on that 41 machine. And look at Trevin Nelson, man. He is still all over Lux Turner trying to get around the 47. He has been on him for the last 4 or 5 laps trying to make that pass. And then Turner, of course, he might have to back off Bennick here a little bit so he doesn't get roosted in the face, as those goggles have been off for a while. And now look at that, right away Nelson around the outside through that sand section, able to get around Turner. So Nelson saw Bennick do exactly what he's been trying to do for the last few laps, get around Lux Turner, and he thought, okay, now it's really time to go. I got to wake it up and make this pass.
Yeah, Nelson clearly able to see the number 41's headed towards the front. He wants to link onto the back of him, see if he can just pace off the back of the Star Yamaha. And we know that Nelson's got what it takes to be on the podium as well, as they get ready to make their way through the finish line for another lap. Finnis checking in with a 2:07, and that's consistent. Solid lap times. Chance, like you said, they're definitely settling into a race pace here.
Yeah, especially Dax. I mean, he's the fastest guy on the track by, he's 2:03, other guys are 2:06, 2:07, so Dax is moving right now. I mean, Nelson needs to lock on while you can still see Dax, but yeah, Dax he's ripping right now.
A little bit of an update on Julian Beaumer, who was at one point with Daxton Bennick. He has had some issues. He's dropped all the way down to 20th place, so not sure if we've seen a couple crashes or something like that out of Beaumer, but not the moto he was expecting for our Moto 1 winner here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like also Matty Jorgensen, Parker Ross, looks like they're coming through the pack together. They've got a couple positions, each of them, so can't really see them on the track, but looks like, according to the timing, they're coming through together.
All right, Daxton Bennick is slowly but surely starting to reel in Gavin Towers for this 2 spot as they head to Storyland. You see Mark Finnis now in Storyland on our screen working through some lap traffic. Unfortunately, rider down right there, but definitely looks like Bennick, I should say, starting to eat that gap down to Towers. And as you said, 2:03 last time by. He is our fastest rider on the track, and it's not really close either. He is absolutely moving.
Right, absolutely, but the only thing Dax has against him is he only has 4 minutes left, so it's going to be tough. I mean, Mark's looking pretty solid right now, but it looks like Dax is going to need a big mistake from him and Gavin to get past him.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for Finnis because remember, he was second in the first moto. If he's able to win this moto, you factor in the fact that Bennick was 7th in the first moto. It sets you up really well for that final moto to not need to win it to still win the title.
Yeah, Finnis is going in with a 2-1 currently, so he's got this in command right now.
And I think this is the battle on screen we're seeing for second place. Dax Bennick has tracked down the number 15 at Gavin Towers, and he wants to make a move. Now we see Bennick try to go to the inside. They almost come together. That was, talk about a crisscross, as Bennick, Gavin Towers knows he's there now, if he didn't already.
So now the question really for Towers is, can he pick his pace back up to what he was doing a little bit earlier on to match what Bennick has been doing to get to him in the first place? So this guy's not able to get that triple right there. Chance, what are you seeing out of Daxton Bennick? Is there any spot that he looks a little bit better right now?
Yeah, I mean, Dax is on attack mode right now. You can see Gavin's he's maybe looking like he's trying to survive a little bit, but also he's focusing on what Dax is doing right now. So, I mean, Gavin needs to focus on going forward, and that's all Dax has been doing this whole mode. I mean, you can see Dax is switching up lines. He's not following. He's wide open. So, yeah, Gavin needs to get going forward. He's kind of in survival mode right now.
And much easier said than done. Focusing forward when you've got the 41 banging on the door right there. Towers, I think that was a good line headed into the commandments. We'll see whether or not Bennick's got a hot line. He's able to triple out. And does he force the issue? There it is. I think this is going to be the pass for the lead. Standing up through majority of that turn. Towers tries to remount a charge, but that's going to do it. Daxton Bennick takes over second.
Yeah, Bennick with a nice move right there. I saw him a few laps in a row starting to bust that triple, leaving the commandments as he rolls in and 2-2-2-3 all the way through there. And that's the first rider I've seen busting that triple out in these conditions, Chance. That is really a big line.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it right now, it's complete slop right now. Ruts from left to right. So, yeah, if you can start getting some of those triples down and start getting some of the bigger jumps you can do when the track's drier, I mean, you're going to be putting a couple seconds down each lap.
2-lap card has gone out already, so we're about to see the white flag this time by as Mark Finnis rolls over the Rocky Mountain just in our camera view there. Now, if you're Gavin Towers right here and you see Bennett go by, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to see with him ahead of you now?
Man, I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, but you need to latch on and try to follow him through. I mean, obviously Dax, he knows Dax has come through the pack and is the fastest one, so he just needs to latch on, find some of the lines that Dax is doing, and yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think Towers has got to make sure he stays on this podium because you guys, a Chance, I'm sure you can talk about this. He probably knows, hey, Dax didn't have the best first moto, so yeah, he might be in front of me right now, but that's not who the championship fight is immediately. Dax getting 8th in Moto 1. Gavin able to pull off a 3rd there, and Finesse trying to capitalize from a 2nd in Moto 1 to a 1st here in Moto 2.
Yeah, and also Gavin needs to not make too many mistakes because Nelson isn't very far back. So if Gavin wants any shot of this title, he needs to stay in 3rd.
Yeah, Trevor Nelson has just kind of quietly been hanging out in the background while those two started battling for 2nd place. And now, like you say, the opportunity is knocking on this final lap to maybe make a little sneak attack on the last lap and kind of catch Gavin Towers napping and get on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going for it. It's tough in these conditions. Like, you want to go as fast as you can, but the mud's definitely a game changer.
Now, of this group of riders, I'm not sure how well tuned you are with this current crop, but is this what you expected to see from this group in terms of these conditions? Is this looking like your favorite mud riders shining through here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's a lot of guys that I feel like should be farther up front that had some bad starts, but I mean, I kind of figured Dax would be really strong right now. I mean, even Mark, Gavin, and a lot of these guys that raced last year, so they were all good last year. I would assume they would be even better. So, yeah, they're all kind of doing what I expected.
All right, there is our leader, Mark Finnis, working the final lap, hanging off the back of that gas one final time. He's going to bring us over that Rocky Mountain. You can see Bennick, he's still charging all the way to the flag here, trying to get it as close as possible, but Finesse had just enough of a gap, it looks like, to be able to cruise this thing home. A couple riders down in the sand sweeper, the Thor sand sweeper right here, as Finesse goes by our window on the final lap. And Mark Finesse looks like he's going to pick up this win, Zach.
Yeah, no, Mark Finesse getting the job done as he makes his way towards the finish line for the final time. 250 Pro Sport Moto 2 going to go to the number 51 of Mark Finesse getting the job done. And thought that was him coming towards the checker flag. I had it all timed out, but I was wrong. There is the clean number 51 coming across the line and grabbing the win. And Chance, that I feel like if you're somebody like Daxton Bennick after that kind of start, you got to be satisfied with working all the way back to 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm sure he's a little bit bummed because he saw the win right there. But man, starting that far back and getting up to being that close, I mean, that's something to be proud of, I'd say.
Now, you go back to the hauler after this one, Chance. You see Bennick late in the moto. He's running 2:04s. He's going a lot faster late in this race like we see here. What is the debrief like after this? Just all about the start, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I mean, his race was over at the start. That's pretty much how it goes. So I'm sure they're going to go back, and I'm sure they had some guys taking some videos and figure out what's going on. So, yeah, I'm sure he's going to go back and focus on those starts and, yeah, get it good for Open Pro.
All right, 250 Pro Sport Moto 2 wrapping up here. Here's your top 10. Mark Finnis takes the win from Daxton Bennett. Gavin Towers rounds out our podium. Trevin Nelson and Parker Ross inside the top 5 with Lux Turner, Matty Jorgensen, Avery Long, Cody Williams, and Noah Smurden getting up into the top 10 there on the last lap. Looks like Brad West, unfortunately, had a bad last lap. Not sure if he went down or not, but fell out of the top 10 late after battling in the mix the whole time.
And I think that's going to do it from up here down at the tower. I think we're going to send it down to Jason Wygant standing by with your podium.
All right, let's get this show going. And this was so clutch. This might be the most coveted class of the week. Great in Moto 1, even better in Moto 2, taking a massive step toward trying to win maybe the most coveted championship you'll have this week in pro sport. So let's bring up the 51. And he earned it, man. He rode incredible in the dry and then even better here in the mud. All right, let's bring up the 51. Huge for Mark Finnis. They are going crazy down here, and that's what you want to see. I mean, this is a massive moto win. Look, you've always had speed. I know you're not afraid to jump. This year you're showing fitness. You're showing you can get it done in the mud. You're ready.
Oh, yeah, dude. I assumed that it was raining, and it was raining this morning. I was like, oh, this is going to be a fun time because I love playing in the mud. And I did something special off the start that I can't tell you guys.
It worked.
It worked. That was the first good start I got, and it was a whole shot. And then Ferry passed me back pretty quick, and then he, like, nose-picked into the commandments, and it was just – I had a pretty big gap on, like, the first 2 laps, and then I just, like, chilled, like, backed it down quite a bit. Probably shouldn't have done that because I kind of want to crush these guys' souls a little bit. But, you know, a win is a win.
It's still a gold. And points-wise, man, you get a big lead, too. You got to feel good about that.
Oh, yeah. I'm the 2-1. I don't know what anyone else finished, but I feel pretty good coming into the next moto.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Mark?
Mom, my dad, KTM, Gas, Mark and Jeremy from AEO, Club MX, everyone from Club MX been really putting in the work that in South Carolina, Brandon Haas, Hayden, Ross, Ben, everyone there, big thank you to them. Fly Racing, Dunlop, FMF, Twisted Motors, and everyone else that backs me up, and especially the boys that came from Illinois to come watch me race.
Mark Finnis, everybody. Wow. Not many podiums I can remember here at Loretta's where I can't hear myself. That's how fired up these people are. I want to bring up the second place finisher, and he earned that one, man. In the muddy conditions, had to make some passes, and great line choices, man, to make those moves. Let's bring up our second place finisher. And still a shot at the title if things would have bounced the right way. All right, we're looking for our number 2 man. Well, this is quite a comeback here. I mean, way back out of the top 10 to make this thing happen. First moto wasn't what he wanted, I think, so points are still going to be tough as far as winning the championship. This guy's getting cleaned up after a pretty gnarly mud race. This has definitely reached that time already, kind of early to get in this point where everything's sticking to the bikes and the riders. What a comeback. Let's hear it for Dax Bennett. Well, the one thing you don't want to do in these conditions is have to come through the pack, but that's what you had to do.
Yeah, and we weren't sure on the start. You know, it was tricky. Didn't have a great gate pick, and I came out pretty buried, so I had to put my head down and charge. And, yeah, I descended the whole moto, and I felt really good. I cut that gap a lot, so, yeah, I'm happy with my riding.
Moto 1 in this class was tough on you. What was the issue there? Because you've been great in every moto except that one this week.
Yeah, I just had some arm problems and not great sleep. But, yeah, we had to rebound, and feel like the best I felt on the bike was today. So, yeah, I'm ready for the next moto.
You never know. Moto 3 could still be in it. Who do you want to thank?
The Lord Jesus Christ, my dad, my whole family, my mechanic, Morgan, Georgie, Swanee out here, Biggs, my agent, and, yeah, everyone, the whole Star Racing Yamaha team back home watching. Thank you very much, and, yeah, we're going to get it done.
All right, there it is. Dax Bennett, second place. And looking for Gavin Towers, who takes third. And he made some passes as well to get there. Here comes Gavin. It's some great battling. Him and Brad West really going at it for a second early in this moto. He will end up in third. Let's hear it for Gavin Towers. You got any Western PA mud races in your time?
Yeah, but for the most part, we've been on the West Coast for the last better part of the 2 years since I got on big bikes, and but you never forget your roots. Racing up at Steel City before it shut down at High Point, I'm pretty sure the only weekend out of the year that those tracks ever were dry was for the Pro Nationals. So we got used to that. Pumped with that ride, but dang, I wish I would have held on to the second place just for, that one extra point against Mark, but it is what it is. Pressure's more going to be on him for this one, so sitting with a little bit 3 versus 2 or 6 points. So see how it shakes out, get a good start. Yeah, but those guys are riding awesome. He got a good hole shot, got clean air, but just dug deep. I mean, that track is brutal. It's not, everything's pretty deep. You can get through it pretty good, but you get to those 10 commandments, and I swear you just lock up. So, but all in all, great ride. We're back up on the podium, which is awesome. So I just want we want the gold. So, but another podium's good.
Who do you want to thank, Gavin?
I thank my sister Sydney, the whole NSA Yamaha team, everybody over there, my mechanic Carter, Dan, Jake, everybody over there, my trainer Swanee and Jeannie, keep me fit. 100% goggles, keeping the vision clear. Dunlop tires hooking up great. Just everybody, Moose, Parts Unlimited, Monster Mike, can't thank them enough. Just there's a whole village behind us, and I'm super stoked to finish out the week strong.
Gavin Towers. Thanks, guys.
Sounds like the gate is down, and we are rolling here on Schoolboy 112-17 BC. One of the better sounding and smelling classes out here at Loretta's. And there it is, no shocker. Tiger Wood, the number 43, going to grab the whole shot.
Yeah, Moto 1 winner, Tiger Wood. I mean, he's looked good all week, so no surprise of him being out front. Got a little pile up here in second corner, third corner.
Little. That looks a little bigger than little, but yeah, a couple guys stacked up together, unfortunately, so they're going to try to get their motos turned around and get righted. But Tiger Wood off to the early lead is working through the commandments, everybody trying to find their way through. So Tiger Wood has the early lead. It looks like it's the 57 ride right behind him. That is Justin Turner just behind him.
And so Tiger Wood, I mean, just absolutely having a great week right now. The number 43 been feeling solid, and this is the time to get the start.
Absolutely. I mean, he's trying to break away right now while everyone's fighting for position. So, yeah, he's doing exactly what he needs to do.
And I'm curious to see, I'm sure there will be at least one of the front runners that, look at there. That's what we were talking about. You push just a little too hard, a little more than the track's willing to give. And that rider goes down. That's going to be the number 57 there of Justin Turner grabbing a 4th in race 1. And so going to have to remount the charge and talk about a great time to get the start, but not the great time to go down on that first lap as riders were going around him left and right.
Yeah, too many guys bunched to have to go down the first lap. Unfortunately, I have way too much experience doing that. So
taking a look, trying to see who that was in second place. That might have been the number 9 of Robbins.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Tiger Wood and Clark Robbins both have had a few battles already this week at the ranch, and now Robbins has got to do the chasing when Wood was earlier this week doing a little bit of chasing to run down Clark Robbins, and they've already opened up a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. So this might be the 2-rider battle we're going to see out front the rest of this one.
And I think this might be the 2 riders that are able to battle one another. Austin Schaefer now checking in the 3rd place spot as we see out the window a couple of riders going off the side of the jump just after the finish line. All it takes is one rider inside the top 10 to go down. Next thing you know, we got 30 riders going every which way as we are watching the field go through the Yamaha mechanics areas. Tiger Wood leading the way, Clark Robbins in 2nd. Austin Schaefer holds down 3rd with Cody Harrington and Thor Powell rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, it was the 5 of Landon Hartz that went down on the triple jump just after the finish line. So he, not sure if he got kicked sideways or whatever, but he was laying on the landing of that triple jump in a pretty awkward position.
Yeah, it looks really slick going up that. I'm sure these guys are fighting for traction out there, and I'm sure these guys are on the gas trying to go up that thing. So it's a little bit of a sketchy scenario right there.
Now, Chance, technique-wise, off the start, we see Wood get the whole shot here. How much different is the technique for trying to get a start in the mud versus just a start regularly?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I don't know how it is on a 125, but on a 250, you're fighting for throttle control. You're trying to make sure you're not spinning too much off the gate. I mean, once you get out there, you're off the back of that thing trying to get as much traction as possible. So trying to be as light as you can on the bike. But man, Tiger nailed that start. I mean, but it looks like Clark Robbins is keeping him in touch, though. He's not letting him get away too fast.
And that's an interesting point that you bring up as far as the conditions of the start. There was standing water in all of those ruts earlier today, but now most of the slop and the loose soil has been tossed out, and it's actually really hard packed on that start.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure some of these guys are even sitting a little bit farther back on their seat, trying to get more traction, more weight on the back of that thing. So, I mean, where Tiger's probably, he's a little bit smaller of a kid, I'm sure he's probably off the back of that thing a little bit farther than usual, but I mean, he nailed it, so.
And right now, Tiger Wood holding on to about maybe about a second or so over Clark Robbins. Robbins kind of yo-yoing back and forth. He'll catch up in one section, and then it's not a matter of if you're going to make a mistake. It's when and how costly that mistake is. And right now, Tiger Wood doing the best job of managing so far as he checks in for his first full lap.
It's still early on in this one, Chance, but we talked earlier in a few motos before this about following versus leading in these types of battles. In these conditions, it might change, but do you want to be in Clark Robbins' position here where you can see what the leader ahead of you is doing?
Yes, I would say. I mean, obviously, you always want to be out front and be in command, but, I mean, he can, if Tiger's taking any bad lines and Clark finds him, I mean, he has the upper hand right there, so it's a catch-22 right there. I mean, obviously, you want to be out front leading, but I mean, that kind of gives you an opportunity to find some better lines if Tiger's not taking them.
And that might be exactly what Robbins is trying to do. He runs a 2:08.335 compared to the 2:08.618 of Tiger Woods. So he's looking around saying, hey, you went a little too far outside there, a little too far inside there. And maybe in the next lap or two, we see Robbins try to catch up and make a move.
Yeah, it looks, and it also gives Clark an opportunity to search for lines. I mean, it looks like he's lost a little bit of ground searching for lines, but, I mean, he's going outside here, going inside there. He's trying to switch it up and look for some faster lines.
Now, on the flip side, when you're Wood in the lead in this situation, it's the first time you've seen this track all day. Obviously, it's broken down quite a bit already. You know, what is it that you do when you're looking for lines? Is it just trying to hit the same one that you feel comfortable with lap after lap, or do you go searching around as well?
Yeah, I mean, you try to look for as many lines as possible on that side lap, but generally, if you're in a bad line, the first couple laps, you want to move around, but you don't want to move around too much to where you're losing a lot of time, but it looks like Tiger might have made a little mistake, and Clark's right on him, though.
Yeah, we're watching this battle right now. I believe still for third as Harrington, or actually this is for fourth, excuse me. Harrington has Cade Johnson right behind him on that Yamaha, the number 17 ride behind the 64. But out front, the battle for the lead is starting to brew as we head into the Polysport Pond. Tiger Wood just made a little bit of a bobble, and Clark Robbins is trying to use the wide line to get to the inside before the finish line. No, it's not on the screen, but Robbins down the inside may have just made that pass, and he got him.
Wow, what a line there from Robbins, absolutely railing the inside line just before the finish line and makes the pass on Tiger Wood. And so Tiger Wood now has to figure out a way back around whether it was better to be leading or following. They're both going to try each position out right now as Clark Robbins is out front and already puts a couple of bike lanes between him and Tiger Wood.
Well, now, like you say, those roles reverse. If you're Wood in this situation, you start trying to learn what Robbins was doing to actually get to you in the first place and actually make that pass happen.
Right.
So now he gets to learn and figure it out.
Yeah, he's got to find some different lines, or he's just got to latch on to Robbins and just figure out what he's doing, because obviously Robbins is the fastest guy on the track right now by almost a full 2 seconds. So yeah, Tiger's got to figure out some lines.
And hey guys, I'm going to jump in real quick. For those of you on site, we do have an update as far as the schedule goes. We're on race 23 right now. We're going to run all the way through race 29. So we've got senior 45 plus on the line, 250C limited, Schoolboy 2 BC, girls 65 10 to 11, and Super Mini 2. We're going to run you guys right down the line today all the way to race 29. Then we're going to have those micro sight laps, and then we will start things off with the Micro E class, then Micro 2, Micro 3, and finally Micro 1, the Shaft Drive Limited. And that will round out everything today. Now, if we have time, we're rolling through these things as quick as we can. If we are possibly able to, we would start the third motos today. So race number 1, Vet 30 Plus, 450B, 125C, and 85 10 to 12. You guys need to be paying close attention to us all day long as far as the broadcast go. That way we'll let you know how we're looking schedule-wise. But time permitting, we would be willing to start third motos today. But we're running straight through all the way to race 29, then the micro sight laps, and then we're busting off the micro races after that.
Yeah, you definitely need to pay attention because these races are coming out as hot and heavy today. You know, that Pro Sport Moto was our longest one of the day, but we're firing these gates off. We're getting those sight laps done really quickly, so keep an eye on the schedule as it moves along.
Absolutely. And hey, I want to have a point out there. The number 36, Austin Schaefer, having a quietly good ride, still maintaining that third place spot, running a 2:08.3. So he's right there in the mix as far as the lap times go, with Cade Johnson about 6 seconds behind him in fourth place.
Well, we talked about Tiger Wood being able to do a little bit of following on Clark Robbins here, but now Robbins is almost too far away for Wood to even learn anything from Clark Robbins out front right there, Chance. So maybe Robbins knew that was the situation and tried to get a gap so that Tiger Wood couldn't figure anything out.
Yeah, I mean, Tiger needed to latch on fast, but man, Clark is looking really good right now. Lines are good. Doesn't look like he's taking too many risks. He's just really smooth. And yeah, he's putting laps down right now. He's in a good groove, and yeah, putting a gap on Tiger.
And in conditions like these, it almost sounds corny to say, but smooth is fast. As we've seen one rider get a little off balance, the back end kicks out, and that can absolutely derail an entire corner, even in a section. So right now, Robbins really smooth, steady, and pulling away from Tiger Wood right now.
Hey, good call right there, Zach, on Schaefer moving up in the 3 spot because he just laid down a 2:07, and Johnson still behind him is in the 2:06s now. Tiger Wood had a pretty bad lap last time by in the 2:10.2 range, so keep an eye out because it might not be long before Schaefer, Johnson, and the rest of the field also get up to Tiger Wood in a battle for second.
And as they make their way into Storyland, Schaefer's got sights of the number 43, so he can see that he is catching up to the back of Tiger Wood. And just looking at the body language of Wood, it looks like something has changed up. I'm not sure whether it's the bike, but it just doesn't seem to be attacking like he was early in this.
Yeah, it looks like it almost looked like he looked down a little bit, or maybe like a little something off the lip of that triple, but yeah, something's not looking right.
So there we see the number 36, Austin Schaefer, on screen, making his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section.
Yeah, he's definitely tightening that gap up to Tiger Wood there on the 43. He's just out of view from our camera view here, but you might see him flash just in front of the 36 here. And Schaefer, like we said, running some pretty solid lap times. Back to Cade Johnson in the 4 spot on the 17. He's also charging. He and Landon Hart's also in 6th place on the Yamaha, along with Clark Robbins, our leader, the only riders in the 2:06 range right now. So they are definitely on the move, and it's good to keep an eye on the progress right there. As you see, Hart's on the 5 jumping into view there. So if you're Tiger Wood here, obviously, Chance, we talked about line selection and all those things like that. He's clearly out of a groove. What are some of the things that he can do to maybe try to figure it back out and get himself back on track in this moto?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I am sure he can see those other guys catching him, but he's just got to, easier said than done. He's got to stay calm and just kind of get back together, group up, and yeah, just start putting his laps down. I mean, that's all he can do right now is start putting some solid laps down.
Is there a mental shift that you can do within yourself to say, like, hey, settle down, let's flow some lines here and things like that?
Yeah, like going over jumps, just releasing, breathing, just trying to get the focus back. I mean, it looks like he's searching for some lines right now and not letting that gap, not letting Schaefer get up to him. So I think he's starting to regroup a little bit.
Yeah, you can see him in the background there as Robbins takes a peek over to see there's a rider down just exiting the commandments, but it looks like he was able to get off the track. And then you see Schaefer not too far behind Tiger Wood right there. So this is pretty good. We got riders pretty close together still in this battle. Not necessarily close enough to make any moves just yet, but with 3.5 minutes left in this race, there's still ample opportunities for riders to make moves inside this top 5.
And I am watching the 36 Schaefer as he chases Tiger Wood, and he is not taking a single one of the same lines. If Tiger goes to the inside in one corner, you can bet Schaefer's going to rail the outside or vice versa. He is not following at all, as now we see the KTM come on screen here. And Schaefer, little Pedro as they used to call him, over at south of the border, been training, got plenty of experience. Oh, he came up big time short on that one. Was able to maintain, takes a look over the shoulder. Says, didn't mean to do that. And focuses back forward, but that's may cost him about a quarter second or so. One little mistake's all it takes.
Yeah, so we're going to come down. I think the 2-lap card is already out, actually. So these guys are going to come to the white flag this time by as Clark Robbins goes by our announcer's tower here, still in the race lead. And instead of an extra lap for Tiger Wood to figure it out and maybe go back after Robbins or Schaefer or Johnson or anybody else to try to make it up, it is going to be down to the nitty-gritty here as the white flag will wave. There it is for our race leader now, Clark Robbins, checking in out front. And 1 lap to go in this moto, Zach.
And yeah, they are not far enough behind for this to be over yet. Clark Robbins Robbins still has his hands full. He can't settle down at all as we're waiting for the updated gap. It was 5.3 seconds, now cut down to 3.6. So Tiger Wood figured out whatever the problem was. He drops a 2:09 on that last lap, as does Austin Schaefer, another 3 seconds behind Wood. So your top three only about 6 seconds apart. Kay Johnson only 4 seconds back on them.
Mindset-wise, chances Clark starts his final lap. He knows that he was extending the gap, but maybe he saw that the gap was starting to come down. What do? Do you still try to put in a charge lap here? Do you try to just put in a clean lap? What is it?
Yeah, definitely a clean lap. He's starting to sit down a little bit more. The feet are off the pegs a little bit. I think you can see Tigers catch him. Obviously, it's the last lap. He doesn't want to throw it away. So I think he might be a little nervous, but I mean he's still holding a good gap together. I mean he just needs to stay focused and bring it back home.
So here we go. White flag is flying. The final lap, the number 36 of Austin Schaefer on your screen. And he is trying and trying and trying to reel in the 43 of Tiger Wood, who's trying to reel in that guy right there. Clark Robbins leading the way.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Schaefer here, you're like, I just wanted one more lap. I might just run out of time to get close enough to do something about Tiger Wood just ahead of me. But, as they're coming out of Storyland, he's getting a little bit closer. It could come down to these last few corners as he's going to use the outside exiting Storyland. Tiger Wood used the inside, so maybe a little bit of extra momentum down this entire back straightaway. And we know on a 125, momentum is very key.
Absolutely, Kellen. It is everything. Got to keep the RPMs up as they make their way through the Rocky Mountain Sand section for the final time. This is as close as Schaefer's been all race. Be on the lookout for that Thor sand sweeper. I've seen a lot of passes made there. As we're watching, that was your leader that just went by, I believe. There is Wood. Now flipping to the Thor sand sweeper. There's Clark Robbins coming through for the final time, using that high line.
Yeah, just staying out of all that fluff and not getting caught up by the lapped riders. So there it is. The number 9 machine of Clark Robbins comes down and wins Moto 2 of Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC. And it looks like Tiger Wood just held off Austin Schaefer at the flag right there. Maybe just over a second when the dust settled in that one.
Yeah, Tiger's sitting with a 1-2 right now. I mean, Schaefer had a bad first moto with a 19th, so he's kind of out of it. But Clark Robbins sitting with a 7-1. I don't know where that puts him overall-wise, but, I mean, definitely moved him up a few spots.
Big shout-out to Kate Johnson there just off the podium as well. He was right behind Austin Schaefer, quietly putting the pressure on. Owen Koval rounds out your top 5 with Landon Hartz checking in 6th. We wait to see 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Wow, look at that. Thor Powell picking up 3 spots on that final lap. Great job for the number 15 coming in 7th. There's going to be Trinity Batchelor.
Trinity Batchelor from Idaho. Local boy.
Oh.
Yeah, Idaho native.
Grabbing the 8th place spot. Cody Harrington going to check in 9th. And Carter Malcolm going to round out your top 10 on the number 95. And you can just see the exhaustion on the faces of these racers. Chance, you are absolutely worn out when you're sitting under that canopy.
Oh yeah, especially during the hot days. It's humid. I mean, you got to battle with a bunch of different guys, so it's a lot to take in. Especially you come out there, you got a bunch of people surrounding you, and you just want to sit there and drink your water and just chill for a second. But yeah, it's tough. You can see all these guys are probably asking for some more water, and yeah.
Then you start having an announcer yelling at you saying, hey, I need you at the podium.
Right? Yeah.
And looks like that's what we're going to send it down to. Jason Wygant en route, making his way to the podium, standing by with your Schoolboy 1.
All right, we're going to be ready here at the podium in a minute. All right, so we're headed down to the podium area, and this is a big one, putting your name on the map. When you go out there and win a tough class like this, it's coming on strong here as we get to the middle of the week, moto-wise. It's second moto of this division. So the man down in New Jersey's got a gold medal in 125. Let's hear it for Clark Robbins. You've got to be pumped on that one. Straight up, got it done.
Yeah, the track was very technical. It was really slickery out there. So.
Is that familiar territory for you? I know you got a lot of sand where you are. Mud's not so bad.
No, mud's not so bad. I usually like the mud. I usually ride good in it, but I ride a lot of sand too, so.
Yep. But the real thing is, this is where you feel you should be regardless of the conditions, right?
Yeah, I should be up here like every time I race out here. Yep. That's the plan.
All right, who do you want to thank, Clark?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Chris Hunter, Pro Taper, Twin Air, Guts, SKDA, Fly Racing, everyone else, Moto Sandbox and Lynx. Everyone else, thank you.
All right, Clark Robbins with the gold in a 125 Schoolboy 1. We'll go to second place. Got a whole shot award and a silver medal. We'll bring you out front here. Let's hear it for him, Tiger Wood. How was that moto for you?
Man, got off to such a great start. Yeah, stoked on that start. Just really good. Just the Dunlop tires, gas, FMF links. Going off to such a gnarly start. Pretty sure I had a bike length on everybody, which I was stoked with. Put all my pressure on that start just because I knew how the track was, real gnarly. So, yeah, just made sure I rode safe and, yeah, didn't put it down, but, yeah, stoked.
Okay, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Gas, Daniel, Maddie, Jennifer, everybody over at Gas. Dunlop, Monster Mike, Nixon, 100%, Troy Designs, Dave and Nick with 100%. They've been making sure my vision's sick this week. So, yeah, Luke from Troy Designs, he's been hooking it up. And, yeah, FMF Joel, yeah, just everybody, thank you so much.
All right, Tiger Woods, second place in Schoolboy 1. Austin Schaefer, third. And Austin Schaefer grabs the bronze. How was that?
It's pretty good. I got up to a mid-pack start and just passed like 2 kids, and I was in a third.
Yeah. Do you like these conditions?
Not really.
So it's actually going to make you pretty happy, though, to be able to get it done like this then.
Yeah, I was pretty happy to be third. Yesterday I was running third, and I fell the first lap, so.
Yeah, revenge. We like that. Who do you want to thank, Austin?
Mom, Dad, south of the border, Tire, Dunlop, Fast House, ICW, Razor Image, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it for Austin Schaefer with third place. That's awesome. All right, I think they're working the track a little bit. Girls class is on the line. That'll be our next. I'm going to send it back up.
All right, thanks, Weege. Actually, we have the 45-plus class. That's going to be our senior 45-plus class on the line right now. So we will turn them loose here in just a minute. We've got a special guest, Mr. Lee Walston, up here with us. He's going to help us call this senior 45-plus moto. I heard you done pretty good in this one in the past.
Yeah, I won in 2021. I've had quite a few podiums here, but finally got it done in 2021.
Nice. I bet there's no feeling like coming across through there knowing you got done what you planned on doing.
Yeah, it was good. It was when in 2020 it was the 40-plus was the sportsman class. Now it's 45, of course, but yes, same feeling.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
So you're familiar then with all of these gentlemen that we're going to see go into the line. What do you expect to see, I guess? We saw in that first moto Ronnie Renner taking the win, Gregory Paymart finishing up in second. Anything different that you see coming up in this one?
Looks like Ronnie may be the class of the field. Kind of expected a little more out of Frenchie.
Okay.
The first moto, honestly, but I know he's coming off injury. But pretty much those two is what I see. There's nobody else out there. I mean, everybody's fast, of course. We all do it, and everybody that gets here is fast, but there's people that rise to the top, once you get here.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're seeing a little bit of track work going on right now. When you're sitting on the gate, you see a little bit of track work going on before you like this. I'd imagine the sight lap obviously is very important to see what they worked on, what they fixed, but even the first lap, how is it trying to navigate the fact that some of the track is clean and some of it is you're also dealing with a lot of ruts?
Yeah, you want to sprint, but it's kind of hard to sprint. As long as they don't put water down, I'm okay with whatever else they do.
I don't think we're putting any water down for a little while.
No, not today.
Yeah.
It seems like before every vet moto, they come by and spray the water on the hard spots.
Yeah.
Sliding around, but not today.
Kind of tease you, just put the water truck out in front of you and say, hey, gentlemen, here's what we got going.
Yeah, I'm sure a sigh of relief when you see the dozers out there smoothing up some of them rough corners. Knowing that it's going to be your class that gets to go out there first has to be a little bit relieving.
Yeah, this track, it separates the men from the boys. I like it rougher. The rougher the better. I think it, just separates the guys that are really putting in the work from the guys that are just here to do it.
So is that what you would use as your advantage then when you're racing days in this class? You would say, oh, make it as rough as it can be. Let's have longer motos all day long. I can take it.
Yep, that's the way I do it. That's how I train at home. We work 40, 50 hours a week, of course. We're working guys, but when you get off and you're tired and you go train anyway, there's a reason you're doing it. When you get here, you'll be ready. You're prepared.
Now, we've obviously had a pretty lengthy delay here today. We had another one yesterday. So all of these second motos being pushed back. Some of these riders have had a long period of time, and they maybe assume that there is going to be a time of the week that they should be ready to go for this moto. How mentally do you kind of prepare or adjust for that, knowing that you could be going at any time today?
Just try to stay as calm as you can, stay as hydrated, and get your proper fuel in, and just be ready when they call you. That's all you can do, man. It really is. In 2014, it was worse than this. It rained every day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of the same process, and you just have to be ready when they call you.
A lot of bike work then done between the motos, I'm assuming,
yes.
Washing it off, maybe changing a few things out so you don't fry anything in the engine and whatnot.
Yep. Try to get all that done and be ready, man. Just be ready when the gate drops.
I've always heard there was 2 guarantees in life, and that's rain at Loretta, Lynn's, and taxes.
And death, too, so maybe a third.
There we go.
Right?
There we go.
All right, so yeah, still getting a little bit of track work done here, and then we'll be coming up with senior 45 plus after that. So yeah, we got a few motos in here before they started doing a little bit of track work, and I feel like so far the track has held up pretty good considering how much rain we had on it this morning. Obviously a lot of low-lying wet spots, but I feel like that top layer looks like it's been pretty good.
We flew in last night. We were watching the motos from late yesterday as we were coming in, and honestly, dude, the guys did a really good job of the track, and it looks like they did the same thing today. It was very rideable, even the first moto. So I was impressed with how they handled the track.
Well, after the rain stopped, I did a whole loop through the pits and saw how mucky and muddy it was in the pits, and I'm like, oh boy, if it's anything like this on the track, it's going to be a rough day. But yeah, you're absolutely right, man. They went to work. We got Kevin Windham on the dozer. We've said that many times, and they turned this racetrack into a pretty solid one today here for us.
He needs to get back on the bike and get out here.
Take it to the senior 45 plus class, right?
Yeah, 40 plus. He can't ride with us anymore.
He's 44, right? Yeah. Well, next year.
Yep. No, he scored points. He won't be in our class.
That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
And guys, now that watching the dozers out on track now, it really is looking like it's going to be a great racetrack for them. Got some of that rain off, got some of the water worked out of that mud there. And it looks like we're going to have a great racetrack here for this 45 plus class that is coming up here in just a minute.
Now, Lee, I asked Chance the same question because he raced all the people in that 250 Pro Sport class. So you've raced a lot of these gentlemen. Anybody stand out to you as like, oh, we expect this guy to excel in these conditions here today?
I think the mud will help Frenchie a little bit.
Okay.
I honestly do. I don't know how much mud riding Ronnie has done. I mean, Ronnie's a very talented rider, but I feel like the mud may help Frenchie a little bit. The funny thing is, Frenchie's one of my main competitors, and he's one of my sponsors also. I wear his shoes, so it's kind of weird how that works.
Well, it seems like this class, every class there's camaraderie, but this one seems like a lot of, friendly rivalries on the track in this class. You guys have probably raced each other for years beyond just this, racing here at the ranch. So it seems like you come in here and you have a good time racing your buddies, really.
Yep, we go as hard as we can, but we also know we have to go to work on Monday, too.
Absolutely. Don't want to leave with an injury. You want to just make sure you have a good, clean week at the ranch and have a good time along the way, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, you can see the mechanics or maybe the friends behind them waving them down, keeping them cool on the gate. Haven't stepped out for a little bit. I know when the sun was out earlier, it was quite a bit warmer, but it seems like this, little cloud covers kept it cooler here for us, right?
Yeah, it's not your typical Loretta's day. It was when the sun was out, but most of the time it's 100 degrees and 100% humidity, so it's a little different today.
Yeah, we've actually had so far, I feel like, a pretty good week. I know you say you got in last night, but before the rain fell on Thursday, I feel like the first 2 days we had pretty good temperatures, and now even that the rain's gone, it's nice to see that it stayed cool for these guys. So through all of this chaos with the delays and stuff, everyone's been able to have some pretty good weather to deal with aside from that on the actual races.
Yeah, but it's not Loretta's unless you have a hot moto, so they need a good hot one.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow afternoon we'll get the sun beaming down and these guys will have to gruel out that third moto.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, so maybe so.
Would you prefer to have the hot moto be the start of the week, though, when you're fresher, or later? I mean, I know you said that you like the track rough and the longer motos and all that.
If I'm in contention, I'd rather it be the last moto.
Okay.
I would rather it be as hot and rough as it can be. You know, that way let the best man win.
Yeah, wear the competition down, right? Some way, somehow.
We run 15-minute motos anyway, like if the schedule's not messed up like it is right now. I really wish, that they would run us 45 guys at least 20-minute motos. And 50 plus I can understand maybe a little bit, but we're still all at the top of our game athletically. So I don't understand the 15-minute motos, but it is what it is.
It is, yeah. Now for you, why not this year? Why are you not back? Are you waiting until the 50 class, or what is it?
Well, I turned 50. I've had a couple of health issues.
Okay.
And just life issues along the way. So we're back on the bike, and hopefully be back next year if we can qualify and get here. So
good to hear. Good to hear. We're here in the booth with Lee Walston. So 2021. Right, you won what was the Sportsman 40-plus class at that time. Thinking back to that year and how you felt going into that year, just talk us through some of the memories of winning that class.
I had probably the best trainer I ever had that year coming into it, as far as the physical training part. So I was ready physically and mentally as well. I went 2-3 in the first two motos, but I was close. But Jarrett he was beating us. He had went 1-1, and the third moto I tipped over coming out of the Monster Energy section on the first lap, went back to 7th, was coming back through, and I saw Jarrett stopped in that same section.
And you thought, oh boy,
his bike had came apart.
Oh wow.
So I didn't know where I was at the time, but I knew I may have a chance at the title. So I just kept going forward. I ended up winning the moto. And
wow.
Yeah, I didn't even know I had won the moto until the white flag pulled back and he threw me to checker. I was like,
so you weren't counting guys as you were going by. You I'm going to race until the flag waves.
I had no idea where I was at. I knew when he threw me to checker flag, I had won.
So when you got to the pit area, you knew that you had won, or you'd beaten Jared, like you said, and then you'd find out that you win the moto. How was that feeling?
It was unbelievable, dude. It was. I've been racing almost 40 years. I did it professionally for a little while, and me and my dad had been chasing. We chased it and chased it and chased that title, and we finally got it in 21. It was a good feeling, dude. It really was special.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's
really
a special place for us.
And you get to go in the list of winners at Loretta Lynn's, right? And put your name in the echelon of a lot of really big names in this sport. It's got to feel really cool.
Yeah, it does. We want to try to get a couple more. So
there's still years left.
That's correct.
Right on. Well, looks like we're getting the tractors off the track here shortly and should be racing once again. So a little bit of an intermission period as we get revved up for our senior 45 plus Moto 2. We can kind of take you guys through real quickly what happened in that first moto while we have our riders on the gate. They're of course going to get a sight lap still, and in fact there they go. They just fired off for their sight lap, so we are getting ready to rev up for this one. So in that first moto, there was Tim Zebro who wrapped up that one in 10th place. 9th for Christopher McMillan. 8th place looks like it was the 13 of Mike Luoma. 7th for Jeremy Parsons. 6th place in that first one. Trying to see the number here. So 6th place in that first moto. Not on our list apparently. But 5th place in the first moto was Frank Koenig. 4th place for Joe Buskirk. 3rd for Gary Benton. 2nd for Gregory Paymart. And 1st place, of course, for Ronnie Renner. So I'll let you take a look at these lists here so you can yourself go through it a little bit and see who you remember racing on that list and who we might see shine through in this one.
A sidebar for Joe Buskirk.
Okay.
2020, he was the champion in the senior 45 plus when it was Sportsman. Then he went 3-3-3 and won the championship.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we've raced these guys a long time, dude. Alan Alford and I have raced forever. We kind of two local guys we've raced together forever. Yeah, a bunch of these guys, man, been doing it a long time.
Now, are these all guys that, you race each other here, you may race each other at some local races and stuff like that? Do you call each other up in the week and give each other a little bit of bumping and loving and talking about all these racing days?
Oh, yeah, sometimes we do. We text a lot. I got one good close friend that's racing this class. His name is Christian Robinson. He comes every year, dude. He loves it more than anybody I know, and he's a fast rider, but he's not a top 10 guy out here, but he just loves this place, man. He's ready to come back every single year, man. We just do it. That's what we do.
Love that, love that. And I'm sure there's some people as well that end up in these classes that also have, their family here racing this week or their kids and stuff like that. So it's cool to see the family dynamic as well. I'm sure over the years you've had your family come to the race with you as well, so that's got to be pretty fun, right?
It is. Mostly it's me and my dad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we do, But yeah, I got my wife here this year's first time she's ever been. So she's getting broke into Loretta's right, with the mud and stuff. maybe she'll come back. I'm sure.
But not the heat yet, or at least not the 100-degree days, as you say.
We were standing in the infield when the sun was out. She was like, "Whoo!" I was like, "Oh, this is just a taste."
This is nothing yet. So she's enjoying herself, though.
Oh yeah. We're having a good time. Yep.
Good deal. And she's excited about the prospect of you racing next year, then.
Yeah, we'll probably have to get a Airbnb for the family, so that they can have real showers and stuff. So.
Yeah, right. Especially with all these muddy conditions, they're probably like, I don't know about hanging out in the camper all week, right?
And 1 or 2 days is going to be like this out here most of the time.
Absolutely. All right, that sight lap looks like it is wrapping up. We're getting riders back on the gate, and then we will fire off here for Moto 2 of Senior 45 Plus. Going to be a good one, Jackson.
No doubt about it. Following this Senior 45 Plus class, we are going to get our 250C limited guys out there. Then we're going to have Schoolboy 2 in our girls class. And then the 65cc Super Mini 2 after that. And then we will let our micros run. So we've got a full day of racing still on our hands. We'll see if we're able to click into those third motos here today. And once again, guys, that is time permitting. We are willing to run them if we have the time after our micro classes. So we'll just have to see how things play out.
Absolutely. All right. So time clicking down, and we are going to launch this Senior 45 Plus class out. Pretty nice day outside after all that rain finally went over, and some standing puddles off the track. But like we talked about already, man, this track is getting worn in pretty well, and it looks like they cleaned up a lot of those areas of the track that were starting to get pretty sloshy again. And so now we got some clean areas of the track that are just flat straightaways again, and we're going to see some high speeds out of this class, I'm sure.
As you guys well know, the start is always important, but today it is extremely important.
Absolutely.
Get out, get some clean air, don't have to pull the tire off. So out front's where you want to be.
Well, we've also seen in a few classes that have ran people having goggle issues as well. So tossing those goggles, maybe the roll-offs break or things like that. And if you're in the lead, that's not such a big deal if you have to toss the goggles or maybe the tear-offs are a little bit wrong. But you're not in the lead, you're going to be going through a long moto back there.
Be prepared.
Absolutely. All right, folks, looks like we are lined back up. We are ready to go. They're checking everybody one final time as we get the starter to put that 2 card up and ready to drop the gate here. Moto 2 of Senior 45 Plus. And we'll fire off into turn number 1. Can Gregory Paymart get something going against Ronnie Renner after that first moto win? Or maybe somebody else could get in the mix. This is going to be a good one, folks. Everyone going through their routine, looking down at the gate, seeing heads getting lowered a little bit. You can tell that that 2 card looks like it is up, and it is sideways, so we are off and running into the first turn. Out of the middle, I see the 2 of Paymart trying to get there first, but the 53 of Renner looks like will get the Stasek hole shot through that inside line. He's going to get to the inside in the second turn. We got a Suzuki going to the far outside, trying to move into the 2 spot right there. That is the 60 ride of Joe Buskirk. So Buskirk with a great start now, trying to tail Renner. We got a crash in the second turn. A couple guys hung up, including Paymart. It looks like on the 2 is also completely stuck in the corner right now. He just got going. He's well down the order. But Renner leading them early on with Buskirk in second, and everyone trying to get through these 10 commandments, Jackson.
Yeah. Tough break there for Paymart going down in the first corner, or second corner, I should say. We just talked about how crucial this start was here, and he is going to have a lot of ground to make up.
Oh, man, a couple guys getting sideways after the commandments, just trying to keep moving forward. We had another rider just tip over at the end of the commandment. So already Renner opening up a little bit of a gap. Yellow flags waving as we entered Storyland. Not sure if it was one of our front 5 riders that maybe went down, but I still see Buskirk in second, looks like, coming back out of Storyland. So he's okay right there, and we'll get a running order here shortly. Man, Renner, Lee, he is opening up this gap in a hurry.
Yeah, he's gone. He's a very good rider, comes from a racing family, freestyler, Ricky and Ronnie and Robbie, and he knows what to do on the bike.
Absolutely, and he is looking like these conditions aren't bothering him too much as he skies out the little tabletop in the middle here as he's already opened up, looks like maybe 4 or 5 seconds on the rest of the field. It is still Buskirk on the 60 coming through in the 2 spot. You're watching right there the 51 on our screen. That's James Max on that Husqvarna. In 3rd place, it's another Suzuki. Looks like the 63 ride right there of Alan Alford. So a couple guys that you talked about coming into this one with some good starts, mixing it up here.
Yeah, Alan's been a whole shot guy all his life. He knows how to get a start. And like I say, it's important here. Frenchie's got his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. We see him going through that Thor Sand corner around the Polysport Pond. About mid-pack already. He's made some pretty good passes here on this first lap. We'll see where he checks in. It is Renner from Buskirk, Alan Alford in 3rd with James Max in 4th, and Christopher McMillan rounding out our top 5. So while Renner's getting away, we already have maybe a little bit of a battle starting to brew. Maybe it looks like for 3rd, Alford has James Max and Christopher McMillan right behind him. So those gaps definitely establishing, and we see Gregory Paymart already 13th after being down in the 2nd turn. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, Frenchie can turn it on when he needs to.
Well, we talked about getting a bad start, and I'm not sure if Paymart had the best of starts, but then it made it a lot worse going down. And I guess the best thing you can do after that is make those early passes, get through guys so you don't have to spend too much time eating roost.
Get up as fast as you can and go as fast as you can. He come out about 3rd, I think. I think he was the one that done the tip over in the corner. But
yeah, set up a little bit of a pile up there in that 2nd turn. Just seeing him entering the commandments. So that is the battle right now on screen. Looks like between the 89 of McMillan on that Honda. He is now all over Alan Alford, and he's going to triple into Storyland and make that pass as they go around the trees. So I think that is the 89 of McMillan that is on the move right now. Great job jumping by, and Alford now trying to get his wits back about him and tail on to McMillan there as they battle for 3rd. All right, out of Storyland we come. There's the 63 of Alford jumping into view as they go down the back straightaway. Man, oh man, Renner just went by in the race lead. He is absolutely gone on this opening couple of laps. And not too bad of a ride right now for our 2nd place rider, Joe Buskirk. He is actually getting away from the rest of the field as well, so he's doing really well. It's just that Renner's going that much faster.
If Joe holds on, this will be his best moto finish, if I'm not mistaken.
Will it be his first time on the podium?
No, he went 3-3-3 to win the title.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so
2020.
There you go. Got that win in 2020, like you said.
He got clipped at the finish line. He didn't even realize he got clipped for 3rd this past moto, so he finished 4th, bent right at the finish line.
That's the worst feeling. Think you might get up there, be able to thank the sponsors and all that, and then you come off the track. No, man.
He did go up. And
did he?
Sponsors. He thought he had finished 3rd. Yep, sure did.
Well, at least still got to thank the sponsors, right? Thank the people who got him here.
He was a good sport about it, too. I remember that now. He was a very good sport, came up here afterwards.
Good deal.
So on screen, we see the number 63 of Alan Alford.
Yeah, he's still got James Max right there on the 51, I believe, right behind him. Tim Zebro, who I think was 10th in our first moto, also in the mix on that gas.
Guys, Ronnie Rearner coming out of Florida, so I have to imagine he is no stranger to the rain, no stranger to the sand, and it is paying off for him here in this Senior 45 Plus.
It looks like McMillan may be closing on Buskirk just a touch.
Yeah, it did run a 2:15 last time by, so once he got clean air from Alan Alford, starting to put in some good lap times on that number 89 Honda. Alford's still dealing with the pressure, though, from James Max. Paymart is now up into 11th as he's trying to weave his way through the field. And if you're Alan Alford here, you're just trying to keep your eyes ahead of you and not get caught in the battle coming from behind. Now we got a big old train going out to Storyland. Alfred has got all kinds of pressure from 4 or 5 different riders. So if you're Alan Alfred in this position, Lee, what are you doing? Are you just trying to keep your eyes focused forward, right?
Yes, you are. Hit your marks and try not to make them. I think he just made a mistake. If I'm not mistaken, he's off the track.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Yeah, he is off the track and was looking down. I'm not sure if there was a bike issue or not. He's trying to rejoin the track, it looks like, as they come out of Storyland right now. So that will move James Max up, I believe, into the 4 spot. But he still is dealing with all kinds of pressure as we go through the back sand straightaway right here. That's Tim Zebro and Mike Luoma, I believe, on the 13 machine just behind him. Yeah, that is Luoma on the 13. We also have I believe that's a gas machine moving up there. That's Tommy Boyd, I think, on the 8.
I think Alfred is dealing with some broken ribs, too, from the 50-plus class.
Ooh.
So, yeah. One mistake and it takes the wind out of your sails.
Yeah, you jab the bars wrong a little way or something.
I'm getting word we have one of our front runners down now.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's Buskirk on the just after the finish line, picking it up. And we also have the 67 machine. He just went down right there.
Tim Zebro.
Yeah, Zebro, who was in 6th. So Buskirk is picking it up. I'm trying to see if he lost any positions.
It looks like he's held on the 3rd. I think McMillan got him.
Yeah, I see McMillan right there going down, or going up the back straightaway, I should say, just out of our view. So he has moved up into 2nd place. And then we should see Buskirk check in through the mechanics area. There he is. He's actually in a battle for 3rd around the outside. That's James Max, I think, on that 51, trying to move into that 3rd spot.
Yep, Max got him.
So Tim Zebro, the other rider going down, is going to move into that 10th place position now. Give you a little rundown of our top 10. Tim Zebro holding down 10th. In 9th is Alan Alford on the 63 Suzuki after going off track. Then David Nicholas holding down 8th. Gregory Paymart in that 7th place. Scott Rockwell in the 6th. In 5th is Mike Luma. In 4th, we got James Max. Christopher McMillan holding down 3rd. Joe Buskirk was in 2nd. And in 1st is Ronnie Rearner. We'll get you an update on Joe Buskirk.
Yeah, Buskirk, I think I saw him flash by, so he's still in a good position there in 4th, just behind James Max. And we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on Gregory Paymart here before long. He is on the move.
He's already on the tail end of those 2.
Yeah, so he's actually trying to catch up into our podium positions before long. Looks like he maybe already got around Rockwell and Luoma, because we're watching right now the 63 of Alfred. He's getting a little bit sketch going into Storyland, and he might get passed up by Tim Zebro. Zebro to the outside, trying to reestablish himself after crashing just before the finish line on that last time by. He's going to cut across the inside, might actually make that move stick, and he does get around the 63 of Alan Alford. What are you picking up here, Lee?
Looks like McMillan is the fastest guy on the track right now.
Yeah, Renner
sure is.
2:18 last time by for Renner, and McMillan, as you say, 2:16.9. So keep an eye on Christopher McMillan trying to close that gap down potentially on Ronnie Renner. There is James Max and Buskirk going by, and then Gregory Paymart now up into the top 5. He is starting to reel those guys in, and we got a battle for 3rd on our hands before long here.
Renner's probably put it on cruise control. He probably going to manage this 20-second gap.
He's going to make it 24 seconds that last time around, so quite the lead there for Ronnie Rearner. Knew what he needed to do, get out front, get that clear vision, and that's exactly what he is doing here in this one.
Yeah, clear vision always a must in these conditions, as we talked about. Man, Paymart checking in now in 5th, doing a 2:20, so the only rider faster than him on the track right now is still Ronnie Renner. I don't know that we can necessarily count out Paymart from getting all the way up onto the podium in this one, because he is all over these guys right now. He's taking a look right now on the screen. That looks to be still the 67 of Zebro. He has got, I believe, and Lovick behind him on the Yamaha, that 23 machine, as they come through the mechanics area. And Paymart is 3 wide down, I think, through the commandments, trying to move. Oh, he almost made a mistake. So Buskirk is alongside James Max as they go through the commandments. That's a terrific fight going on for 3rd just off our screen. And Tommy Boyd there in 10th, holding it down on the Honda. There's that battle for 3rd right now.
And Zebro went down as well just before that camera shot.
Bummer for Zebro, but there it is. Oh, Buskirk launching the triple out into Storyland.
Attaboy.
Trying his best to hold on to third, and a mistake there for James Max on the 51 allows Paymart by. Paymart's trying to get both of them as he goes down the inside, and he might get it, Lee.
Yeah, Frenchie is not going to quit. I can promise you that. He's probably in just as good a shape as anybody out here, so he'll have it left in the tank at the end.
Now, is he fired up after crashing early in this race? He's got to be pretty annoyed, huh?
He's always fired up, but he was probably really fired up when he picked it back up.
A little bit extra, a little bit on the afterburners. Well, he's now moved all the way to third.
I don't think Greg has ever won a title out here, but don't quote me on that. He's been close a lot, but he really wants that title bad, so.
Well, he's trying to get into a position where, you know, just in case Ronnie Renner has a bad last moto, of course, you could take advantage of that. He was second in our first moto. He's now all the way up to third. We'll see. Probably not enough time to get McMillan, but still 2-3, as you said in the past. Good scores going in that final moto.
2-3-1 got me the title, so it's possible.
There you go. There you go. So checking in out front, still our leader, Ronnie Renner, putting in a 2:16. He's now out 30 seconds in the race lead. And I think you're right. I think he's put it in cruise control at this point in time.
I believe the 2 card is out.
Greg is 5 seconds a lap faster than second place. I don't know if that's enough time, but it may end up closer than we think.
Yeah, you never know, I guess, right? 2-lap card out, going 5 seconds a lap faster. Maybe just takes one big mistake out of McMillan, and suddenly he could be on him.
Yeah, he could get close.
And as you said, he put his head down. He's fired up, and he wants to do everything he can to get there. Now, Paymart, fitness-wise, you know, you say you like those longer motos, the rougher track. What about Gregory Paymart out here?
Oh, yeah, he's just as fit as anybody here. Like I say, he'll have it left in the tank at the end.
Working his way through the 10 Commandments on that number 2 machine. So we don't see McMillan, obviously, because he's still got 14 seconds ahead of him, but we'll see this time by whether or not that gap will come down again, especially now because, you know, Paymart ran that lap a 2:18 while trying to pass into third place. Now he's got clean air, might use that as an advantage to start running some better lap times.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see this last lap. If he can get close, he may not be able to, but if he can get close, he'll put the charge on. You know, we all chase Mike Brown, of course, all the time. You know, he's kind of the guy that sets the bar. So, you know, if we can all get anywhere close to him, you're going pretty fast on the dirt bike.
Good to hear as we see Ronnie Renner take the white flag right now. White flag is waving on the track. And still 30 seconds in the lead, running 2:18s. Just putting in the laps, hitting his marks here on this final lap. Going to get the word from his mechanic one final time. And I'm sure, you know, if you're Renner in this situation, you've been waiting just as long as everybody else to go racing again. You've been itching to get back out there. You don't even really have to wash your bike that much. You get the whole shot, and in these conditions, as we mentioned, you know, a lot of guys are getting mud everywhere, and it's packing in and stuff like that. Renner's just looks like he might even be trying to stay away from the lapped riders and not get any mud on the front plate.
Yeah, he's looked good all week, man. I have to give him credit. He's looked very good. He's really solid on the bike. Good form. He's looked good all week. He deserves it if he gets it. You know, got one more moto, of course, but so far, so good.
Absolutely. So working through that lap traffic on the last lap. So Paymart this time by checked in again at a 2:18, 2:18.3, but McMillan was able to go just a little bit faster than he was going, 2:21.9. So 11-second gap on the last lap. I think at this point we have to assume it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, McMillan will have to make a major mistake, and I don't think he'll do that. He'll bring it on in.
So Renner, McMillan, Paymart, Buskirk, and then Calvin and Lovick has moved into the top 5. And a good charge for him on the 23. He's made up 6 spots since the beginning. It's so deceiving because Paymart, it says only 10 spots gained. He's definitely gained a lot more than 10 spots after going down in the second turn.
He probably gained 30, I'm sure. But you can tell who's got the fitness and who don't. Look at Andlovik's last lap versus, say, a James Max last lap in Loma. I mean, he's running 10 seconds a lap faster than those guys. So he's in shape. He's ready for this, you know. He's ready for the 20-minute motos.
Yep, he's ready for those third motos, too, hoping we get to him. All right, so Ronnie Renner, he just did a heel clicker out front down the back straightaway. Nothing off the middle jumps this time, just kind of coasting it in. And Ronnie Renner on the 53 in cruise control, no question about it. trying to win this moto. And I don't think he's going to win by as much as Brownie did over Jeff Emig, I believe, in their 50 class. But, yeah, this is going to be a nice feeling for Ronnie Renner, even pointing out at some of the lapped riders, hey, do you want an extra lap going through this final corner? But Ronnie Renner takes the win here in Senior 45 Plus, Moto number 2. Great ride, and Lee, thanks for coming up, man. It was great to call this moto with
thanks,
you.
Lee. You guys have me, dude. And I hope to see y'all next year. Hopefully it's on the podium.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, we hope to see you out here next year, right? It's a pleasure. Thanks so much for coming up here, calling this race. Always a good time. And, yeah, well, there we go.
All right, so the 53-year Ronnie Renner taking this one home. He's riding for CF Moto and Maxxis FXR as well as GoPro. Getting it done here in the Senior 45 Plus. Christopher McMillan running second. We'll see if he is able to hang on to this one there on that number 89 Honda. And there he is now coming across the line. So he is going to get second place here. And Gregory Paymart on that number 2 Kawasaki going to hold on to it for our last spot on the podium.
Man, Paymart tried all the way to the flag to get there. He was pretty close in the end, 2:21.4 on the last lap, 5 seconds down. So keep an eye on Gregory Paymart. He is going to be fired up going into those last motos. We should be getting our top 10 crossing the line here shortly. Looks like it was Ronnie Renner there from Christopher McMillan, Gregory Paymart, Joe Buskirk, Calvin Andlovic with James Max, Mike Luoma, David Nichols. Actually looks like Luoma dropped back, so Tommy Boyd moves up into 7th. Luoma 8th, David Nichols in 9th, and Alan Alford appears like he will round out our top 10 positions. And Ronnie Renner's down on the podium getting ready to speak with, I believe, Jason Wygant.
He is. We're good. Don't worry. We got it dialed. I just stayed down here and hung out with some people during this 45 plus, and it looks a lot like the first moto. Man, sorry about the 2-3 years he tried to get this done, but maybe he saved it for when it counted, because so far so good. Let's hear it for Ronnie Renner. Hey, can we get some fans down here for you? What's going on?
Crowd just like the X Games days, baby. Fired up out here. Woo!
Yeah, loving it. Okay, it's really important to get a good start in a race like this. How are you getting these starts? It's been good.
Well, I was so fired up the last time because it has been a long time coming. You know, coming here since 1986 on and off, never won a moto. So we're trying to make up for some lost time. Okay. And I'm doing it with the help of Tamer whole shot hookup up front and back. Okay. Maxxis tires and a KTM 350 box stock with a Yoshimura pipe. So there you go.
The 350 pulling the holy.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's good. How's the track right now?
You know, the track's pretty wild. They went out and groomed it, so I kind of knew if I got the whole shot, I could just kind of get in there and pin it wherever I wanted. These new grooming devices are a little different than the old school. They kind of blend it up, and there's some soft spots, so I kind of had to be cautious. Not exactly how I like to ride is like controlling a race, but it was sketchy out there enough where I better take it easy. I've been practicing at these guys are taking off here, throwing my flow off. Been practicing at Moto Sandbox. The dirt there is sandier, but that works well for this muddier stuff. So grateful for the opportunity to ride there, and you know, just grateful to have a good setup bike and you know, all the right sponsors behind me.
Yeah. Anybody else you need to thank there?
Oh yeah, long list of sponsors. You know the deal. We got CF Moto, Northern Tool and Equipment, Furman Power Equipment, Risk Racing, Moto Sandbox, GoPro. I even got to send a shout out to KT and Red Bull for helping me all these years. I know the support's not massive for Plus 45 sportsman racing, but you know, that's what helped get me here and have the confidence to come out here and do this. So a long list of sponsors, like I said, Yoshimura Pipes, Vortex Sprockets, go down the line here, Engine Ice, Risk Racing, GT Bicycles, my own little loose program. Want to send a shout out to my kids at home watching, Chloe Jett, Nate Josh. I'm a breeder, what can I say? Got a lot of them. And my girlfriend Nicole here, JB for helping me out at the line. Man, my mom, dad, you know, I'm 46 years old and I still got to thank them. So blessed, man, be out here and do this.
All right, let's cheer for the guy now, please. Ronnie Renner. Getting closer to X Games level there, the crowd.
And how about these new 24 FXR duds? Woo!
There you go. Looking good. I'm going to bring up our second place finisher, McMillan. There we go. You're used to getting medals, man. You're more experienced with medals than anything. Just not step up anymore. We got to clear the deck because we're bringing up. What is wrong with my mic? Okay, let's get ready for second place, Christopher McMillan. Yeah. You've been in the hunt for it. You got to feel good to get up here.
Been in the hunt for years for this, and it's finally, finally paid off. So, hard work.
Is this your first podium here?
Yes, out of like the 10 years I've been here, this is the first. I lost it last year because I crashed on the first lap.
Yep.
So,
who do you want to thank? I mean, this is awesome.
Hey, I got a lot of people to thank behind me. I got my good buddy Flying Brian Jordan. He's the one that even gave me the bike to allow me to ride the last 5 years. So really got to thank him. My girlfriend Jill, for coming down and enjoying the time. My daughters and everybody. Brock Peterson, he's been helping me out quite a bit. 30-plus champion hopefully this year. So Champion Power Sports. Jim Dervage set up over here. He's got a bunch of apparel for sale. We got to come over there and support him to support us. So, I've had bad starts, so I went with the Tamer rear hole shot this year, and best starts I've had, ever down here. So I got to thank the guys at Tamer and everybody. I got to thank Fly. My nephew works at Fly, and Hope and everybody. I didn't get to do it for Max last year like I wanted to, Max and Mike from Firepower. But, those are the guys that have taken care of me for years since I was working for the Supercross. So I appreciate those guys, too. I got to do Dynamite Designs, Flow foot pegs, Sunstar chains and sprockets. They brought me on this year and made coming down here a lot easier for me. So I appreciate everybody that's helped me, really.
Cool story there. Let's hear it for Christopher McMillan, second place. Great job. That's awesome to hear. And a familiar face comes up to take the bronze. Let's hear it for Frenchie Greg Paymart. All right. Hey, I was going to wear the MKS Moto kicks, but to save you and the brand, I didn't trudge them through the mud today. I'll save them to keep them fresh. This is pretty treacherous out here.
Yeah, a good track, I think. Got to find the right line and keeping the momentum, but which I did not do. I stalled in the second turn. I've seen that perfect ruts, jumped in, and the foot pegs hit the parking brakes, so I stalled. Thanks going to Team Green. The bike started right up and going. I passed a bunch of people. I have no idea where I was at the end. Fun moto, a little bummed out. I want to give Ronnie like a run for his money. Yep. So we get one more, hopefully, to go. And yeah, don't forget mksmoto.com. I forget the last podium. 50% off. Code LL50. Get 50 off.
50. You know me. I'm in on that. Anyone else you want to thank?
Yeah, Crossroad Power Sport, Cowie, of course, FMF, Scott. Dude, my Scott goggle, the dirt is going to hit the lens and the tear-up comes out on his own.
Beautiful.
It's
Beautiful.
Times dirt.
Wow, incredible. Good job, John Knowles.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Mechanic, a friend, Tom's dad, Michel, Bruner over there, yeah. He's a handful. My girlfriend Shannon, all the friends here. There's a lot of people from the Northeast, from PA, District 6 and New Jersey, so Carol, Jimmy Max in the vet classes, and it's pretty good. It's good to be here. It's good to race a full gate of vet riders. It doesn't happen often. So for whoever at home, a vet riders is watching, I'm not gonna go. It's awesome. It's worth every penny. It's the best motocross race on earth. And look at the condition after all the rain we got. It's just watching this is worth the trip. So guys, come and race. Who cares? Bronny's super fast. You learn something. I learn every time I ride with him. It's great. It's such a awesome energy with you guys and commentating everything. It's so badass, man. I'm coming back until 75 years old. If I qualify, I keep coming back. Me and Barry.
I'm going to hold you to that. All right, let's hear it for Frenchie Greg Paymart. We get a moto on the track, boys.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, we're up here in the tower. Zach Herron here, Jackson Burrow, and Cody Groves going to join us here on this one for 250C Limited. And bad news for the rest of the field as Chase Haynes has grabbed the whole shot, and he's leading right now, your first moto winner.
Yeah, it looks like Chase Haynes is out front out of Scottsdale, Arizona. I don't know if he's ridden much mud in his life, but he's got about I'd say 6 bike lengths on these guys, and he is walking away from this field. These boys are going to have to get it in gear before they can go around this sweeper and hopefully not losing by the first lap.
Yeah, no, this is an impressive opening lap for sure for Haynes. Cody, we were just talking off microphone. This track is developing extremely well for the amount of rain that we've had.
Oh, yeah, for the boys came out here and they scraped a bunch of stuff off. Looks like sand sections are getting pretty soft, and the ruts in the Storyland and the rest of the track is kind of shaping up like a normal morning on the opening days of the week. It's just like it opened the ground up, and we got a couple hard slick spots coming out of some of these insides, but track's shaping up. It's looking like a first practice of a pro national in some of the spots, so should be good learning experiences for these boys out here.
Absolutely. Now in second place, that's Cameron Arthur on the number 57 checking in as we get the first time across timing and scoring there. It is Chase Haynes leading the way on the number 79. Cameron Arthur sitting in second. Kyle Paleologos there in third. He's going to be one to watch for sure. Akaya Compton in fourth, and Braden Campbell rounding out the top 5. Jackson Paleologos, that's one we were expecting to be up towards the front.
Yeah, Paleologo's been doing good all week here this week at Loretta Lynn's. He is sitting about 3-4 seconds behind of our leader, so he is still in this one. We'll see what he's able to do there on that number 19 machine.
And as we were watching, your leaders getting ready to make his way through the 10 Commandments. And they looked picture perfect coming through this when it was dry, but right now, as you guys can see on RacerTV.com, we have got ruts going every which way. And Cody, this is kind of the point where the ruts develop when it's wet, when it's hard to go in a straight line, but now things have dried out, but you're still dealing with ruts that are basically in a zigzag.
Yeah, especially these 10 Commandments, they have rutted. I mean, there's ruts all the way across it. You got one side that's high and low because most people are just doubling all the way through them. So some of your triple lines aren't really going to open up because the landings of where you would want to take off on a triple are worn out and have no pop. So everyone is forced to double them, and the doubles, the faces of all these little doubles are starting to get rutted out and kickered out and becoming treacherous for these boys out here.
Absolutely, such a good point. Now on screen, we saw the number 19 of Kyle Paleologos making the pass for second place. So the Yamaha rider putting himself in the best spot to catch up to the back of Chase Haynes. 1 and 2 in Moto 1, sitting 1 and 2 right now on track.
And Zach, it looks like he is able to close it up just a little bit already as they go up and over the Rocky Mountain.
Getting ready to come by the tower here. And look, Chase Haynes taking a little look over the shoulder saying, who's that do I hear creeping up? And it is the number 19, Kyle Paleologos, checking into the number 2 spot. Arthur still going to hold down third place. Looking as the riders come by the tower here at fourth.
Yeah, I know Paleologos was out there in that first moto this morning. I'm not sure if Chase Haynes was out there, but I'm assuming that Paleologos is ready for these conditions, and he's already used to it, and he's going to be having a little bit of an advantage on him in this moto.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. Curious if I get to talk to him down there, how much he thinks it's changed and whether he expected the track to be in this good a condition. Whoa, one rider back in, stepping out big time for the number 57.
Cameron Arthur on screen there on that number 57 KTM. And guys, you made a great observation about the 10 Commandments. You can't see it from our Racer TV camera shot. Oh, somebody down. Who do we have?
I think that might have been the 99 of Akaya Compton.
It is.
Yeah, that 99 of Akaya Compton got out on the outside of the billboard turn, and it's just buried that front end right in that soft spot. It's starting to get a little hard slick on the inside from where they dug down to the base in that dozer, but he opted to go outside in that soft stuff, and it paid the consequences.
Absolutely. Cody, you were even talking about earlier, it might look like it's drying up on these far outsides that have been pushed off, but it is still thick, sloppy mud underneath.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be cutting unders, trying to stay low in some of these turns where you want to follow these berms that are getting kind of pushed out, like in that billboard turn. You want to stay in that hard stuff. That way you get the drive and you don't bury that bike.
Taking a look on screen, I believe that was the 25 we just saw. No, that is, can't quite make the number out. It looks like it was a Kawasaki chase, but it might have been the 24 of Braden Campbell and Maddox Brown.
Trying to get a view here. As you
Looks
can
like
see,
that's the 25 of Anthony Palikowski.
Might actually be Brevin Wilson as well.
It is the number 25.
So there is Compton, who had gone down, was able to jump back up. Looks like he lost a couple of spots. Looks to be back up and running at full speed as he makes his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section, though. Good to see as we watch your top two outside the window going around the Thor Sand Sweeper on screen. The Rocky Mountain up and over for the Yamaha rider.
Yeah, last lap around, Kyle Paleologos was a second faster than Chase Haynes. Let's see, this gap is making out to be on this second lap.
Yeah, going to be interesting. A 2:08.25 for your leader, a 2:09 for Kyle Paleologos. So Chase Haynes responds on lap number 2. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold the 19 at bay. Cameron Arthur going to try to get into the mix as well. He's down 13 seconds now. So you talk about the gap that your top two were pulling early. They're walking away over 10 seconds now.
Those guys are definitely being outstanding front runners in this moto. These guys in third, Cameron Arthur, have to drop about 8 seconds to get up there and run these guys out front pace. The 208 and the 209 is really, really fast for this track right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Haynes clearly got some good lines flowing around the track, and momentum is key. You've got to be able to put the entire section together. One mistake could cost you a couple of positions, as we've seen countless times throughout the day today.
Yeah, carrying that additional momentum in these ruts that are really soft. You know, there's not a lot of brakes going on in this track because the dirt is so soft, it just stops you. And especially right now with it being so soft, you let off that gas, that front end wants to dive on you because it's just the dirt is so slow.
So watching, I believe that is the number 45 of Brevin Wilson now on screen. Got the 2 towel in it out there, just in case he decides to toss one in the wind, give it to a competitor.
Oh, it looks like he's 2 toweling and 2 smoking out there.
Absolutely, getting it done, sounding good, smelling good while he's doing it. And a lot of different strategy going into the preparation for these kind of conditions.
Oh,
look at that, a big problem.
On to it.
I think that was the number 99 of Compton again, going down. Did a little bit of a double knack off the side of that thing and lost the front on it. And he's back up and rolling, but he's going to have to regroup to catch up to that main group again.
Didn't look like he lost too many spots on that one, fortunately for him. But guys, like I was saying earlier, these 10 commandments, this is the first time all week we have saw these kind of ruts going. As soon as these guys are landing, they're in a rut all the way till they take off. So that is going to be challenging, no doubt about it, for these guys.
And you can even see it on your screen right now. Look at the ruts at the top of the faces. We talk about riders getting cross-rutted. Next thing you know, they're sideways going through the air. So these ruts, not only just in the corners, they accelerate all the way out up the faces of the jumps. As we watch the number 45, 2 stroking and 2 toweling it as he makes his way across the finish line. That's going to be a good lap for Wilson. Haynes checking in, running a 209 on that last lap, as does Paleologos. So your top 2 still almost 7 seconds faster. Going to be hard to do anything with that if you're the 57 of Arthur.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to come down to this battle for third. Brevin Wilson and Cameron Arthur are running similar lap times, and there's only 2 seconds separating them. So by the end of this moto, in this 5 minutes and 51 seconds we got left in this thing, should be a good amount of battling going on for that 3rd place position.
And that is going to be the ones to watch. Some close racing there. 209s for first and second, 216s for third and fourth. With a 213, look out for Polakowski in the 5th place spot. He is about 3 seconds quicker than 4th and 3rd, and he's only about 4 seconds back from Brevin Wilson, so he could be knocking on the door of a podium before this thing's all said and done. Taking a look out the window, watching to see. Great to see, even with the weather that we had, still 4-5 wide coming through some of these sections. Plenty of race lines developing. And while it might be a little more brutal than we had seen as far as the ruts on some of the jump faces, as we see the number 45 getting a little sideways, it makes just for new opportunities. Some of these riders we talked about are able to take advantage of this when there are only certain lines that you're able to take. They seem to be able to piece together inside the outsides and put together some hot laps.
Yeah, these hot laps are really going to come down to how much can you just keep moving forward. I see a lot of these kids are running really fast times and they're carrying a lot more speed than everybody else, but they'll get stuck in a corner at the top. They'll stand their bike up, and when they stand that bike up, they lose a little bit of that gap they just had, and it gets mental when you have to follow these lines every single lap, put in your clean laps every time, and there's a lot of pressure put on this race. So a lot of these kids, they want to get up on that podium and start talking to either Weege or Chris or Zach over here, and you know, it's a lot of pressure. If you want to go to the front, you got to put everything out and go ride your motorcycle and just flow.
Getting the job done, absolutely, and watching the 45 getting ready to come across the finish line. I'm so glad you brought up the mental side of it. So often we talk about, oh, it's going to be physically tough. They need to be doing the training, but the mental draining side of having to pick ruts after ruts after ruts and making sure the bike is exactly where it needs to be, that can take it out of you throughout a race as well.
Yeah. At this race, when it gets rutted like this, and with it being hot and not a lot of air moving, and you have to be in such a fine line of balance, and it takes a lot of mental capability to do that, and you already have to be mentally strong to push to the front, and then you just get these added variables as the number 45 goes down around the outside after the start.
So probably going to have to take advantage of at least one of those towels. But we see the number 45 cranking her back up. And that's good to see. He's immediately able to jump back up, and we saw the bike kind of sat on top of the dirt there. Didn't really dig in, wasn't giving him too much trouble picking it back up. So this soil definitely starting to dry out as the race day continues.
So Palakowski going to move up to that 4th place position now. We will see where the number 45 of Brevin Wilson ends up after that crash.
I know Polakowski was running really good lap times. I saw him running about a 2:12 a couple laps ago, but that last lap he turned in a 2:16, and he was doing that standing up thing that I was mentioning. And looks like he's back on form, and he's moving up ahead, and I think he can with about... Are we at a white flag yet?
Trying to see, I believe the 2-lap card is out, and I think the white flag is going to be coming the next time your leader comes around. Cody Jackson, I'm going to leave it with you. I want to make sure Chase Haynes doesn't meet me to the podium as the white flag flies.
All right, 10-4, Zach. Thank you for that. So once again, guys, the number 79 of Chase Haynes out front here in this one. He rides for Team Green Fly Racing, Factory Connection, and Maxima. And that is your first moto winner as well. He is 16 years old on this Kawasaki there. And, man, he is getting it done here.
Yeah, he is absolutely ripping out there, running consistent lap times every time. And he looks really smooth, and he's utilizing some good lines, staying out of the deep stuff. And he keeps looking back to see what's back there, but I don't see anyone back there for a while. I think you might have saw some pretty ladies back there or something, because there ain't nobody back there, Chase Haynes. You're ready to go, dude. You got to just keep this thing on 2 wheels, and you bring this thing right on home.
Yeah, just focus ahead as he goes through the 10 Commandments here. We see the 19 of Kyle Pelialagos entering the 10 Commandments, so they've got quite a bit of a gap between them, about 5.5 seconds or so.
Yeah, those two front runners have 30 seconds on Cameron Arthur, and they are really... I would like to see these guys start together and battle together, and maybe see Paleologos going into Moto 3, maybe get in front of him and see what he can do, and maybe we get a battle out of this class.
Yeah, no doubt. That is what we want to see, the number 19 and 79 face off. So this is Moto number 2 for the 250C Limited class. One more time around. And, you know, we talked about the mental side of it, man. It's just, especially here in these C classes, you got to get that self-confidence about you as well. You know, you got to believe in yourself.
Yeah, a lot of these kids, you know, they put out so much pressure on it. And going back to, like, on more of a regional level, a lot of these kids that race C-Class for the first year, they've been trying for Lorettas for years on mini bikes and just coming barely up short, you know, getting 8ths and 9ths at regionals, and they're really solid riders. They just can't put it together as at a regional, and now they come out here and they dominate by 30 seconds because now they're here and this is what they've been working for forever. And
exactly.
And now we just see Chase Haynes pull it in for the win here in 250C Limited Moto 2.
So speaking of it paying off, there is the number 79 Kawasaki of Chase Haynes going to do it here in this one. That is going to make him go 1-1. The number 19 of Kyle Peliologos coming across now. We'll see if Cameron Arthur there on that number 57 KTM is able to hang it on to this one. Like we said, about a 30-second gap.
Yeah, coming around the sand sweeper, it looks like Cameron Arthur is going to hold on to this. It looks like it was too little too late for Anthony Polakowski.
Putting on a last lap charge there for Palowski. Looks like he is able to gain a couple seconds there on him. And he is going to hold Cameron Arthur there on that number 57, going to hold on to 3rd place. He is going to round out our podium. The number 25 of Anthony Palowski there in 4th place. And Noah Swanson on the 88 running 5th last time around. He had about a 6-second gap on Maddox Brown. We'll see if they end up there.
We still got a battle going on here for this top 10 positions. There's about 6 people in one turn right now coming around for this finish right here.
And here they come on your screen.
8 guys finishing within a matter of 10 seconds of each other right there.
So there was the battle on the track, and there is your top 10 here in the 250C Limited class. We will let them get down on the podium, and we will turn things over here shortly to Zach Herron.
All right. Thanks, guys. Yeah, we are down here on the podium passing out some Stasic Whole Shot Awards. And what goes better with that than a gold medal? Grabbing the win here in Moto number 2. Put your hands together for the 79 of Chase Haynes. Getting the job done here in Moto 2. Grabbing a couple of quick shots, and then we're going to get a word with your winner. Chase, I'm pulling you up front, man. You got to flex the gear here. Now I'm looking. We got the duct tape hand guards. We clearly had some mud preparation going on. Ultimately, what did you think about the track out there?
I thought it was going to be way worse than it was, but I'm a tall guy. I'm good in mud, so I just did what I had to do.
And what you had to do, you got done, man. Going to give it just a second, let the rest of this pack go off. But you talk about being tall and that being an advantage. How do you think that played into this?
It played out good, you know, being tall. I could squeeze tight with my legs and get through that mud.
Yeah, it seemed like you were able to get a solid getaway, especially in those first couple of laps. You got the Stasic Whole Shot, and then you ran away with it. Was that the plan, try to get away early?
Yeah, that was the plan. Just my first 3 laps were heaters, try to get out front and stay up.
Well, man, you are carrying the title chase right now with a 1-1. Who do you want to thank?
Thank my mom, my dad, Team Green, Fly Racing, Factory Connection, Realty Providers, ASV, Maxima, everybody else. Thank you.
There you go. That is Chase Haynes getting the second moto win here in the 250C Limited class. And we're going to talk to second place coming up next. A lot of consistency here in this class as well, because we got a 1-2 going 1-2 once again. So we'll have the number 19 make his way up to the podium. And he just wants to make sure we've been saying it right. I'm going to apologize. I said Lagos. That's wrong. It's Paleologos, so we're getting it right because he keeps making it up on the box. That's what we're talking about. Put your hands together. Kyle Paleologos getting the job done once again, finds himself up here on the podium. And Kyle, man, what a race it was. Brutal conditions. Take us through that second moto.
I had an okay jump, but I just spun off of the gate. And I'm lucky that the person to the right of me was careful, or else we both would have gotten tangled up and gone down. But I made it up to third pretty fast, and then it took me a good bit to get around second because he was riding pretty good, and that let the chase get a pretty good gap. Once I got around second, I just tried to ride it out smooth and be there close enough to chase in case he makes a mistake, but he was riding really good. His endurance is good. I was worn out from that first moto that I had, and about 3 laps to go, I started falling off. But
well, I was going to ask, you mentioned bringing up the earlier race. How did the track compare? I think it's dried up a lot since then. Were you a little surprised?
It dried up a good bit. It's super sticky now, so you have to be careful of the side of the tires just grabbing a rut and taking you over. But I feel like the track this time suits me pretty well also because the ruts are getting deep. And that's one of my strong suits, the deep ruts I'm good in.
Hey, you are absolutely in this title fight, man. I can't wait for the third race. Who do you want to thank?
Triangle Cycles for helping me through this mud. My whole family for being behind me. Answer Racing, Monster Mountain MX, and War Eagle MX for being the tracks that I'm able to ride close to my house. The trainers who help me on the weekends whenever they can, Shea Bentley and Kendall Mason, they do a lot for my riding style and help me get through these rough conditions. I gotta thank the homies at the Boots House Call for watching this race because I knew they were in there, fired up to see me ride. And just everybody else who's behind me, thank you so much.
One more time, Kyle Paleologos grabbing a silver medal here in Moto number 2. A great job there. Going to let him grab a photo here. And we got one more podium interview to get to here. Got to give it up to the bronze medal finisher here, Cameron Arthur, getting the job done. And he's got a medal waiting on him. Put your hands together for Mr. Arthur.
Thank you.
So going to get Cameron up here. Did you drop the towel or the medal? Okay, drop the towel. Hold on to that medal tightly. You worked too hard for it, man. Take us through that race. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling awesome. I got hooked up with the Hoosier tire. It just bit right off the bat. Oh, it was awesome. I rode my race. I was in second place for a long time, and the second place just went past me. I started taking his lines too.
Hey, man, it looks like you were able to adjust quickly. You clearly got the fitness and speed. You feeling dangerous for this third race?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank SRS, Driven MX, FXR, Darken Products,
Kingsville Home Remodeling, AES, and Kingsville Group, my mom and dad especially. It's been a long ride to get here.
There you go, man. Congratulations. Absolutely enjoy that. We'll see you in the third moto. Put your hands together one more time for your bronze medal recipient, Mr. Arthur. And guys, I think that's going to do it for you here from the podium. We're about to drop the gate. I'm going to send it to you in the tower.
Hiya. Thank you, Zach. Heron down there on the podium. Here we go with Schoolboy 2, 12-17. Locked and loaded. Sight lap in the books. We're just about ready to roll. Jackson, who are some of those top 10 riders we had in Moto 1?
I'll give you the top 5 rundown real quick. In 5th, we had Drew Adams. Holding down 4th in that last one was Enzo Timmerman. In 3rd, we had Christian Janik. In 2nd, who was it?
Logan Best.
Logan Best. Casey Cochran on it.
One win.
Casey Cochran having some problems with his shoulder yesterday. And we'll see who this one is. I believe that might have been Casey Cochran just then sliding out, but it is Christian Janik out front there on that number 27 machine. And he is going to be your whole shot winner and your early leader as he heads into the 10 Commandments.
Hey guys, I'm down here still on the track. Casey Cochran, one of the last riders out of this first turn crash. He's coming from the back.
Let's keep our eyes on the number 66 of Casey Cochran on that Rockstar Husky. He is going to have to click through the ranks.
And Logan Best is down there in the 10 Commandments.
Goodness.
And we talked about how bad those ruts were, and came up and bit Logan Best here in this one.
So our rider that finished first, our rider that finished second, we're not even done with lap number 1. Both riders with a mistake. This is going to heat up. And you got Yannick out in front, the number 27 machine, who finished 3rd. He's got a big advantage right now.
We got the 3 Cowie riders out front with Yannick Adams and Tamerman out front in the top 3. That PC team is really holding her down for the Schoolboy 2 moto.
Rolling through lap number 1, and battles all over the place. Yannick trying to stretch things out.
Tamerman trying to walk away from the number 37 of Landon Peppard.
Shout out to Landon Peppard. Brought us some salmon from Alaska yesterday. Or was that the day before? I can't remember. It's all meshing together. Day before. Delicious. It didn't last long, buddy.
Caught it with his bare hands. And here on screen, we see the number 30 of Drew Adams. Drew Adams coming out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. He has been a promising young rider. I know this is where he is looking to be getting 5th in our first moto, sitting in 2nd here in this one.
Yeah, I was talking to Drew the other day about his week so far, and he was not very happy with how he's been doing, and he looks like he's riding with a vengeance right now.
And to the inside he goes. He is trying to make a move here on the number 27 of Janet.
Outside of Drew Adams, you got Enzo Timmerman, as you mentioned, in the number 3 spot, Peppard in 4th, and Jordan Renfro back in 5th. Scanning down through here, there's 23rd, 24th. Still no signs of Casey Cochran or Logan Best.
Yeah, Jordan Renfro was out at prom last night, and he was sweating buckets out there, dude. If he can make it through this moto, he's a legend in my book, because that kid was covered head to toe, bouncing up and down, having the time of his life at that on-track school prom last night.
Was he prom king as well, or am I mistaken on that?
I don't know.
I want to say it was like back-to-back years. I don't know. I could be wrong. Somebody confirm that.
So a sea of Team Green riders leading this one here.
Sorry, go ahead.
Cochran sitting in 17th now on that number 66 Husqvarna. Logan Best, though. Where is Logan Best?
31st.
Logan Best has a long way to go here in this one if he wants to stay in the running for this championship.
Going to be interesting. Wee's about to hop on there. Let's get your perspective on this situation for these guys. You like that catch? Was that pretty good?
So the battle of the teammates for these top 3.
Well, the story is with Cochran, remember, he crashed right up the tunnel jump and dislocated his shoulder, but they keep telling me it wasn't bad. And they got it back in, and he's good to go. I've heard it a million times. Oh, we got a crash here. Is that Janet?
I think that might have been Adams.
Might have been Adams.
It's true.
Oh, yeah, the number 30.
Man.
Oh, that's going to shake things up.
Oh, mercy. So already kind of a frustrating week from Drew Adams' perspective. And here we go again.
Yeah, I think that was more of the speed. He wants to be winning the motos and showing speed. I don't think he was frustrated with mistakes. So you watch Landon Peppard, who's had his issues with first turn crash yesterday, trying to work his way forward. Anyway, as for Cochran, he was saying good to go. And I'm not sure. Obviously a bad start in this one, or an early crash, because the track position is bad. But I don't know if we're going to see the same Casey Cochran we saw at the beginning of the week. And right now, it's Enzo Timmerman taking over second and Janik to the lead with Drew Adams going down. This is going to be nuts as far as figuring out the points in this class. Peppard a 6th in Moto 1, third right now. This is going to be some serious math to figure out.
As they run right now, I think Janik is leading this title right now, and the closest guy to him is Temmerman. Shout out to Landon Peppard running that 3rd place. I'm not sure where he was in the first moto, but I'm pretty sure this is a pretty big turnaround for him.
Yeah, 6th in that first moto, so it is a nice turnaround to be in that podium spot. So Adams right now really needed the moto win after the 5th in Moto 1. Might have had it, fell down. So yeah, Enzo Temmerman, this 2nd place could be huge. Good call there, Cody Groves, because Janik has a 3rd. He'd be looking at a 3-1.
And
man, oh man.
Temmerman's looking at a 4-2 right now.
Yep.
So Drew Adams now sitting about 12 seconds behind your leader, Christian Janik, there on that number 27. Enzo Timmerman, your 2nd place rider, 2 seconds behind now on that number 81 machine.
Casey Cochran up into the number 13 spot. He's plus 4, past 4 riders on that last lap around, so he continues to charge. He's running a 2:03 pace, and that is up there with your front runners. Another guy to keep an eye out on is Colin Allen, the number 35 Yamaha, back there in the 6th spot, or at least he was. He's running a 2:02, a full 2 seconds faster than Nate Freehill up in front of him.
So on screen now is the number 27 of Christian Janik as he makes his way into this start stretch over towards the Cometic corner.
Peppered with a little mistake back there, little tip over. Jordan Renfro capitalizes up into the 3 spot after 3 laps.
Yeah, the biggest thing about this race comes down to how consistent can you be. You know, you can come in here and go a 2-2-2, not to win a single moto, and you could win. And you didn't even. A lot of these kids don't even think they could have won, but they did because they were the most consistent out of all of them. You know, you can't win if you're on the ground. You ain't moving, you ain't going nowhere, and you can't win if you're on the ground.
Yeah, here at Loretta Lynn's, we have saw 333s win championships. Yeah. You see it all. Consistency will definitely pay off in this one, especially in this moto, as some of our front runners have been having some problems.
Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. Christian Janik out in front. Turning and burning, 3 laps completed. Working on the 4th right now. Enzo Timmerman with a solid ride, the number 81. Oh, he's chipping away at that lead that Janik's got right now.
All right, looking at the Rocky Mountain sand section right now. And back to our leaders we go. There is the number 27 of Christian Janik making his way around to the finish line. He is still followed there by the 81 of Enzo Timmerman.
Yeah, it really is amazing looking at some of how these riders are riding right now compared to that moto we were just watching, and you watch this moto and how smooth these guys are going and how fast they're going with how treacherous this track is right now. It's really amazing to see these kids really just laying down the law and putting the hammer down in this beginning of this moto, and those top 2 guys put a 14-second gap on Jordan Renfro right now, and that battle between 3rd to about 7th is really tight right now, and that's the thing to watch.
Well, we'll see if Janik and Timmerman can increase that lead too, as Timmerman is coming in hot.
Timmerman got off into some of that mud that is pushed into the side of the track, losing a little bit of time there on that one. And you can see all the ruts there in the 10 Commandments with this drone shot. So Christian Janik going to get a little breathing room now.
Update on Casey Cochran back there now in the number 10 spot. He's picked up another 2 positions and wicking up the pace a little bit, running that 2:01 pace.
That 2:01 pace is very impressive for how buried back in the pack, and he is about to come up on a group of riders that are very close together, so he can make a lot of passes here in the next lap.
Our other heavy hitter, Logan Best, plus 14. He's up into the number 17 spot and going to work.
So Casey Cochran on screen now on that number 66, Husqvarna. He is sitting in 10th place position, looking to gain a few here and keep his championship hopes alive. Oh, as he gets a little off balance. And
little mistake, but he's pushing, right? I mean, he's laying it all out there. He said, I got to get every single position possible.
And to the outside he goes through the sand section. We'll see if he is able to gain another one here, and he does.
Man.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, if you guys remember Moto 1, Casey came from the back again, and he came out of nowhere.
Right.
Kid was about 15, 20 seconds back, and about 5 minutes ago in that moto, he came up and hawked down that front leading group, and he put a gap on him with about a lap to go last moto. So you know he is fighting with everything he's got. He wants to get back up there so he can get this Schoolboy 2 title.
All right, and he makes the pass on Jackson Driscoll there on that number 43 Yamaha. Up and over the finish line triple he goes and into the Wall of Fame. So he is still sitting in 8 now, so moving up to 8. The next person ahead of him is going to be the number 30 of Drew Adams. Oh, as you see Casey getting a little off center there, I should say. Into the woods they go.
And Drew Adams back in the 7th spot. That's going to be the next guy Casey Cochran's got to set his sights on. And that's probably going to be fun to watch. I got to think both guys, they do not want to be 7th and 8th right now.
This battle for 3rd just heated up. Looks like Bernard just got around Jordan Renfro. And it looks like Landon Peppard's in 5th, Colin Allen in 6th, and Drew Adams in 7th.
Going to work, Yannick and Timmerman trying to check out. Pretty big gap between them and Jordan Renfro, 17.5 seconds back.
Yeah, you got 5 of these riders and all about the same turn. 3rd place is coming in and, and 7th place is coming out, and they're all swapping spots right now.
Ooh, as you see a group of riders on screen. Let's give you a little rundown of our top 15. Christian Janik out front, Enzo Timmerman in 2nd, Jordan Renfro in 3rd, Casey Bernard Jr. in 4th, Landon Peppard sitting in 5th, Colin Allen in 6th, Drew Adams holding down 7th, Casey Cochran in 8th, in 9th is Jackson Driscoll, Hayes Edwards holding down that 10th place position, Nate Freeman, Jace Aldred, Aiden Kiefer, Trace Holland, and Jared Hannon going to round out our top 15 in this one as they run.
Logan Bess, he's passed a total of 15 riders in this moto after the mistake on lap number 1. Impressive, but he's got a long way to go, and with our abbreviated motos, not a lot of time to do it in.
Yeah, I know a lot of these kids rely on that last 5 minutes of these motos, and without having those, this turns into about a 7-lap race, and you got to be a lot faster than you trained for.
That's right.
Quick change up on them as this weather and all these conditions have made these motos shorter. You know, you got to change up your riding style. You got to be a little faster. You don't have to save as much energy, and you really got to hammer it down because you don't have to last as long as a 20-minute moto. You got to last 15.
That's right. You hear Megawatt. He says, I'm sick of hearing people talk about good start, good start. You got to have a good start. Hey, Eli Tomac doesn't always have a good start. Jet Lawrence doesn't always have a good start. Hey, the case here with the abbreviated motos, you got to have the good start. You got to be mistake-free at this point.
Yeah, these 15-minute motos, it turns more into like a local race back home where you don't have that extra 5 minutes goes a really long way.
Only you're not just one of like 3 top dogs. These are all the top dogs across the country now, right?
Yeah, all the top dogs, dude. I mean, you got first through top 10. These are all really these are all dudes that all could win at any moment, you know.
Watching an entertaining one, Schoolboy 2, 12-17. Coming up next, going to be the girls, 11-16. In a moment,
we're going to have Jordan Jarvis hop in on that one, as well as Taylor Allred. Taylor standing behind me now, watching her little brother get up to an 11th place here on that number 73 in this one.
Our apprentice, Kira, going to be joining them as well. She said, can I call that one? She asked for it. I said, absolutely. Let's get it.
And who better to call it with?
Amen. Amen. Here we go, watching Christian Yannick on screen, the number 27.
And the white flag is flying, so one more time around for the number 27 Kawasaki of Christian Janik.
Yeah, Janik's got about an 8-second lead over Enzo Temmerman. He's got this, just cruise this thing on in.
Enzo Timmerman, boy, hats off to him. He was a threat early. I thought we were going to see that nice two-way battle for the win. He's checked up a bit.
And that's taking nothing to take away from
For sure.
No. He is absolutely ripping. These guys are on another level.
It is
obviously, as a kid goes down right in front of Yannick right there, has to go around the outside a little bit to get out of that kid's way.
Casey Bernard in the number 3 spot on the gas. Landon Peppard. He's just slinging out salmon out there as he goes by. He's on the move. He's in the 4 spot. Drew Adams up into 5th now. Back around Jordan Renfro. Casey Cochran, keep our eyes on him, back in the 8 spot. And where is Logan Best? Logan Best up to 13th. He's 4 seconds back from 12th. Can he pick up a couple more positions before the checkers fly?
Christian Janik turning right around that 2-minute mark each lap. So it is going to be hard to match that Mr. Consistency up there on that number 27. And of course, he was 3rd in your first moto, so that is going to be a 3-1 moto score for him if he can make it just a few more turns around this Loretta Lynn's course. All right, and through this Polysport Pond Sand Sweeper he goes here in this Schoolboy 2 12-17 moto number 2. And it is going to be the number 27 of Christian Janik going to take the win here in this one. And you can see the excitement all over him as he comes across the finish line.
Checker flag flies. He is on his way to talk with Jason Wygant. And in the words of Kevin Kelly, I feel so bad for that man.
Shout out to Casey Bernard. He just turned in a 3rd place finish, a big turnaround from the first moto with an 8th.
All right, so as this Schoolboy 2 race comes to a close, up next is the girls 11-16. Then we'll have the 65cc 10-11. Super Mini 2 will be following that, and then our micros.
Pepper checking in there. Last lap, 3rd place. Drew Adams with the hustle ends up in 4th. And how about the Casey Cochran 5th?
And Casey Bernard Jr. falling down there to 8th. Not sure what happened there on that number 75. Jackson Driscoll checking in there on the 43 machine in 9th. We'll see if Jace Aldred going to round out our top 10 in this one on the number 73. And we will throw things down to Jason Wygant on the podium here in just a second.
Yes, thanks. We're going to get our winner up there. Hop on up there, Christian. And this is big because I believe it's a 3-1 now. So looking good going into the 3rd moto is our number 27. And it was a tough one for the first moto winner, Casey Cochran. And also a couple other riders struggled in that one, so the points are looking really good if you're sitting on the 3-1. Let's bring him on up for the gold. Christian Janik. Oh, yeah, you're sitting on 3-1. This has to feel like exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, definitely.
How'd you do that? First of all, I got to give you this, too. Stasic Whole Shot Award. Hold that up. Good job, Christian. I'm sure it's still pretty sticky out there, so Whole Shot helps.
Yeah, definitely. Me and Garrett put a 34 on, so they definitely hooked up way better. Didn't slide as much, but I got off to a great start. I pulled the whole shot. I got out front, obviously, and then I kind of rode my own race, and then Enzo caught me, so I started to pick it up a little bit, and then I got a nice little gap and rode it home.
Okay. All right, what about Moto 3, man? We never know. We could even get more rain. Who knows, man?
I don't mind some more rain, so it's good.
Cool. All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, G-Circuit Safe, the whole Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki Pro Circuit, Dunlop Tires, Renthal, Throttle Syndicate, the whole Fox crew, my mechanic Garrett, my whole family that came out, my sister's back at home, Renthal, Hinson. I never forgot, thank you.
Christian Janik, everyone with the gold in Schoolboy 2. Thank you. We're going to bring up Enzo Temmerman, who finished up in the number 2 position. And I believe he has a 4.2. So he's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. He's got a shot at this title as well. All right, let's talk to our second place finisher, Enzo Temmerman. There you go. Here, we'll move right to the center. How was that moto?
It was pretty good. I started off third, held on to Drew and Christian for a while. Then I was able to get around Drew. Tried to reel in Christian, but just had a couple mistakes that cost me.
Yep. All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, my mechanic rider, my whole family, the whole crew at Monster Energy Kawasaki, Monster Army, Fox, Matt Mora, Dunlop, Maxima Racing Oils, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, Enzo Temmerman, your runner-up. And we need third place. I think that might have been Peppered on the 37, who ends up with the bronze. And they was in a battle. I think I saw him 4th, 5th at one point. We'll bring up our third place finisher. There we go. All right, a bronze. Let's hear for the gas man, Landon Peppered. Dude, I feel like you've been this close to doing this every single time. You got to be happy to get up here.
Oh, yeah, I'm stoked to get up here. I had to work for this one. I got off to a pretty good start, but I've just been struggling all week with starts, and I fell in the last corner of the last moto, so I was just struggling and just kept my head down and putting in work and hoping to be up here in the next couple motos.
Cool. All right, who do you want to thank, Landon?
I want to thank my dad. He's sacrificed everything for me. I want to thank Gas, Fox, 100%, Monster, Motor X, the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping us safe, and FMF, Little Donnie at FMF, and everybody else, thank you so much.
All right, hard-earned third. Let's hear it for Landon Peppered. Yep. We got one more.
I want to thank Kevin Wyndham and Farm 14. We've been grinding out there. And I want to thank Todd at Factory Connection. He's helped me a lot.
Cool. Suspension and where you ride. Important stuff. All right, one more time. Landon Peppered. All right, that'll do it for Schoolboy 2.
are back with the girls 11 to 16 race on the line. Taylor Albrecht's back up here with us, and our friend Kira. So come on, Kira, let's hear the top 10 of this race before they get into the action.
All right.
I'm putting you on the spot again.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, so top 10 from Moto 1, girls 11 to 16. In first, Mila Herrick. In second, we had Lala Turner. In third, we had Madison Casimir. In fourth, we had Mila Baltic. I don't think I said that right, sorry. In fifth, we had...
It's Mila.
Yep, you got it right.
Mela got first, and Mila. Yeah, that's right.
Mila.
No, you got this, bro. You're a pro. You got this.
In fifth, we had Piper Bell. In sixth, we had Hannah Jameson. In seventh, we had Hannah Cole. In eighth, we had Callie Sutton. In ninth, we had Brandy McCartley. And then rounding out our top 10 for Moto 1 was Josie Shutt.
All right, we're going back to the racing here, and surprise, surprise, Mela Herrick with the whole shot. If there's anyone you can count on for getting the whole shot, it is definitely going to be Mela Herrick for those front picks. A girl off the side of the track. That's an interesting line. Straight in the mud. We've got the girls' race going on right now. It was a fairly clean start for the most part. Coming in the second corner, there's a little bit of a pile up. We are waiting to get a little bit of a better shot on who is our front pack going right now. It is still Mela Herrick, I believe. Mela Herrick with a commanding lead already, from what I can see.
And again, that's the way to do it in a mud moto. You know, get that that whole shot and just lead the laps away.
She did win Moto 1, so we'll see if she can bring this one home again.
We are looking for the number... I don't remember where she is. Sorry about that. We are looking for the number 99 of Lachlan Turner. That is our probably our next runner-up in this class. She got second in the first moto, so she's definitely looking to turn that around for this moto.
Looks like Lachlan Turner is in that third place position right now going over the finish.
Oh, wow. Mela Herrick busting out the triple after the finish line right now. Still looking very good. Lachlan Turner does it as well. Gets a little sideways, a little sketchy.
In second, we have Madison Casimir.
That was, I believe, our whole shot from last moto? Whole shot? Something like that. So we definitely have these same girls running up front right now. I thought there was going to be a little bit of change up, a little bit of a different strategy for some of these girls out here in this. It's not so much mud anymore. It's just kind of a gnarly track right now. Lachlan's got that race style going on right now. She's working hard. She's looking to get up onto the back of our first place runner right now, Mela Herrick, going into the 10 Commandment section. I am noticing that all three of our front runners are doubling through the 10 Commandment section, which is awesome to see. I'm sure you guys can see that on Racer TV when it's flipped to the other angle. It's pretty gnarly.
Oh yeah, 10 Commandments, especially when it has rained, are definitely, I think, the gnarliest section of the track, you know, because you're landing into a rut, off the lip of another rut, so that's definitely the sketchiest part in my opinion.
Wow, and we are looking at Madison Casimir still sending the triple into Storyland on a Super Mini. That's very impressive to see. Lachlan Turner just got a good eye shot of that. Maybe looking to change up some lines for next lap, looking to see if maybe that's something that she's going to do. But she is closing up on the back of our of our second place rider, the number 4 of Madison Casimir. Looks fantastic going through these ruts. You can see the little bit of a style difference between Madison Casimir and Lachlan Turner. Madison Casimir has she's looking good right now, but she kind of looks a little uncomfortable with the deep ruts. But you've got Lachlan Turner pushing hard, trying to make that time up. She's definitely got I think a little bit more of a height advantage.
Oh, I agree for sure. And if you watch Lachlan ride, she just has, I almost want to say she has the style of a guy in it, which is, I think any female can agree in the sport, that's the best compliment you can get. Just the way she rides, she's super loose, knows how to throw the bike around, very aggressive.
We are looking for our second and third place riders to come across the finish line, see what the lap times difference are. Lachlan Turner caught up quite a bit onto the back of our second place rider, Casimir. We are looking for a lap time difference. I'm going to guess she's probably the same speed or maybe just a little. Oh, okay. I was going to say a little faster.
Looks like Lachlan Turner threw down a 2:15 with Madison Casimir at 2:19.
And our leader, Mela Herrick, with a 2:16. So Lala's running a second faster than our leader right now.
Looks like Mila Herrick has a 5-second gap on second place right now.
We've got an awesome battle brewing for second place right now. Turner and Casimir going at it right now. I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe a little passing back and forth, or is Lachlan Turner going to be able to get up onto the back of Mela Herrick and push for that lead?
Lachlan Turner with a mistake in the 10 Commandments. That's going to cost her a few seconds.
She's trying those wicked lines through the 10 Commandments. She's trying to find any line she can to make up some time. She knows that Mela Herrick is getting away inch by inch and getting away from our second place rider, Madison Casimir. So she's feeling the pressure right now. She knows that, if things end the way they are right now, a 1-1 is going to be tough to beat coming into the third moto.
Oh, absolutely. And I wanted to point out one thing. I think Lachlan's in a great position because she's on the back of Madison Casimir, and when you have that pressure going, I feel like that increases your lap times to where that might be able to close the gap on Herrick.
It is, but we are definitely seeing some mistakes coming out of our third place rider, Turner. She's got some good line choices. I'm really liking some of the insides that she's taking, but if she wants to get around our second place rider, Casimir, she needs to clean up these mistakes a little bit. Meanwhile, Mela Herrick is just out there having a grand old time. She should be coming into some lappers right now, but other than that, she's been having a fantastic race. I'm gonna guess, don't hold me to it, but I'm gonna guess that they probably lost some time on our leader this lap.
I mean, you got Mikey on it too. I mean, Mikey knows him.
While we are waiting for Racer TV to come back up, let's do a quick rundown through the top. We'll go through the top 10. How about that? Mela Herrick coming around for the lead. Our second place rider goes to Madison Casimir. Lachlan Turner is in third. Mila Baltic in fourth. Brandy McClarty in fifth. Lillian Pettis in sixth. Piper Bell in seventh. Hannah Cole in eighth. And Caitlin Lane in ninth. And Callie Sutton in 10th.
You can definitely see that Lachlan Turner made a couple mistakes last lap. Her lap time's gone to a 2:17.3 now, so she was a little bit slower that lap.
Yep, and it looks like Madison Casimir has a 2-second gap on Lachlan, if I'm not mistaken.
And then our leader has a 4-second gap on.
Oh, but we're watching Racer TV up here, and it looks like Mela Herrick had a really tough time going through the 10 Commandments. She came into a bunch of lappers coming into it, and I don't believe was able to double like she has been the previous laps, so that definitely set her back a little bit. The gap's probably tightened up some, but we're watching some line changes going on up here with the second and third place battle going on right now. They are coming into some lap traffic that has forced Madison Casimir into the inside versus the outside, which she's been taking and tripling into Storyland. So now they're both kind of stuck in the same lines together trying to get through traffic. They're both seem to be having no issues, thankfully, but it looks like it is favoring Lachlan Turner right now. We've got a little look back, I believe, from our second place rider checking out where Lachlan Turner is. And man, is Lachlan Turner right next to her. She's got to focus on the race ahead of her right now because Lachlan is pushing for that second spot.
Yep, and here comes that lap traffic that we were talking about yesterday. You know, I definitely think that's one of the hardest things about Loretta's is when that lap traffic comes into play. You have no idea exactly what's going to happen. You know, you follow a lapper, they might go down. You go to a different line, you don't know what's going to happen. So. Oh.
The ice is there.
Going back to the battle right now, it looks like Lachlan Turner is making a push on the second place rider, Madison Casimir. Both kind of got stuck behind some lappers right there. I'm not totally sure. And it looks like our second place rider has closed up massively on Mela Herrick that last lap. Not totally sure what happened. We saw she made a couple mistakes in the 10 Commandments, but this closed the race up a ton. Our third place rider, Turner, has lost a good chunk of time that lap. Not sure what happened. Something over the tunnel jump by the finish line. So now the battle has gone from the battle for second into the battle for first between Mela Herrick and Madison Casimir. Lachlan Turner getting a little loose coming in the 10 Commandments, trying to make that time up. We're seeing some yellow flags in some of these inside ruts going to the 10 Commandments. Once again, forcing our front runners to change some lines up, maybe try a line they haven't tried before. Could be good, could be bad, could force a mistake. Wow. Looks like, I want to say... Okay, yeah, so both of our first and second place riders did hit the triple going into Storyland. They are both finally clear of some lappers for a little bit of time. Probably isn't going to last too long, so they both got to really push, especially Mela Harris. She's got to open that gap back up to somewhat of the commanding lead that she had earlier. We're looking for our third place rider, Turner, to make that push again and get right back up onto the back of it. And I think we're going to have a three-person battle.
Oh, I agree. I definitely think Lachlan now knows, okay, second place has, gotten a little bit ahead of me. I think she's going to start pushing down. I think Mela Herrick definitely is feeling the pressure, so be interesting how this one plays out for sure.
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing, once again, some different riding styles, maybe some different ruts and stuff like that, because our first place runner right now, Mela Herrick, is a little bit on the shorter side. But our second place and third place rider are both taller riders, so I think we're seeing some different line choices due to that aspect of it. It's a lot easier to go through a very deep rut as someone who's taller than someone who's shorter.
Oh, absolutely.
We are coming around. We should probably have the two-lap board out, I think.
Yep.
Two-lap board is out. Mela Herrick still in first. Madison Casimir in second. Not giving up just yet. She lost a little bit of ground that lap, but definitely still right there, ready to pounce in case something happens. And Lachlan Turner looking for her to make another push this lap.
Again, Madison Casimir with the fastest lap that time, a 2:15. Mela Herrick a 2:16, and Lachlan Turner a 2:16 as well. Like I said earlier, I think Casimir's in a good spot because she has pressure behind her, but she also has something to reach up to her.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Lachlan Turner just got around.
Yep, I was just going to say, I spoke too soon.
It's not over yet. Madison Casimir is definitely not ready to give up just yet. She wants that second spot, almost first. She was right there for a little bit. Fantastic riding from her. Fantastic riding for all three riders. This is an insanely difficult track right now, especially on such a small bike as a Super Mini.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see a pretty hard push this last lap from Lachlan Turner to try and get that first place position.
It looks like she's slowly starting to make up some time on Herrick and start to get behind the back wheel of her.
We are looking at our third place rider right now, Madison Casimir. And I just got a good call out from Taylor Allred. She thinks that
looks like she's pretty close there. I can't see too well from here, but it looked like she had made a pass, but I think I may have been mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like Mela pulled it back out, but we might have a pass right here. Lost on the inside. Oh, that was close. That was very close, but like Taylor called out earlier, that was an awesome call by Taylor. It is coming up to be white flag. Lachlan Turner is putting in that white flag push. I think we might see some aggressive riding from both of these riders right now. A moto win is on the line right now, along with a championship. It looks a lot better to go in with a 1-1 for Mela Herrick, and it looks a lot better for Lachlan to go in with a 2-1 in this moto. Oh!
They're coming into lap traffic. This is where you have to play strategic to, pick the right lines, because the fastest line, a lapper might be in that line, but that may make you lose a few seconds from the leader.
We are seeing some bumping and banging going on for this last lap battle right there. Let's not forget about Madison Casimir in third. She is not that far off. Lachlan Turner is pushing super hard, coming back by the mechanics section. She's probably getting that pit board from Dad saying it's go time. This is where you need the heart. This is where you need the push.
This is where that last adrenaline rush comes in right there. When you see that last lap pit board from your dad, you're like, hey, this is it. Make it or break it.
Oh, absolutely. Different line choices from both riders. Lachlan Turner going to the very inside through the really deep, rough sections of the track. Got another line choice up here.
It's very interesting to see the different line choices right now and how they're constantly changing it up just because of how the track's developed throughout the day today.
Now, I did watch this corner last lap. Lachlan went to the inside. Okay, Mayla Herrick picked up on that. She was originally going to the outside to hit this triple into Storyland. I'm not sure if she'll... Excuse me, I spoke too soon. She did it anyway. Both of these riders did the triple going into Storyland from the very inside. If you're Mayla... if you are Mayla... Herrick, what's going through your mind right now, Taylor? What's
Honestly,
the game plan right
I know the ideal plan is like, okay, stay calm, put in your laps, put it all together, but honestly, for me, I'd be freaking out. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to hammer it down, make it to the finish line. I want this moto win. But also for Lachlan Turner, you know, she wants this moto win as well. I'm sure you can vouch for this. Second motos are important because you can go 1, and you can go 1-2 and tie for the second moto, but you want that 1-1 score.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
I, unfortunately, couldn't seem to get my starts down here, so I was normally the one playing catch-up. We've got riders down everywhere on this last lap, and it seems to be working better for our first-place runner, Mayla Herrick, right now. It's not over. It's not over yet. We still have a couple of turns to go. We still have a whole nother moto, and I can bet that Lachlan Turner is not done yet. I was thinking coming into this race that Lachlan Turner was going to have maybe a slight advantage over Mayla Herrick. Lachlan Turner rode in the women's moto yesterday, so she got a chance to already ride something like this. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to help her out quite enough. Mayla Herrick got off to that whole shot. Lachlan took a little bit of time to get up to that point. That just gave her too much of a gap, and that's how the race is going to end.
Absolutely, and that was an amazing ride by Mayla Herrick. Like I said earlier, that's the way you want to do it. Pull the whole shot and get out in front as soon as you can. Awesome ride by Lachlan Turner as well. Like you said, you know, she was in the women's moto yesterday on her 250 and had a little bit of an advantage to kind of scope out the track, but you got to think too, it might be a little different on her super mini out here as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the times they were running. You know, they were running some good lap times. They lapped up to 10th. So that's awesome to see. We've got some good girls coming up into the women's class. I mean, we know Lachlan Turner's already in the women's class, but Mayla Herrick's not far behind. We've got some good girls coming up into this class, into the women's class.
It's definitely exciting to see the next generation coming in for sure. So I'm excited to see in the next couple of years where all these girls are ranked out at.
We had the top 3 girls were moving. Look at the gap from 3rd to 4th. It was a 54-second gap. So they were on a mission out here. Obviously, Lachlan Turner was pushing hard trying to get to that top spot. But, you know, that was pushing the both of them together. And they were out there moving for sure. Waiting for a little bit longer to give you that top 10 rundown. All right, Kira, how was that race? What do you think?
It was good. It was fun to watch. It was fun to watch Lala make her way up to the front, and she almost had it there at the end. It got really close. I think if we had a lap or two more, we definitely would have seen a battle between the two of them. So that was really fun to watch. Our top 10, just a quick rundown of our top 10. In first, we have the number 19 of Mayla Herrick. In second, we have the number 99 of Lachlan Turner. In third, we have Madison Casimir on the number 4. In fourth, we have Mila Baltic. In fifth, we have Lily Ann Pettis. In sixth, we have Brandy McCartley. In seventh, we have Piper Bell. In eighth, the number 18 of Hannah Cole. In ninth, oh, my bad. In eighth, Callie Sutton must have passed Hannah Cole. In ninth, we have Hannah Cole. And then rounding out our top 10, we have the number 4 of Kiana Kurtz.
They definitely got the rough track today. The rain came through last night. It's not too muddy anymore, like I was saying earlier. It's mostly just rutted. But they should have a much better track tomorrow. We're going to pass it down to whoever's over at the podium.
Not like you're tired of waiting on me.
Check, check, check. All right, now, second time's the charm. It's working. Just needed you to wait a little bit longer. It's not like you've been working or anything. One more time, I didn't get to announce the name. Mayla Herrick grabbing the Whole Shot Award as well as the gold medal and she had to earn that. What a race it was, coming down to the wire. How are you feeling, first of all?
I feel pretty sketchy.
Pretty sketchy, and I honestly, I feel like sketchy's what you need out here to get the job done. Did you feel like that?
Definitely.
Definitely, and you were able to do it. What was the mindset sitting on the gate? You see how beat up the track is. What are you telling yourself?
I was just telling myself it's fine. It's just another day at Rob's, and I just have to push through it, and I'll be worth it.
There you go. Yeah, push through it. Think about all the training that you've done, and it is paying off right now. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad for being my mechanic, my family, my trainer, Robbie Rainer Training Complex, Fox Moto, Matt Mora, Dunlop, Rob Fox, Brian from WTT, Raul Designs, Torres for getting my suspension dialed race tech, FMF, Mika Metals, Moto Mug Pro Circuit, Moto C, PC Racing, VP Race Fuels, Motorsport, and everyone else. Thank you.
There you go. One more time, grabbing the win as well as the whole shot award. Mayla Herrick getting the job done here in the girls class. What a race it was. And next up, coming to grab a silver medal. Put your hands together. Love the sportsmanship here. A big hug there. Lachlan Turner grabbing the silver medal. Give her a round of applause. Lachlan putting it up here on the podium once again. Big smile there. Got to let the gram eat. Social media up there. Everybody at home at Racer TV watching as well. We heard sketchy. What's your opinion of it out there?
Very slick. The start, like, I couldn't go anywhere. Yeah.
Hey, the start might not have been the best, but you were coming through the pack. Did you feel like you were able to find a flow as the race went on?
Sort of getting a little wobbly everywhere. But yeah.
Yeah, it didn't seem like anybody was like perfectly smooth. Everybody had mistakes here and there. Did you feel like you were just trying to limit it, make as little mistakes as you could?
No, I was in like I don't even know. I was just trying to get up there.
Hey, if there was somebody in front of you, you just had to pass them, right? Simple.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you did. Who do you want to thank putting it up here on the podium?
The whole family, Fly, Hope, Dunlop, Rob Fox from Dunlop, 100%, Nick and Dave from 100%, Mika Metals, my trainer, Dre Whipple, DT1, FMF, Cloverhill, AO, RGR, and Lab, and yeah, the whole crew.
There you go. One more time. Put your hands together. Lachlan Turner grabbing a silver medal here in the girls class. And next up, making her way to the podium, grabbing a couple of photos real quick, chatting it up. And we're going to have third place. We got a bronze medal waiting on you up here. One of my favorite of the medals here in 2023. That is all yours. Throw that thing on one more time. Put your hands together for Madison Casimir, rounding out the podium here in this second moto. All right, let's chat it up. So we know it's not pretty out there. It's not smooth. It's maybe even not fun. What did it take to get a gold or a bronze medal up here?
Got like a second place start. Was just up there for a while. Tried to pass, just making a few mistakes, and yeah, I got third.
We know it's physically tiring, but it's got to be mentally tiring as well. So many different lines to choose from all the way across the track.
Yeah, I kind of had a blast out there, just finding all this messy lines, and yeah, it was fun.
Hey, I like to see it. We hear a lot of people, a little negativity out there. I like the positivity. We're embracing it, and clearly you know how to ride it as well. Who do you want to thank for getting it up here on the podium?
The Lord for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, Fly, Moto Sandbox, 100%, Arma, Asterisk, Wristbrace Sky, Dunlop, MX Tire, Factory Connection, Lynx, ODI, Guts, Cherry Beast, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
One more time, give it up for your bronze medal recipient. A fantastic finish to that second girls race. And it looks like we're getting ready to drop the gate. We're going to send it back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thank you for that. That is a great girls race that we just had. And coming up next is the 65cc 10 to 11 class. And they are just about to put that 2 card up. So we are ready to drop the gate. Quickly try to run you guys through that top 10 from the first moto. Camden Scoggin was 10th. 9th was the 80 of Easton Kirby. 8th place, the 37 of Chase Brennan. 7th for Joseph Vicari. 6th for Landon Lee. 5th was Shoma Nagasawa. 4th for Carter Gray. 3rd for Waylon Ballinger. 2nd was Jackson Vick. And our winner was Easton Graves in that first 65cc 10 to 11 moto. We are ready, folks. The 1 card is there already. It is set to go sideways, and they are going to fire off into the first corner. There it is, card sideways. The revs are up, and the gate is down here on 65cc 10 to 11 Moto 2. Oh, those 65s bearing into the mud off the start, but who's going to get the Stasic hole shot? Maybe out of the far inside. Looks like that maybe was the 71 who got to the corner first, but the 69 machine maybe snuck through and grabbed that hole shot. Carter Gray out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, with the early lead, and he did indeed grab that Stasic hole shot.
If I'm the parent, I'm wanting the kid in that bright green gear. That's easy to follow. Those two kids right there, that number 30, super bright gear setup.
Pretty easy to see.
100%.
Even a little mud on it, you probably still get a little bit of that shining through, able to pick out which one he is.
And the number 67 there with those purple wheels is going to be able to make his way up into second place as they go through the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, I saw the 31 of Easton Gray poking down the inside into the Commandments. I'm not sure if he was able to sneak the lead away. I think he did actually from Carter Gray.
All right, and now looking on screen, there is the number 31.
Yeah, that's Easton Graves taking over the race lead. That was our Moto 1 winner. We got outside getting hung up there. But Carter Gray up the inside was trying to move back into second place, trying to see where the 70 is of Jackson Vick, who ended up in second place in the first moto of this one. Not sure if he got a bad start or maybe he is right there in the mix and we just haven't seen him as the numbers flash through. But Easton Graves starting to open up a little bit of an advantage on the rest of the field. And hey, won that first moto. You don't want to give him a big lead.
The leader goes down, or one of our front runners anyway. I don't think that was the leader, was it? No, Graves made it through. It's that bright yellow gear, so he's easy to see when he's on track and on the track, literally laying on the track.
That looks to be, I believe, the 57 ride that went down right there, or maybe the 67 of Landon Lee. Yeah, 67 of Landon Lee, I believe, on that KTM went down. So Graves is leading us through the sand corner. Carter Gray is in second, and then the 37 ride coming through in third place right now. That is Chase Brennan. He was 8th in the first moto. Much better start this time around.
And now they'll give you the top 10 rundown. Easton Graves coming across the stripe first. He will set the timing and scoring correctly. The yellow flag's kind of sparsely waving. There's a few guys here and there that have gone down. Get these little dudes back up and running. What are you hearing from the track, guys? What are they saying about the racetrack itself? It's kind of thick. Some of the areas a little thick.
Thick, lots of lines, a lot of opportunities to make passes, but also get stuck, which is what we've been hearing the last few days here at the ranch with all this rain and mud. And you can tell, man, they pushed a lot of this kind of slick stuff off the top in these last little, they reworked the track for that Senior 45 Plus moto. And now most of the track looks pretty solid, I feel like.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there. The 31 of Grace comes through. You can see that battle of 69 right behind him there. Carter Gray, Chase Brennan trying to track down our leader going into the 10 Commandments now. And that is a beehive of riders. The number 69, remember, he's the one that went down in that sweeper while leading yesterday, did a full front somersault.
And it looks like the number 69 of Carter Gray there that you're talking about loses a few spots going through the 10 Commandments, if I'm not mistaken. And he does.
Yeah, I think our second place rider in the first moto, the 70 of Jackson Vick, has gotten around both of them into the 2 spots. So he went all the way from 5th into second place as they head out to Storyland. And Vick, if I remember correctly, in the first moto crashed twice and still was able to get all the way back to second. So he had the speed to maybe run with Easton Graves, and now finally he's in position to try to catch him.
So that is Jackson Vick on the number 70 making some tracks out there. And he's one of the bigger guys. We talked about this yesterday. And, if a bigger guy in the mud is not a bad thing, man. He can manage the motorcycle a little bit, put the foot down a little quicker, handle that little motorcycle.
Yeah, Jackson Vick, 12 years old, out of Highland Village, Texas. And like you said, a little bit of extra length to him.
Not a bad thing.
Not bad at all in these conditions. Using a little bit of that leg strength and your core muscles. Oh, and he went down.
Look at that.
Laid it down in the sand. So it looks like the 37 of Brennan was the only rider to get back by. Everybody else kind of got hung up because it's real one line on the inside of the sand there.
Stuck right behind him. Having a good week, man. The 31, Easton Graves, is slowly emerging. Not slowly. He's won every moto but one that I've seen him in. And he got second in that one, and he was leading that one as well. So Easton Graves, a man on the mission.
Battle for second on again as Jackson Vick picked it up and went right back after the 37 ride.
That took no time. He's right back pretty much where he was.
Yeah. But lost a little bit of time to our leaders. So now can't see Easton Graves anymore. Graves has got a pretty substantial margin after just 2 laps of this race. But Jackson Vick back in second place at the end of lap 2.
see who's moving on up here. Well, we don't have that information just yet. Now we do. Well, there's some guys moving down, actually. Bircher went down, and Carter Gray lost a couple of spots.
Aiden Steinbrecher up 5 spots, though. 230.
That is a name we have not said a lot about. And Aiden Steinbrecher has been a regular in the top 5 at every amateur national. He shows up, so that's good to see. There he is on camera. The 24. He's jumped up a few spots there as he was working on one of our front runners.
Yeah, that was
Aiden Steinbrecher. Good for you, buddy.
I think that was the 30 of Brody Bircher that he just made the pass on in the mechanics area. And you can see, man, this is a really close group of riders right here coming to our Cometic corner before the 10 Commandments. We have got 6, 7, maybe 7 different riders coming into the Commandments right now.
Steinbrecher right in the middle or towards the front of that little field there. Graves and Vic trying to run away from the rest of that nonsense, man. There's about 7 kids all playing on the same piece of playground equipment. Not enough room.
It's interesting to see that, you know, we had 4 go outside, 3 go inside, and then they stayed exactly in their lanes all the way down the Commandments.
Steinbrecher able to clear that entire field. I believe that would put him in 3rd, I believe. He's gotten around Chase Brennan.
Yeah, he is
a heck of a ride.
So maybe he is trying to run down Jackson Vick and not let the 70 machine get away. They are certainly letting Easton Graves start to run away with this thing out front, but everything behind that is a mess of battles and passes being made, and it still doesn't look like they're done as they come out of Storyland.
No, nobody's really separating themselves, but Aiden Steinbrecher has. He passed 5 people on that first lap, and I believe he's passed 4 on this one. And there is that battle of 69 going at it. Carter Gray. What a battle in the sand there. The beaches of Normandy. Uh-oh. Rider down again. Is that the number 70 again?
Well, I saw the 70 down out our window, but the 37 machine just went down again. That was Chase Brennan. So he's lost a few positions, but I saw Vic holding up a little bit in the corner that all of our riders right here are going through right now, so I'm not sure if he actually went down.
So that is Steinbrecher right here on the 24.
Yep.
He has cleared the entire wad of riders he had to work through.
And we've seen variance in these conditions today versus our first moto. Steinbrecher was 12th in the first moto, so seems to be enjoying these muddy conditions out here, searching for some lines.
Yeah, I wonder if he's one of those kids that, oh yeah, I love riding the mud. I think he's from California. I don't think they know they love it, and I think they're just good dirt bike riders. Like Liam Olaf said, no, it's the second time I've ever done it. And I got clarity from his father because I got a message on Facebook. It is Olaf.
Olaf, okay.
Not Alof.
Back and
I know,
forth
man. I did the same thing, and somebody messaged me, so I went to him. I said, how do you say it? He goes, I don't care. I said, well, I do. I do.
That's always the answer, right? I don't care.
It's from German descent, Olafsen, or something like that, Oppenheimer, whatever.
It's like Plessinger, Plessinger.
Cianciarulo, Cianciarulo.
Yep.
That's the 69 again down, perhaps?
Yep. I think
so. It is Olaf, Liam and Joel Olaf.
Olaf.
Got it.
All right. You know what, they'll be like, oh, it's Olaf or something with all those extra H's in there or something like that.
No, was it Olaf? Now I'm just confusing myself now.
Oh, no, Kevin Kelly.
My memory, I got Alzheimer's.
I was argued with that it was Alof. To give you a little rundown of our top 10, though, here in this 65cc 10 to 11, Easton Graves out front with a 9-second lead over the number 70 of Jackson Vick. Aiden Steinbrecher sitting in 3rd now on that number 24 machine. Dylan Graham on the number 96 in 4th. In 5th is Chase Brennan on the number 37. Carter Gray moving down to 6th now. Easton Kirby in 7th. Trey Jarvis in 8th. Brody Bircher holding down 9th. And in 10th is Waylon Ballinger.
Well, I'll tell you, Kevin Kelly, you are on the money about Easton Graves. He is broken out. It's not just breaking out anymore. He is really riding strong this week.
Yeah, he's only got one bad moto, and that bad moto was a white flag topple over. That cost him the actual moto win. He would have had a perfect day. Still looks pretty good. We got a nice little battle here. The 70 of Jackson Vick is back at it.
And is that, he's going around the 44. It looks like a Braxton Baldock. Yeah. I thought it was maybe Steinbrecher on the 24. And there's Vick down. I think that's the same corner he got stuck in a lap ago. So got to change up his line there. I feel like he keeps making the same mistake.
His dad probably told him that a million times, but if you went and told him, he'd be like, oh, okay, man, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the parents down there. The pit board is going out right now.
Olaf, whoever could say that to his kid. He'd be like, yeah, whatever.
So Vic will pick it up. He's still in 2nd. He did not lose the position to Steinbrecher despite the tip over, and he'll get back around Baldock there on the 44, who is, like we said, a lap down. But Jackson Vick, man, oh, that face of the jump right there. It's got that slick spot and then a little kick at the top, huh?
And the crazy part is, if you ask that kid about that, he goes, what? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, they're just so used to correcting and fixing. And me, I would have went high side on the backside, and I would have been right on my backside into an ambulance. Missed a couple days of work. Got to explain that to my boss.
I'm not sure I would have even made it. I think I'd be stuck in the mud on the side of the track already or something weird like that. So
you'll see that eventually. Usually on the parade lap, some kids like kind of pull off to check something. They go into one of the 5-foot thick mud holes, and the whole race has to hold for like 4 minutes. We got to get a tractor to pull them out. I've seen that.
That's the thing about this racetrack right now is that they've done such a good job on the track. It looks pretty good everywhere, and then a little off-track excursion, and you'll
be in trouble
standing
for sure.
still.
There is the number 44, I believe we're looking at, Braxton Baldock. That is a very talented young man, but he's unfortunately had something go on here in this moto. He finds himself in 38.
Yeah, so still Graves leading from Vic, Steinbrecher, Brennan, and Graham.
Look at our rider in 37th. I'm glad we're not having to quite announce that name. That would be a tough one.
Should we get Wes Kane up here?
Yeah, he could definitely help us out, no doubt.
He's got it on lock. I know.
He
Wes
can pull
Kane.
it off. He can pull it off.
He's got it.
Jackson Vick hanging tough, man. It's still in the number 2 spot. After all of the adversity, Aiden Steinbrecher has not gotten up to him. He's about 8 seconds behind.
Going to be about a 15-second gap between Easton Graves and Jackson Vick that you see on screen now. Jackson Vick making his way through the Rocky Mountain sand section.
We're seeing it come down to starts a lot after this weather delay ended, and Graves was able to get into the lead early. He didn't get the whole shot. We saw Carter Gray get that whole shot, but man, as soon as Graves got in the lead, it was like he put 4 or 5 seconds on everybody else while they're still looking around,
Yeah, those guys that can get after it, a lap into it, just get moving quickly, that is a skill set for sure. A lot of the guys that I'm sure you guys have talked about that come over from Europe, they talk about the American pace is pretty quick early on in the race. Takes them a minute to get up to speed, so got to do it.
Yeah, that's something that all of these riders out here in the 65cc class are learning this week. They're learning, hey, I can't mess around off these starts anymore. I got to make some quick passes if I want to move through the field, and I'm sure some of them even, by the end of the week, they'll realize, hey, off the start, man, I got to make 3 or 4 passes right away.
It really does matter. And now that we've shortened the motos, it's even more paramount. These kids kind of, little Jackson Vick shaking his head, going past the mechanics area.
Yeah, we're actually already on the white flag right here. So we're down to the 2-minute mark, peeked out the window, and the white flag is waving. So Easton Graves on his way. Look at that, doubling through the commandments.
Perfect. Look at the gap, though. Everybody kind of spread out 17, 9, 6, 7, 13 seconds. So the top 5 looks pretty locked in. Don't want to put the announcer's curse on anyone. That was a blanket statement, not directed towards any one of these individually. This is Moto 2, 65, 10 to 11. How did they finish up? Jackson, do you remember? I know Easton won it, right?
Yeah, Easton Graves was first in that first moto. Then in second, we had Jackson Vick. In third, we had Waylon Ballinger. And then in fourth was Carter Gray. And then holding down the 5th place position was Shoma Nagasagwa.
Yes.
Well, I can tell you this. The top 2, they're good. Everybody else is having an off moto for Moto 2. So all is not lost if you're one of those guys in that first moto that had a bad moto. Or a good moto, excuse me, because it looks like all the front runners in the first moto, except for first and second, are having a rough second moto, if that makes sense.
We are going to have to do some math that I'm not capable of doing, I think, to figure out these podium positions in this class.
No, that's why we got an awesome
yeah, we got some help.
Live
we got
view.
some help.
Yeah, this computer stuff really helps out for sure.
Easton Graves bringing it on down one final time as he launches out into the sand corner around the Polisport Pond. And
goes past a rider that's trying to start his motorcycle late in the moto.
Oh, he's going to drag it out of the rut first. He's going to make sure we're on some clean ground, not bury it in any deeper.
That was Race Matson, number 83. What you got, Jackson?
So Easton Graves here coming out of Louisiana. One more turn to go, and he is about to do it.
That was an early one-hander. He was 150 feet from the finish line. My man Easton Graves throwing the peace sign out. Yeah. That's 2, boys. Easton Graves is here.
I like it. I like the confidence. Looks like he's ready to roll into this third moto.
Man.
Riding the high of winning another one here in this 65.
Easton
Graves. 10 to 11
Coach
class.
Ogeron is pumped. Hey, Graves, you did good. Carter Graves should get second. No, Jackson Vick will get second. Excuse me. Wow, what happened there, Chase Brennan? Is that correct? Where'd Aiden Steinbrecher go all the way back to 7th?
I think we are having a little bit of
we're
an
on lap
issue
2
on the
now.
screen here. We're back to lap 2. So
Well, Aiden Steinbrecher's going to have
There
a
we
great, I can predict he's going to go all the way up to 3rd, folks, and he does. There it is.
look at you, Kevin Kelly.
Wow, Control-Alt-Delete down there in live score and timing. Graves, Vic, and Steinbrecher as the camera frame is frozen as well.
You got the magic ball. You know what's coming up next. All right, so this is going to end up our 65cc 10-11 Moto 2. Easton Graves with the win over Jackson Vic. Aiden Steinbrecher in 3rd with Chase Brennan 4th. Dylan Graham rounded out our top 5. Looks like Trey Jarvis is about to cross the line here in the 6th spot, and he does, just ahead of Landon Lee. Brody Bircher, Carter Gray, Easton Kirby appear to have finished up inside in the top 10 in this moto. Actually, Ballinger, I should say, snuck in there late as they crossed the line. So Ballinger,
He had a good first moto, too.
Yeah, he did. I believe he was 3rd in our first moto, so he came all the way back up into 9th.
Salvage mode, huh?
Especially with these overall results all over the place, man. A 9th could be huge.
Salvaging a good finish, just like Jackson is in the salvage business himself, owns a trash company.
There you go.
23-year-old entrepreneur owns his own trash service, Jackson. Who do we got next here? Super Mini 2, 13-16, as we have a nice tight look there. Alpine Stars, gear set up on point, 100% goggles. Landon Gordon looking fresh. We see you, Landon. You look good, buddy. The goggles are on point.
He's focused. He's locked.
Yeah, he's not listening to me. He shouldn't be. Got that whole shot device, going to lock it down. Doug Duchette putting the finishing touches on that KX85 Super, or 105, I guess, the Super Mini. Lock it down. Here we go. Pachow.
It's a good look right there.
Just popped that gear right out of the bag.
Feels clean.
Look at that. There's Game Motos. Mr. Albertson. That's where he trains him up. I guess he's helping him out. A lot of these training facilities kind of spread out. They really get locked in about 6 weeks, 2 months before Loretta ends. You see all the kids disperse from their hometowns and drag the RV and kind of work their way about halfway here to Oklahoma to Albertson's place. Call it home for about 6 weeks. Get acclimated to that heat.
Boot camp.
It is. It is literally a boot camp.
All right, we're getting ready to send it down to the podium here shortly, where I believe Zach Herron is ready to interview Easton Graves.
Hey, perfect timing, guys. Make some noise down here at the podium. Grabbing the gold medal, Mr. Easton Graves. Man, big smile on that, man. Come on, step in front of the bike. Perfect timing. We're gonna let these guys go by. Man, I like your style. You got a nice pose up here. You're feeling comfortable, man. We saw you. You were fist pumping in the air when you crossed the line. Fist pumping coming down here. You're feeling good right now.
Yeah, this is my 2 days ago was my first ever goal, and now I'm on 3. I'm on a roll right now. I have 3 in a row, so I just want to keep it going through the week.
What's that going to take, man? We've thrown everything we've got at you. We threw the dry, we threw the rain, we threw the ruts. What's it going to take to stop you, man? You're on fire right now.
Good starts, and first lap I fell, and I'm lucky I didn't get past because I had a big lead on the first lap. After that, I just checked out and went as smooth as possible for the whole moto.
Hey, smooth as fast. That's what it takes to get the job done, and that's exactly what you did, man. Who do you want to thank for grabbing another gold?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, my whole friends and family, Rocky Mountain ATVMC Rides Unlimited Team, 7, Bell, Scott, Alpine Stars, 7, Roger over there for making me look good, Johnny and Primo and all them over at Scott for getting my vision clear, Dunlop Tires, Bees Moto Lab, Moto Sandbox, Kyle Cheeseman, Ryan Sipes, they helped me out a lot. Pro Taper, Thrill Seekers, Lynx Racing, MTF, and everyone else that helps me out. Thank you.
There you go. One more time, Easton Graves adding another gold to the collection out here at the 2023 Loretta's. Look at that. Taking a bite out of it. The old signature move there. A great job from the number 31. Next up to the stage. Man, we couldn't keep this kid down. A great race for the number 70. Put your hands together, grabbing a silver medal, Mr. Jackson Vic. Jackson throwing on that silver, man. I can see it. You were wanting a little more. You were pushing hard. You found yourself on the ground a couple of times, but, man, you got the heart of a lion. You never quit.
Yeah.
That's all you can do, man. Just keep it going. You're on the podium once again. What's the plan going into the third race?
To win.
To win. Short, simple, to the point. You got business on your face, man. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, JK Cycles, Adventure Moto, Enzo Racing, Huxon Brand, Answer Racing, 100%, JG Vic Consulting, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
There you go, guys. Give it up for Jackson Vic. Heart of a lion out there. He had a rough one. Never gave up. And you can see it. You can see it on his face. This means a lot out here. These guys are battling hard. And talking about battling hard, Aiden Steinbrecher, the next one up here on the box, grabbing a bronze medal. Put your hands together for third place. A great job for Aiden. I'm going to let him get a shot, and then we're going to chat it up with your bronze medal recipient. Man, what a race it was. Taking a bite out of that thing. Does that not hurt?
No.
No. Okay, I guess not. Whatever. Anyway, what did it take to get this bronze, man? You are a big smile, and you got to be feeling good.
Oh, just my mom, my dad, just everybody who's got me here. I just pull the fraud on you get here.
Hey, just leave it wide open. Sometime at some point you'll end up on a podium, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you got the job done, man. I heard you giving the family a big shout out, but who all do you want to thank?
The Lord Jesus kind of keep me safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, Fox, 100%, Dunlop, Maddie, everybody from Gas, Daniel, Jeff from MX Clinic, T-Rex Photos, Ethica, FMF, and everybody supports me. Thank you, Fox.
There you go. One more time, guys. Aiden Steinbrecher grabbing a bronze medal. You know you're doing well when you got so many sponsors. You got to take multiple breaths. That's what I'm talking about out here. Hey, don't forget we got a Stasic Hole Shot Award to give away as well. Carter Gray, the first one around the first turn. So I'm going to see if I can go hunt Carter down. There he is. He's coming up. Put your hands together. Mr. Carter Gray grabbing the Stasic Hole Shot Award. A huge congratulations. Hold that thing up high, man. It is a huge accomplishment. Grab a hole shot out there. And we saw how the race started out, man. Why don't you come over here and tell everybody on Racer TV, how was the rest of the race?
I got the whole shot, and then I didn't change my lines, and I just got passed a lot, and then I crashed in the billboard turn. It just wasn't good.
Hey, but what I'm hearing is you learned a lot, and you were still able to start strong, and you got a whole nother race to go out there and show what you know, right?
Yep.
All right, you're going to focus forward, man. I know you got great people backing you up. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, God keep me safe, Driven MX Training, Brett, Tyson, Cobra, OG, X-Brand Goggles, and thank you so much for everyone else.
There you go, guys. That's what I'm talking about. These kids are hard on themselves, even after such an accomplishment like that. A huge congratulations to Mr. Gray there, our Hole Shot Award winner. We're getting ready to drop the gate. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the tower.
Thank you so much, Zach. And here we go. Super Mini 2 coming up. Race 2 is up, and the gate is down as they fire into turn number 1. Who's going to grab the Stasic Hole Shot out of the middle? It looked like perhaps a Husqvarna into the first turn. Maybe not, actually. Around the outside, we have a move already into the race lead. And it was Canyon Richards who grabbed the hole shot. But the 37 ride, I think that is going to take over the race lead momentarily. Richards is trying to fight him back as they go into the Cometic corner. The 37 ride, that is Logan Mortberg, who is in the lead out of turn 2, but it is going to be Canyon Richards taking it back over to the Commandments.
Richard taking the inside into the 10 Commandments, and that is going to do it for him. He is your new race leader here in this Super Mini 1. Super Mini 2, 13-16, I should say.
Moto
number 2.
About the number 4 spot. See what Canyon Richards can do. I don't know that I've seen him lead if any mini laps here at Loretta Lynn's. I think he might have a championship though, right? Jason Watkins, does Canyon Richards? Oh, he does. Does Canyon Richards have a title? I don't think so. There you go. Could have used it, but it's his real time. Can't do it.
No, we can't look it up. You can't look it up.
Not happening. Opening up right now is the lead by Canyon Richards, the number 16.
Yeah, he's got the 19 of Deacon Deno right there behind him.
Yeah, he's a heavy hitter for sure.
Oh, absolutely. He won, I believe, our last moto of the day yesterday. One of the last motos of the day, so he's a little bit more used to these conditions already, and he is going after Canyon Richards for the lead. It might not be long before he can shoot into it.
Landon Gordon doing the same thing. He's going to be side by side and pop into view here. Get it back down on the ground. Look at that. Just put the power down. That gets past. Hopefully it looks like he's trying to get past the number 53. He might have done it.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the 83 of Nicholas Stefancic.
Stefancic, that is correct.
And Deno up the inside in the last turn, I think just got around Richards for the lead. No, Richards fighting back on the outside holds it. So it's Canyon Richards from Deacon Deno. And then we got that 37 ride of Logan Mortberg still in the 3 spot, just ahead of the 83 who held on ahead of Landon Gordon. So Nicholas Stefancic still inside that 4th place position.
Deno trying something on the inside. Gordon trying it as well. That is the world's deepest rut coming out of that left-hander. That is something else. Deno on the all-white bike. It's before Labor Day, so he can do it. It's not out of fashion just yet to go all white.
I feel like Deacon Deno can already feel some of that pressure coming up from Landon Gordon. He's going to go to the outside, try to use the inside into the Cometic U-turn here before
He'll
the
do it.
commitments.
That'll do it right there.
Oh, Richards is right back, though.
Right back.
He's not done. Side by side through the commandments. Who gets a better run at the end? It looks like Deno will just close it off into the corner.
Gordon has nailed down that number 3 pass. He wants to get up and play. And look at that. They're going to challenge right back again. Another almost pass made by Richards. He knows you got to go right back at the guy before he gets comfortable and just takes off.
Yeah, but Deno the same way. He shut the door. He did not want to let Richards back into that position because he knows how important the lead of this one early on is as well. And if you're Deno as well, you can kind of maybe try to use Richards as a little bit of a block for our Moto 1 winner, Landon Gordon. He still has to get around Canyon Richards to even get to Deno.
In the number 8 spot, it is Seth Dennis, so he's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, Dennis hasn't really helped himself out too much this week. He was strong in his first moto this week at the ranch, but a few crashes and then not a good start this one.
Yeah, you get caught up in just one little bobble of somebody in front of you, and it'll just shut your whole flow early in that moto for sure. Then you got to really hustle. Deacon Deno is hustling. He is dragging Canyon Richards right along with him. And Landon Gordon is wanting to get up there in the mix as well.
Ooh, wow, Gordon skying that one out into the sand there.
Almost flat-wheeled it.
Stefancic in the 5th spot is trying to get around Mortberg. Mortberg held it off and will stay in 4th. Maybe not. Stefancic down the inside in the last corner, but Mortberg doubles out and hangs on. So Deno still has Richards right on him as they jump over the tunnel jump. Landon Gordon kind of by himself in 3rd now, and this battle for the lead is...
Dude, that jump does not get enough credit. The 2 jumps after the finish line, those are extremely technical jumps. They're just chewed up, and you land in a slot car of lines, man. Those guys that are jumping that double, that's impressive.
Especially on these machines, right? They're dragging foot peg.
Everything.
They're dragging their knees off that jump sometimes with how deep those ruts get.
High degree of difficulty. The jump after the finish line and then the tunnel jump. Those things are super gnarly right now. There's Deno going into the 10 Commandments, having a look at that gnarly racetrack. There it is. Looks like we ran a fork right through that whole straightaway there. As we pick back up with our front runners already heading through, you can see them at the top of your screen. That's Deno, Richards, Gordon, and Mortberg onto the right-hand side of your screen now. Love the overhead shots, man. Really shows how this track is just criminal and how abusive it is. I'd call DFAX, man. The thing's beating some kids up, man.
Oh, man.
Look at that, dragging his feet, Landon Gordon. So you see them kind of migrate now to the outside. There's deep ruts on the inside. They kind of work their way like a harmonica. The pitch gets higher and higher as you work your way to the outside.
Yeah, using the momentum, trying to keep it going. You see the outside line working right there for Deno.
Yeah.
Pretty much all these kids out of Storyland using that outside.
That one had a little hook in it. Gordon there. There is Mortberg on the 37 machine. Into the sand we go. Look at that. Different lines all together there. Nice
Gordon,
tight shot.
He is on Canyon Richards. So Richards has started to lose touch a little bit of our race leader, Deacon Deno. And instead we'll feel the pressure. The number 3 Kawasaki of Landon Gordon.
Yeah, Landon Gordon needs to choose some different lines. He's G'd out a few times in these turns. Here I am telling him how to ride a dirt bike. I'm just telling you what I see. He's much faster, but I've just seen him kind of almost come to a stop where all the other guys are kind of going wide and carrying some momentum. It's got to be tiring, too, just having to fight the bike and push it back. Check 1, 2. Check.
All right, so there is Landon Gordon on our screen, still giving chase to Canyon Richards as they go by the Wall of Fame and through the mechanics area. Boy, oh boy, that inside rut. You're absolutely right, Kevin Kelly. It is
That is the deepest rut on this racetrack. Super deep. Landon Gordon continues to just fight, and he loses a little bit of time and then is able to reel in the number 16 of Canyon Richards. But this might be Richards, one of his best motos. You see those guys, they're almost out of balance on the left, and they just give it the gas, and the physics of the motorcycle is the only thing that keeps them up. Oh, my goodness. That gives me anxiety, those ruts like that, jumping and landing in them.
Yeah, I don't know how they even pick which one is a good one. They just kind of like
at
lay
speed,
something and figure it out.
Here we go. Yeah, that looked pretty good for him. Look how deep that rut is.
Unbelievable.
And it's tiring to have to lift their feet up literally higher than normal just to clear the ruts. And there goes Gordon again on that ginormous inside rut.
One other thing that is underrated that sometimes you hear pros.
Oh, and Landon Gordon finally, the physics caught up with him. Couldn't gas it out on that one. Let's see if Mortenberg can slip by, and he does.
Yeah. You can see Gordon, he paddled that foot once, and then once it's behind you, you can't paddle again. You're going to the ground.
So Mortenberg, there is Landon Gordon. Just behind them is Seth Dennis, so he's creeping. The number 93 of Seth Dennis, about 4 seconds back of Mortenberg. And the green Kawasaki looks great amongst the foliage of the trees here. Here comes Deacon Deno right beside us here in the announcer's tower. What's up, Deacon? And then in the number 2 spot, that'll still be Canyon Richards, and we're watching that battle on screen. Mortenberg and Landon Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon trying to close it back down. What I was about to say, though, is that, even going from sitting up to standing and back to sitting, that movement
Exhausting.
of getting your legs and using your legs to do that motion repeatedly.
They're just doing a million squats.
Yeah.
Literally, that's all. I tell someone, man, motocross is easy. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 30-pound weights, and then I want you just kind of getting about a half squat for 25 minutes, and then I'm going to fight your arms, and we'll just see how you feel.
And then bounce up and down and keep doing that.
Yeah, silly, man. It's exhausting. Kids are in great shape. Yeah, that's the line there. Don't mess with that inside stuff. Let's see where Gordon goes here. The world's deepest rut, they'll go underground. Hopefully, a little bit of a bobble there, and that'll be enough for the pass there. Mortenberg went underground, went spelunking there, and that turn came back up.
Well, Mortenberg looked like he was trying not to go in the biggest rut and went further inside of that and then got hung up. So,
and I'm sure you want to go in protect mode. Like if you're up front, you want to protect the inside line, but man, that just may not be the case when the track is that rutty.
Well, he also might have heard or seen Landon Gordon taking that inside line a few laps before, right?
Sure.
Thought, oh, okay, I'll go there. And then suddenly you're stuck paddling your way through just like Gordon was.
Had to change the jetting on his bike due to the altitude drop going in that hole.
Yeah.
All right, Gordon going to try. Oh, there goes Gordon again. Mortenberg will slip past him yet again.
And watch out now because Landon Gordon's off in all that sloppy stuff.
Right behind him, there is Seth Dennis. You're right. He's lucky he didn't get stuck. He is really struggling with these ruts. Got to get it back together here. I'm sure it feels like just the most panicked feeling there if you're Landon Gordon.
Especially when you see someone like Dennis go by you who's in the mix for this championship. I mean, Mortenberg also had a really solid first moto. But, Seth Dennis, I think, was 4th in this first one.
Boy, Dennis has really had to work for this one. I feel like I've said that about 55 times. Somebody's doing a drinking game back there like, oh, my God, not again. Same thing, man. There it is. Mortenberg. Whoa, Seth Dennis almost went the reverse of how you would normally crash. That was interesting. And Landon Gordon just still likes to fight. He is in this thing.
Yeah, might use that outside momentum to his advantage. Not quite alongside just yet. And Seth Dennis finally scrubs it down and keeps the power ahead. It's a tale of two motos right now. Landon Gordon, he started near the front, almost got to the front, and has crashed his way back there as Mortenberg almost goes down. And
who's going to let up? Who chops the throttle here? Wow, he almost goes 2 for 1.
He might actually get it done. Yeah. Mortenberg's trying to double back around the outside and hold the spot.
This is sketchy. This jump right here, and then into this stuff, slotted out, up and over the step up, and Gordon finally able to make that. That was impressive. All right, who goes inside here? Like, heck with that, man. I've seen everybody crashing that thing. No, they're doing it.
They went there, but they're on that further
far
inside. Right?
Seth Dennis does it too.
Seth Dennis kind of cross-roaded coming out of it. And who's that? They still got Cole Timbo. Yeah, Timbo closing up behind. He was 3rd in that first moto on the 43. So he's come from a little ways back, just like Seth Dennis, and might have a shot at getting into this battle before long.
What a fun moto here. Landon Gordon, he's pretty much raced every single person on this racetrack. At some point, he has battled with you. There he goes into the 10 Commandments. He's on the far right-hand side on the green Kawasaki. Landon Gordon. Mortenberg, Seth Dennis, Jason Wygant hopping into lunch 3. He's still got the lunches from 22 frozen, and that's what he sends his kids to school with.
He's going to take that whole box home, and that'll be next week's lunch at the schoolyard.
He'll freeze them. He's got 22.
How about that McDonald's Bill Savino gave to us during the rain delay? You think it's still good?
100%. Absolutely.
Yeah, shout out to Bill Savino feeding us and
there's Deacon Deno
up here.
coming on screen. And let's take a look. Only about 4 seconds back should be Canyon Richards on the 16. Maybe a little bit further. Now there's Canyon. He has had a very solid moto, so good for Canyon Richards.
Yeah, stayed right there. So this is going to be actually kind of a bit of a split in the moto scores because Richards was second in the first moto. He's going to go second again, at least at the moment. And Deacon Deno, I think, was fifth in our first moto. So he turned it around, and he's going to win this moto. Perhaps white flag is waving. And we're going to have a little bit of a flip of the script going into this last one.
Seth Dennis is going to lay it out there, though. He has come from a good ways back. He wants to catch Landon Gordon. Gordon caught him in a 2-for-1 pass about a lap ago. And Seth Dennis trying to follow him around as they head into the finish line section. Dennis on the 93 KTM, Gordon on that green number 3 Kawasaki.
And if they start battling each other, you got Mortberg and Timbo still behind them saying, all right, yeah.
And that's a battle in itself. Mortenberg and Timbo, 2 bike lengths separating them for, I believe, 5th.
So Deacon Deno taking us into the commandments on the final lap. You got a peak of Landon Richards there, or Canyon Richards, I should say, in the background. So he's still about, looks like 7 seconds down. Deacon Deno has pulled this thing out to a margin where you could say he could cruise it in, but you can't really cruise on this track right now.
You fall over and it's over. I think if you slow your rhythm down, everything goes out of whack, and just kind of go a good, safe, easy pace and finish this thing out. The number 3 of Gordon jumps into the 10 commandments. Seth is going all in. He's going to try to bring some speed, hit that double. I thought he might try to triple that. But looking good right now. This dude has led a good majority of this. Deacon Deno on that Husqvarna.
Deacon Deno is going to be riding for the Monster Army, Renin 100% in Lynx Racing, getting it done here today for the Texas native.
Just peeked out and saw that Cole Timbo just got around Mortberg, so Timbo now into the top 5 on the last lap of this race. Right now, it is all Deacon Deno.
Good.
Okay, it's all Deacon Deno out front as he brings us into the final 2 corners of this race. And he's going to see the checkered flag as long as he makes it through our Thor Sand corner and the final turn here in Super Mini 2, 13 to 16, Moto 2.
All right, and just a couple more corners to go for the number 19 of Deacon Deno.
Yeah, here it is. Final turn coming out. That white flag will go to the checkered. And Deacon Deno takes Moto 2 here of Super Mini 2, and he is fired up. Fist was raised, and he's pumping it up with people giving a shout out as he rolls by the fence line. So we'll wait for Richards. Looks like he will cross the line all right in the 2 spot. And then Landon Gordon, Seth Dennis, Logan Mortberg trying to bring it home. Well, we saw Timbo got around Mortberg. Let's see if it stays that way.
So where is Richards? Landon Gordon now checking in second. Seth Dennis now checking in for 3rd there on the number 93. Has something happened to Canyon Richards?
You know, I don't see the yellow flags out anywhere.
I see a lot of smoke over there.
Hey guys,
in the waterworks.
I'm going to jump in down here from the track. I did see smoke coming out of the back of the number 16 as he took the white flag.
And already having some bike problems this week. I got told that he had blew up a bike. He is in the contention right now for the Super Mini Championship in GNCC, so tough break for him here at Loretta Lynn's.
Oh, man. Yeah, nobody.
All the way.
Canyon Richards did not finish up second in this moto. He continues to fall down the order. It looks like it was Landon Gordon second, Seth Dennis, Cole Timbo, Logan Mortberg, Carson Milliken, Grant McDonald, Braden Johnson, Nathan Hummel, and Jet Kellogg rounding out our top 10 as Richards, oh man, continues to fall down the order. We don't see him out here from the tower on the track anywhere, so unfortunate end of the moto there for the number 16 machine.
Yeah, what a tough break there, Kellen. I cannot believe that for him. Second time this week he's had bike problems. But shout out to Canyon Richards there on that number 16. Been getting it done all week long. The speed is definitely there. Just got to get that bike to the end.
Absolutely. All right, well, Deacon Deno takes the win in this one. And he is headed down to the podium where he will talk with our Zach Herron.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're standing by here on the podium, waiting on your winner, the number 19 of Deacon Dino, getting the job done. And look at that. Man's in shape. That's a quick recovery right there. He's ready to get a gold medal. And you guys need to make some noise. Put it together for Deacon Dino, grabbing the second moto win here. Big smile on the face. That's what it's all about. Little knuckle tap there. There you go. Flex the bottle. Get the shots. And then we got to get the interview here, man. We got to get the scoop. Man, crazy. We saw the rain. We saw what the track looked like. Did you think it would race like this? Did you think it would be this good?
Yeah, considering yesterday, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, man, well, we threw everything we had at you, man. It doesn't seem to work. So you're officially fast. You got the gold to prove it. How are you feeling coming into this third moto?
I went 5th in the first Moto 1, so I'm going to have to win again if I want the championship. So, yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I was about to say, confident looks there. It looks like you got the speed. Fitness is there as well. Who do you want to thank? Who's taking you all the way to this third race for the championship?
My mom, my dad, the man up above keep me safe, Gavin Grayson, my trainer, FCP, Pro Taper Monster, Renan Bell, Asterix, HB Moto Co., Factory Connection, Pro Taper, and HB Moto Co., Rangeline, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go. That is your winner, Deacon Dino, getting the job done. A 5th in Moto 1, backs it up with a 1st here in Moto 2. It's wide open for this championship here in the Super Mini class. And man, this is going to be exciting. We're already getting hyped up for third motos here, but we still got a couple of medals to give away, including a silver here that's going to be going to Landon Gordon. He's getting a sip of water, debriefing there. He was on a charge, launching that jump in the center of the track, doing whatever it took to get towards the front. So they're going to give Gordon just a second, catch his breath, and then we will call your silver medalist up to the podium. And looking, while we wait on Gordon, I'm looking to see whether or not I see the 16 at all. Canyon Richards does have a Stasic Holeshot Award waiting on him. And man, he had such a good race going along with it. We'll see whether Canyon's able to come get that, try to figure out exactly what happened at the end of the race. But right now, headed to the podium on the Kawasaki, put your hands together. Landon Gordon grabbing a silver medal. All right, put your hands together for Landon Gordon, grabbing a second in that Super Mini Moto. And it was hard-fought battle out there. He was absolutely sending it. Man, we saw you skying the big jump out in the middle. You were doing anything you could to get towards the front.
Yeah, I was riding really bad. I don't know. Maybe my balance was off, but I got to fix it coming into this third moto.
It sounds like you know what you got to do. You know you're still in this title fight. Who do you want to thank coming into the third moto?
I'd like to thank Lord, keep me safe, my whole family, Team Green Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, Monster, Dunlop, Alpine Star, 100%, Throttle Syndicate, Maxima, Jacob Hayes, Greg Albertson for packing my gate. It was sick. And yeah, I just need to figure it out.
Hey, man, I'm sure you'll get it figured out indeed. Landon Gordon, one more time, grabbing a silver medal here in Moto number 2. And man, I'm telling you what, these kids, these are top-level athletes. Grabbing a second, first thing he says, yep, got to fix it. Got to work on some things. I'm already taking notes. These guys are as serious as it gets. Come on, man, we're waiting on you. You're good to go. Put your hands together. Your bronze medal recipient, taking his time getting up here, making sure he doesn't slip. It's been slippery all over the place. One more time, put your hands together for Mr. Seth Dennis. Seth, man, let's talk about it. We've seen you had the speed early this week. We talked to you a couple of times. Man, then we threw the mud at you. We dropped the rain. Didn't seem to slow you down any. How you feeling?
Yeah, I was feeling good. I just didn't get the start that I wanted. Spun a little bit. It's pretty slick behind the gate, so I just tried to keep my head down, push as hard as I could. Salvage third. It's pretty good.
Yeah, managed the race well indeed. Talk about how hard it is. Obviously, you don't want to follow, but if you get too far off of that main line, you're going to end up in the slop, right?
Yeah, it's really hard when you come up on lappers and they're trying to use the main line, and it's really slick out there. The back end likes to kick all around, and I was fortunate enough. A couple people went down, and I just took the alternate lines. Good thing it was a good one.
Yeah, man, I was about to say you got lucky, but sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. You're making sure you're not following the rider in front of you, and it's paying off. Who do you want to thank getting on the podium once again?
I like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, Kyle from Moto Sandbox,
KTM Orange Brigade, Dunlop, Power Band, Scott, Twisted, Thrill Seekers, FCP, everybody else who supports me. Thank you.
One more time, Seth Dennis rounding out your podium here in the Super Mini class. What a race it was. And I am not seeing Canyon Richards to come claim his Stasic Hole Shot Award. I'll try to find him and let you guys know if I do, but for right now, I'm going to send it back up to you in the tower.
All right, thanks, Zach. Appreciate that, and a great Super Mini 2 moto right there. So right now we have a little bit of track work going on right now. We're going to get prepared for these micro motos, Moto 2 of our micro classes. Micro E, I believe, is going to be going first, but we're going to have all the sight laps right first here, Jackson.
Yes, so we're going to get Micro E out on the track first. We're going to have Micro 1, 2, and 3 go out for their sight lap together, I do believe, if that is still the plan at least. And then we will get all our micro classes ran here this evening.
So that is the plan at the moment, and we're watching the tractors out there on the track going to work and cleaning up this racetrack, which, man, it ended up racing pretty good so far from all the classes that we've seen out here. And as they kind of take another layer off and get down a little bit more to that base layer, we're going to have nearly a dry racetrack almost by the end of the evening at this point.
No doubt we'll have a good racetrack for these micros. We appreciate the track crew getting it cleared up so that they can have some clear lines, won't have to go through the 10 commandments as rutted up as they were, and so on. So track crew getting it done for us here today.
I mean, we just saw in that Super Mini 2 moto how gnarly the 10 commandments were. I mean, ruts as far as you can see them across every single one of the commandments. And finally, we're going to get those smoothed out for these micro E-Class riders.
And I'm sure they are fired up and ready to go here today. We've been keeping them there in staging for hours now. They are fired up and ready. We got the micro E-Class. It's going to be a little hard to hear that one, but they will be going, no doubt.
Well, we'll hear all the people cheering on the sidelines, no question about that. All the families and friends that are here in attendance and leaning over the fence line, yelling for all their favorite riders and stuff like that. That's always cool.
And we always talk about how fast the micro E and the micro guys are, but the parents get around through the track pretty well. You can see them cutting through the infield.
Yeah, good luck with that right now. You'll lose a kid, you'll lose a leg in that muck out there for sure. That flagger's getting some love on Racer TV.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking hat. He's talking to his buddy up there. Got to work up to that. Oh, there we go. A meeting of the minds here. Man, how's your day, brother? A little water cooler action here. How many crashes you had, bud? Where you get them glasses at? Down there at the Quick Trip?
Big shout out to all of our flaggers though today, man. They've hung with us for 2 days of some pretty grueling weather with the rain and then the heat coming in at the end of the day.
Yeah, they have to just sit there in the rain, kind of like the kids on the gate. They got nowhere to go. Now, I will say the guys in the dozers, it's a pretty posh situation there. Let's be real here. It's cabbed in, it's got AC. That's the only reason Kevin Windham wanted to be in that thing, because it's nice and cool. It's got drinks in there. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Get rid of these ruts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's used to all that, the heat and humidity down in Mississippi, right?
Well, I think he's got AC, brother. He's comfy.
Yeah, it's okay. Kevin Windham's got it figured out.
He's good. He can do what he wants.
Yeah.
He's earned that. More flagger talk, man. It's going to be all right, brother. She'll come back to you.
You think that's what Jason Wygant used to do at E-Town?
Absolutely. He'd sit down on his little cooler, his little sandwich his mom made for him, try to swap it for a burger, or one of the other guys had a better sandwich. They'd usually take his. They would take his food, actually. Give me that lunch back, loser.
Be sitting there telling you, man, did you see Barry Carson lead that 1990 championship? That was
all about it, yep. So we'll take a break on this. Might give you guys a chance to rest your ears for a minute. At least I will. And then we'll touch back with you guys whenever this thing is ready to go.
All right, and as we continue to do a little bit of track work here, we're going to take a minute, hear from our sponsors, the people that help make these Racer TV broadcasts possible. We'll be back here shortly with the 50 classes.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment. Whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
The driving force of amateur motocross. Team Dunlop Elite.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
The Earth is 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your student's next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Are you ready? The Super Motocross World Championship playoffs kick into high gear at C-Max Dragway in Charlotte. The world's best 22 riders face off on a one-of-a-kind track in pursuit of the first ever World Championship and the sport's biggest prize. Don't miss the final quest for the Super Motocross World Championship, fueled by Monster Energy. Get tickets now at supermotocross.com. FanFest included with purchase.
This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Amsoil. Run with us. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
so Micro E 4 to 7 limited will be coming up shortly. We have the tractor still working on the track right now. And it is the plan to get these motos in and get into our third motos. Maybe even get a few off tonight. Hopefully we can get a few of those in and then continue with the program tomorrow. And, maybe get those third motos in as well for those micro classes as well, which is going to be good. We'll get everything in. We're rushing through this program. It's been a long couple days, but I think we'll get it all figured out, right, Zach?
Absolutely. We got to give a big hats off. We were just talking up here in the tower. I mean, what a track. What a way this is all turning out. The way things have been this morning, this is not what I was expecting to see. As bad as things were, this is not the track I was expecting to see right now. And I think this is really raceable.
Yeah, I mean, it's really turned out to be a pretty darn good racetrack. They sealed it, right? So that was kind of the big key thing, right, to seal it the night before and to make sure that the water wouldn't soak down, make the track a lot worse, and then build up in certain areas. And then once the rain finally stopped, we were able to get all that slosh off the top. And then look at this, like it's genuinely dry in some of these spots of the racetrack.
Absolutely. These guys know what they're talking about. They were out till almost midnight last night getting the track prepped. They saw the rain coming, and we're benefiting from it right now.
So we actually have, looks like this could be Micro 1 doing a sight lap right now by the looks of it. It's not our Micro E class.
The way I understand it is they are loading the Micro E class into the line right now because none of them are choosing to do a sight lap. The rest of the Micro classes, 2, 1, and 3, all out there right now taking their sight lap. So all of these riders are going to get an opportunity to take a look at the track.
Those kids are going like race speed. Some of these kids are absolutely hustling on this sight lap. I'm sure Dad was like, hey, man, just, it's a sight lap, buddy. Just chill out. But have you ever seen a kid just go through the pits? It's 100 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I kind of see it.
Elbow down, off the back, yeah.
Dad said be on the throttle or off the throttle. That's all I know.
Yeah. There's still a few kids coming through on our sight lap.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the track, obviously they did a lot of work just now, so the track has been cleaned up a lot. So I'm sure that these kids are also seeing such fresh lines out there and just saying like, oh, whatever, it's clear track. Why don't we just hang it out there?
Let's go.
Yeah.
And if you guys if you take a look over here entering the Yamaha mechanics area, you can see there's a full freight train of 50 riders. We have all of our 50cc riders.
So once again, it's the best time to move about the pits because there's about 140 kids off of Stasics and bicycles and walking. They're all out here on the racetrack, so it's really safe to get down and buy you a T-shirt or get a hot dog.
Or cross the street even.
Right. So they do a good job. They don't really run wild because they can't really drive anything. Except their parents wild. And this is the best thing. This is the best part of the day for them. They're in this confined area. They have to race. They have to focus.
And I bet some of these kids are breathing a sigh of relief. They walked out there. A lot of them, we saw one kid trying to belly flop on the track.
Yes.
He definitely didn't think the track that he was swimming on was going to be this raceable later in the day.
Yeah, all the Facebook comments like, oh, it's going to be a 2-moto format. They're going to cancel this. I mean, the sun is out. Looks awesome. This, to me, looks like what a racetrack would look like at about 7:30 in the morning. Like, this is how we would want to prep it to have it last the whole day. One of our little riders having some problems there at the very top of that jump, but look at that. Picked it up himself.
He's on his way.
Going to push it up. Look at that.
Yeah.
Kept it running.
Even did the classic, gas it up the hill, get a little extra oomph. Yeah.
He's done that before.
But you're absolutely right. Like this, the track maybe would be dug a little bit deeper earlier in the morning, so it's a little bit flatter on top maybe than what we'd see in the very early stages. But like wetness wise, I agree. Yeah, it's like that early morning kind of got a little bit of mud maybe still on the top, but it'll get washed off as the motos go on, and we'll get a few motos out here that will also dig it out a little bit more.
Got a rider going down in the 10 Commandments. Those are one of our shaft drive riders, so the shaft, the last of the groups to make their way out onto the sight lap. And this ought to tell you all you need to know right here. PW50s easily making their way around this track right now.
The level of difficulty barometer right here. And one of my favorite classes. These bikes are cool. They're super affordable. Anybody can get in on it. They're all dead even. There's not like, oh, I got my bike modded up. It's so much better than this guy. His suspension is better than mine. No, it's not. I don't know if you can do anything with it. So one of my favorite classes. And as a parent, when you buy one of these things, they hold a value about as good as a Toyota. Like they'll bottom out at about $600. It'll be a 20-year-old PW50, and it does not matter.
Oh yeah, my first bike, PW80. Man, I had that thing for 5 years, and then someone before me had it for 6 years or something like that. It just was passed down the family basically, and it ran great. the whole time.
Great entry-level motorcycle, a great class, Yamaha. Perfect bike for this. And BJ Smith did a great podcast on the origins of the PW50, and I highly recommend even if you're not into that particular class, it's just really cool about what they went up against in Japan and how they thought it wouldn't work and how it was just a fantastic selling motorcycle, and that market was sorely lacking at the time. Back when I rode, it was JR50s, Italojets. Jeez, no, that's about it. Pull string JR50s. True story.
You have to pull start the bike yourself?
Yeah, there's pull string. There's like a lawnmower. Then they went to a kickstart after that. But then you see some of the weirder motorcycles.
They didn't say anything about motos after these 50s, right? They did say that in this latest.
So we have our Micro E class on the line as our Micro 1, 2, and 3 classes are just kind of going around right now and seeing the track, filling it out. We got a couple riders down in the sand, which is one of those areas that's still pretty deep. So we'll see how the track kind of shapes up, especially once those Micro E guys who elected not to do a warm-up lap feel it out and see what the track is looking like for them out there. But I'm sure it'll be all okay, and we'll get these guys on their way. I mean, that sand corner, even if it wasn't wet, would still be a spot that a lot of guys get caught up.
At the best conditions, even. And, hey, guys, we can't stress this enough. Right now, we are rolling through these things. The 50 sight lap underway. So our first of the third motos, you guys need to stay on standby. We still are going to try to run as late into this as we can. And if we are able to get even just one of those third motos out on track, I think we are going to go for it. So, like we said, I believe it is plus 30. That'll be the first of the third motos. You guys need to remain on standby. We are going to try to get this thing through as far as the second motos for the 50s and move into the third motos. We will keep you up to date. As soon as we know something, we will pass it on to both you guys here at Loretta's and as well as over Racer TV. But for right now, plus 30.
That would be Moto 1 after all.
450B and 125C. You guys definitely need to just remain on standby.
I think we'll know, though, as we have 1.5 hours to get all these 50 races.
I would just say get your gear on and get ready if you're one of those three.
Yep, get
better safe than sorry.
On, stay ready for potentially racing tonight if we can get through these micro classes rather quickly, which that is the goal, of course, still to kind of rush through these motos, make sure that we get enough in.
The intimidating Griff Carter. We see you out there. Look at that guy.
And I feel like tonight, compared to last night, tonight the sun is shining a little bit brighter. It's not tucked behind
That's a good
clouds,
point.
so we might have a little extra daylight as well.
That's an excellent point because it was overcast and the sun was gone earlier than it really should have been. As we got the gate loaded with these little guys.
Yeah, this is our our Micro E division, I should say, 4-7 limited. So Landon Kahn, 10th in that first moto. In 9th was Jet Rao. 8th was Nathan Tucker. 7th was Mason Wheeler. 6th for Jarrett Tincher. 5th for Enzo Posca. 4th was Jackson Morris. 3rd place went to Caverick Stewart. 2nd was Justice Pearston. And our winner was Levi Meyer out of Okeechobee, Florida. And it looks like we have got our officials down on the gate, checking the riders, making sure they're all good.
Got to warm those bikes up. No, you don't.
So what is it? It's not the revs are up and the gate is down. Is it the amps are up and the
amps are up?
We're charged up and the gate is down.
Megahertz are up.
We'll have to figure that out.
How many gigabytes is that guy's bike?
Well, there we go. They're checking, making sure that everyone is set and ready to go. And we're
disconnecting their phones because they've been charging them off the bikes there.
Everyone's getting one final hoorah from their parents or whoever's down on the gate with them.
This is one of the more interesting sounds in motocross. If you're used to all the revs being up and all the sounds of that goes along with it, then this is just quiet. The gate drops, you hear Dad yell, and it's just different.
Somewhat similar to an RC car track, if you will, but 42 of them, and they're angrier because those things are wide open, and they're impressive. The new technology starting out here on the lower side.
All right, folks, we are set and we are off and running here in the Micro E 4-7 limited class. A few guys getting a little out of shape going off the gate, but into the first turn, it looks like they're going to have a pretty good group of riders make it there. So who's going to get that Stasic hole shot? Trying to look at the number, maybe 80. Is that the 81?
3 wide.
Yeah,
this is a great one. You can actually cheer for these guys.
There
86, Mason Wheeler. out of Missouri, cheer for them, they'll look at you. It's like being at a softball game or something. You cheer for somebody, they look at you as they're rounding first.
We got a little battle for the lead and a change for the lead already. The 29 machine goes to the lead. That is Levi Meyer, and Meyer won our first moto. Mason Wheeler was 7th in the first moto, so Levi Meyer taking advantage of getting some fresh air early in this one.
And the 22 sitting in third, trying to make moves through the 10 Commandments as well. And look at all of these 50s making their way through. Obviously, track workers doing a great job there as the riders picking and choosing their way around. Some tight racing for the final 2 spots on the podium, but your leader's trying to check out on this one, Kellen.
Yeah, he's already opened up a little bit of a gap as he doubled off that triple jump back into Storyland. And I'll tell you what, man, we've said it so many times in these other classes, just getting out front and seeing the track first, right? All these kids, they didn't take the sight lap. They don't know exactly what it is that they're coming up onto, but you're seeing it from Levi Meyer, our leader. Doesn't look scared of that at all, man. He is just sending it and going for all those hot lines around this racetrack.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. These riders that you're seeing on track right now were not on track just a few minutes ago for that sight lap. They were sitting on the line. We had decided beforehand when the weather was at its worst that they were not going to take a sighting lap. And so, yeah, this is just straight from the drop. We're going for it. And so it seems to be working out right now for your leader. Oh, both feet coming off the pegs. Little paddling there, little paddling. But,
found the deepest rut so far.
Absolutely. It looks like the rest of the field is following in tow. Second place going to slow down or go down there.
I think that might have been the 22 there of Huxley Nolan out of Australia, who tipped over on the inside, and a few other riders getting hung up. Man, that sand, like we said, it doesn't matter if it's wet or not. It is just going to take you down at its first chance of coming through it.
Wow, you saw the Rocky Mountain Sand section living up to its name right there, grabbing riders left and right. And now making their way through the Thor Sand Sweeper.
Hey, while we're waiting on these riders to check through with their first lap completed, I just got back from the arena. We've got the Moto T's, not Jeopardy tonight. It's a Jeopardy-inspired trivia tonight. It is going to be a blast. It is all related about events here at Loretta Lynn's, riders, both at the pro level, amateur level. I mean, it basically covers everything, all things related to motocross, supercross, Loretta Lynn's. Here's why you need to be there. We're going to do 3 separate rounds, 5 different people each, or excuse me, 3 separate rounds, 5 different people each. The top 1 from each of those 3 will advance to the finale. Those 3 will duke it out. For listen to this, here's your grand prize, your first runner-up, second runner-up. This is why I wanted your attention. So if you know your moto trivia, this is probably for you late teens and adults. Here's the grand prize. You get free hookup at Loretta's for 2024. You get the VIP experience for 4 at a Pro National of your choice, $250 Moto T's gift card, and a Yamaha generator. Not bad. First runner-up, you get a guaranteed hookup spot at 2024. Now, that's not a free hookup. It's a guaranteed hookup, so you don't have to stress, am I going to get a hookup this year? It's guaranteed. You get the VIP experience, as mentioned, like for Pro National. You get a $100 gift card, and then your second runner-up, for next year for Loretta's, you get a free pit vehicle pass. Now, don't bring, the Suburban, the Yukon, the Hummer. It's got to be an actual pit vehicle. You get 4 free pit passes at a Pro National of your choice. You get a $40 Moto T's gift card, and everybody who participates gets a free Moto T's T-shirt valued at $40. So that's coming up tonight at 8:30. I'm going to be hosting it. We'll set it off. Let's get back to racing.
All that stuff sounds fantastic, and man, could you imagine winning a few of those things for you and your family next year? That would be great, so definitely check that out. As we get back to our racing here, though, Zach, man, Levi Meyer, he is walking away with this thing rather quickly.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible right now. The number 29 laying the wood to him. There's no other way to put it. As we watch a pass being made on screen, getting ready to go into the Rocky Mountain Sand section.
Yeah, it looks like that was...
Might have been Grayson Shelton and Jackson Morris.
Yeah.
So that could have been the pass for third.
Definitely the 86 of Mason Wheeler just at the front of that group. I'm not sure. I think that is our second place rider still as they go over the Rocky Mountains. So Mason Wheeler on the 86 still in second. Like you said, we had Jackson Morris on the 36. He was in a battle down that back straightaway. And it does seem like Morris is able to retain third. So if Grayson Shelton was on him right there, Morris is still in that 3 spot right now.
And this is exciting to watch, those e-bikes leaping up and onto that jump. And this is, we talk about how it sounds different, not quite the same, but the power delivery in these electric bikes are completely different. There's not gears or anything like that. So the riding style has to be adapted for some of these riders riding e-bikes full time.
Absolutely. The low range all the way up to the top, you know, you go and grab that throttle and it'll pull coming out of the corner. You don't need to worry about a clutch, no shifting, anything like that. It is just get on and go. And that's exactly what these kids out front right now are doing. So still Levi Meyer leading, Mason Wheeler in second, and it is actually the 84 of Jarrett Tincher who climbed 6 positions that last lap alone all the way to third. He kind of flew under our nose a little bit to get all the way up into third place.
Just behind him, Justice Peterson picks up 4 positions to hop into the 4th place spot. So both of them on a roll. Brantley Tursky checks in 5th. Nathan Tucker now in the 6th place spot with Huxley Nolan holding down 7th. Jet Rao in 8th, Matthew Simonov in 9th, and Enzo Pasca rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, good group right here, and we're already seeing a little bit of that separation from our front group as more battles start to kind of build behind, I think, our top 3 or so riders as we see the 86 go into the commandments there. So Wheeler's still holding on to second. I feel like Jarrett Tincher on that 84, though, he has got his sights focused forward on that 86, and he's going to try to go after him for second place.
Yeah, the hunter and the hunted right here on screen as the 86 trying to just focus forward. We talked about these bikes being quieter. I wonder if it's a little easier for them to hear when somebody starts riding up on them. And some of these riders even being able to, you could probably talk to one another out there and hear it if you really wanted to.
Or you might also not hear them at all. You
exactly.
don't hear a machine coming behind you and suddenly, whoa, there's a rider on the inside line trying to get around me. So if you're Wheeler in that second spot with Tincher closing up, you know, we say don't look back because it slows you down, but maybe just a peek here and there to say, okay, that's where he is, that's the line he's going in.
And a lot of these riders are already smart enough to be at that point, right when they're exiting the corner, quick little glance in the corner of the eye, try to catch a fender or something like that, just to gauge the distance back. It's, you know, we use the big word, racecraft. It's incredible to see how much these micro E's are able to do it. As we are watching right now, the 86.
Yeah, that's Wheeler and Tincher going to battle as they go through the sand. You see Tincher on that rear fender just leaning back through the
wow
sand. And Wheeler kicking a leg off. He got a little sideways, but Tincher able to slide through and make that pass in second place.
Tincher took that Cobra around the outside, wide open, never cracked the throttle.
He definitely has a little bit of the skill sets that we see from some of our bigger riders. He's leaned back on the bike. He looks like he was riding on the balls of his feet a little bit, trying to make sure that the suspension underneath of him works, right? You know, it gets planted in that sand, and he's still getting forward drive instead of getting bogged down like we maybe saw a little bit there from the 84 of Tincher.
Absolutely, and looking just out the window, the number 86 isn't giving up yet. He is still hot on the heels of Tincher. They both dive to the inside of that Thor Sand sweeper.
Our white flag is waving, so Levi Meyer checking in out front again on his way potentially to a moto victory here in moto number 2, trying to sweep the first 2 motos of the week here in Micro E, 4-7 limited. And there he is on your screen, getting one last look at the pit board as he goes by the mechanics area. A little bit more cheering on, and oh, there it is, a little look right there at the pit board. He's going to try to put, looks like the 73 of Caverick Stewart a lap down. So a rough moto this time around for Caverick Stewart, who was 3rd in our first moto. Not sure what happened to the 73. Had a rough lap last time by, so maybe he had a little bit of a crash early on or something like that. But for Meyer, it's really just trying to bring it home on this last lap. You got a big enough gap.
Absolutely. Meyer looking like an Andrew Short copycat out there, just getting the job done. Catching a little air through the commandments.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to double.
He's thinking about it.
He's leaned off the back and trying to get a little extra seat bounce maybe off of this Micro E machine. The seat bounce double through those commandments. Once you get one of them, the second one's a little easier, right? But crunched a little of them through there.
And there was that look back we talked about. Just a quick glance over into the commandments. Do I see second place sneaking up on me? There it is once again. So the 29, he's making sure nobody's catching up to him that he's not expecting, as he's got a 20-second lead to play with there. And he's trying to get his way around this lap rider. I think that's the number 73 of Caverick Stewart.
Yeah,
hanging out.
Yeah, Stewart was 3rd in the first moto. So the speed-wise, Caverick Stewart could be able to battle with Levi Meyer, but for some reason, just not a good moto this time.
And I think that's exactly what he did, as he pulled back away from your race leader. So some interesting developments there. Your first race, you said he got 3rd in the first moto?
Yeah.
Wow, so not a good start there from the number 73, but good to see him still able to stay up and running and to keep charging here in Moto 2.
I feel like with Levi Meyer with those lookbacks, he almost has to like do a double take. Like, wait, they're not even there. Like, he's got such a big lead. He has to keep double checking. All right, how far back are they actually? How much time do I have in hand? As he works his way through the sand here on the last lap, he's going to close up on the 38 machine there of Grayson Shelton, who's doing a good job of just tiptoeing his way through and making sure he doesn't fall in the sand.
And look at your leader trying to find some smooth real estate, using every edge of the track that he feels comfortable. And this just shows you how deep the field is out here. This is the second lap rider where he has had trouble immediately catching up to and getting around. And he's taking a couple of glances over the shoulder. Got a little squirrely doing that a second ago. Got to focus forward. Only a couple of turns left.
Yeah, definitely don't want that. You don't want to look back. Oh, almost went down on the sand right there on the inside line. He's still looking back as he tiptoes through. He doesn't want to get stuck. Oh, is he going to get stuck?
What is happening here was...
He's kind of paddling through. Is that the 84?
That's the 84. We just had a pass with one turn left to go on the final lap.
So maybe that's why Meyer was looking back the whole time. He realized Tincher was closing in. And look at that. Jarrett Tincher is going to come from behind and completely steal this moto win away at the flag.
What a finish here. The number 29. I don't even know if the 29's aware. He's got his hand up in the air coming across the finish line.
What lap time did Tincher just run versus Meyer? Did a 3:15 on that last lap, so he was making all kinds of little mistakes, I guess. Oh man, that's absolutely wild, and he totally got stuck in the sand there on the last lap. So Tincher takes the win right there.
I'm watching out of the tower, trying to see exactly what's the commotion down in the after race area. It looked like both of them were going to try to ride the bikes up onto the podium. Yeah, that was a chaotic last lap. I thought after about the third look back, it seemed like there was something going on with Meyer. I'm curious whether or not it might have been a battery issue as well. You never know.
And even Tincher, when he made the pass, looked back and was like, wait a minute, did that just happen? Did I just pass for the lead on the last lap? And there it is, takes a checkered flag. We got a little fist pump right there over the line. I think that was Nathan Tucker on the 98 finishing up in 7th. And heck yeah, why not? You know, you had a fun moto. You got 7th after waiting all day long to go out there. And why not? A little fist pump, show some love.
Love it. Hey, guys, I'm going to jump in right here before Jason Wygant gets things going down on the podium. I know we're like short on time. Everything's going fast, but
we're ready.
Oh, you're ready? All right, take it away, Weege. We'll take it away from you.
Thanks, you. That is amazing. That final lap, you just never give up on it. We had this guy 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and then he gets the gold right on the final lap. Let's hear it for Jarrett Tincher. One of these is a gold. That's the one you want. Jarrett never gave up on it. Made a last lap pass for the gold. How's that feel?
Good.
What's the track like for you guys?
Rough.
Yeah. Made it through okay, though? Any big moments? Stayed on 2 wheels the whole time?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Jarrett?
Mom, Dad, Baxter Electric, West Virginia Karate Academy, OGs, Rob Minton, Minton Cycle, PR2, HTMX, Dunlock Tires, LST, OGs. That's it.
Jarrett Tincher takes the win. Congratulations to him. Levi Meyer led the majority of this one. He got the first moto win, so he's still looking good for the title. I want to bring Levi on up, and also Mason Wheeler, who is our whole shot award. Great job, Jarrett Tincher. Let's bring Levi on up. It's all right because Levi still looking good for a title. He's going to bring 1-2 scores into the final moto if we get that one in yet tomorrow. Here we go. Levi, man, how was that? I know you wanted to win it, but you're looking good for the title. That's all right.
Yeah.
Yep. How was the track, dude? Tough?
It's muddy.
Yeah, it's muddy. Who do you want to thank, Levi? You're riding great this week.
My mom, Dad, Motor Bros GPF 110, FMF, 113 Angus, 2 Live Paint, and everybody else, and that's all.
All right, let's hear it for him. Levi Meyer, silver medal, 2nd place. And looking good for a #1 plate. Depending on how that shakes out, I'm looking for Huxley Nolan. You're good, thank you. Huxley Nolan will get the bronze, and Mason Wheeler will collect our whole shot award. So if we got Huxley or Mason, all right, here we go. 3rd place. Yeah, Huxley, let's hear it for him. 3rd place in Mini E. Tell me about that race, Huxley.
I got the good start. I crashed in the first lap. The bike wouldn't go. I had to turn it back off, turned it back on, got going. I raced back to third.
That's amazing. Great job. Who do you want to thank?
Cobra Moto Australia, Clips, Oakley, VP Racing, CRC, We Are Lusty, Elbeck, Bold. That's it.
All right, let's hear it for third place, Huxley Nolan. Mason Wheeler, if you're around, I got a whole shot check for you, which is big because it's Stasic, and these kids clearly like riding electric motorcycles. Oh, there we go. Let's hear it from Mason Wheeler with our whole shot. Here, I'll bring you right down to the middle so everybody can see you. How'd you get that start, buddy?
I just got the jump, focused on the gate, and just was wide open down the whole straightaway and happened to get the whole shot.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Big St. Charles, the Lord for keeping me safe, and that's all.
All right, let's hear it for a whole shot winner. These kids will put $100 from Stasic to use. Okay, one micro class down, 3 to go. Let's send it back up.
All right, thanks a lot, Weege. Hey, we are rehydrated up here. Oh, heck yeah. Let's go. And then I'm going to add some more to it. We're up here with Scott Sepkovic. I got it right, brother. Man, talk to us. You brought us some Arma. We were in need. We needed some rehydration up here, and you came in clutch, buddy. How's the week been going for you?
Well, it's been going really good. It's been exciting. You know, I was loving the sun, and just everything was just, yeah, lots of fun, lots of action, lots of busyness over there. Actually sold out of everything, and we had to have a bunch FedExed in 2 days in a row. And then unfortunately, but I guess fortunately for all you out there, the rain came in, and, you know, a lot of people weren't out and about like they were earlier in the week. So just want to let you all know that, one, you got to stay hydrated, and two, you know, we're doing a rainy day special over there. We're actually, everything's 50% off. So if you missed out on the opportunity, come on over, get hydrated. Also, we also have some other, you know, we have our Fire, our Blitz, and our Reload. And, you know, most importantly, guys, you need to make sure that whatever supplements that you use, you need to understand the ingredients. Not all supplements are the same. It's just like anything else out there that you guys use for your motorcycle. You need to understand, especially nutrition, your health, fitness. That's going to make a difference more than anything else. You need to make sure you can twist the throttle till the end. And, you know, we have products over there that will help ensure that you can do so. We use the best-in-class ingredients. You know, we use clinical doses. I know all that may sound over your head, but I'm telling you, when you look at ingredients, that's the most important thing with any supplement that you buy. And you got to understand, all supplements are not the same. I don't like bashing other brands, but you know what? You go out and look at our ingredients, you look at the other ingredients of other brands, you'll see that we're not messing around with partners like Jeremy McGrath, Chad Reed, Adam Cincerilla, and Nick Way. You know, we formulated this stuff we formulate for performance, not profits. We know profits will come when it helps people perform at the highest level.
Love that, man. By the way, Cameron Buckman grabbing the whole shot right there. Scott, man, you hooked us up with some of this hydrate. Tell us a little bit about that. What, 3 grams of sugar, am I right?
Yeah, you only have 3 grams of sugar. What a lot of people don't understand, that sugar is important. Some people think, you know, I don't want any sugar. Well, sugar is the delivery mechanism, and we use dextrose, which is the same as glucose in an IV bag. And then we also have organic cane sugar, only 3 grams of sugar, so it's 10 calories. But then we have 8 bioavailable electrolytes, and we also have an ingredient called bioperine, which is black pepper extract, which helps your muscles absorb it instantaneously. So it is instantaneous hydration. And, you know, it's, again, we have athletes we have guys in the, that help formulate this that are in the Giro d'Italia, which is the Tour of Italy, which is like the Tour de France. So, and, you know, Nick and Adam out at the outdoors, they helped formulate this 2 years ago. I mean, it was a lot of testing and then working with our nutritionists and food scientists and chemists. And we don't just whip something together and throw it out there. I want you guys to know that this is very serious. You know, Jeremy McGrath, who's our, you know, my co-founding partner on the supplement side of things, you know, was adamant that he didn't want to just, you know, put something together and just be another Me Too brand. So, you know, we like to consider ourselves the Ferrari of supplements, which got to use that word lightly in the bicycle world, because when I was in Italy last year at the Giro d'Italia, I said that a couple times, and a lot of the cyclists thought that we were working with Dr. Ferrari. I don't know if all you guys know about cycling, but he was the guy that was doping with Lance Armstrong. So we don't use bad ingredients, and we are Inform Sport certified, which is third-party tested. You know, a lot of people may create a little graphic that says no banned substances, but we are third-party tested, which is, you know, USADA, WADA, NCAA approved, Inform Sport certified, and we have a lot of professional athletes that use our products, so it's very important.
Love it, Scott, man. Always a pleasure. If you have not been over to see the fine folks over there, Arma, swing by, say hello, get yourself rehydrated. Scott, thanks a lot, man.
Thank you, guys. Good luck to everybody. Make sure you stay hydrated. Come on over, 50 off. You're going to love it.
All right, take it away, boys. I know we got action on the track.
Yes, sir. We have the Micro 2 4-6 limited class on the track, and Cameron Buckman, man, he hunted down Edwin Meyer on that first lap and was able to take the lead in the sand. He was off the back of the machine, just like we saw in that Micro E class, and took the lead, and now he is off and running with it.
And now there's some more shuffling here in the front, in the podium, as I believe on screen we are seeing
the 93 of Jeffrey Sadhoff.
Yeah, making the move there. And one of our early front runners, Boone Lloyd, I believe he got fourth in Moto 1. He was making a pass as well, I believe, for first or second, and went down on that first lap. So we've had a lot of shuffling inside this top 10 quick.
Yes, indeed we do. So the 93 and the 13 going at it, and that's Carter Reneker that just snuck back up the inside, and I believe he moved into third place with that pass.
Reneker getting back around Sathoff for that final podium spot. One rider off the bike on the side of the track there. We will see whether or not the 93 is able to capitalize on this outside. And how about that? The number 13 passed from right back. We've said if a rider gets by you and you're able to pass them right back almost immediately, sometimes it shuts down the momentum and you're able to keep pulling forward. So now we'll see whether or not Sathoff can chase down the number 16.
Absolutely. We're already seeing some pretty big gaps establishing between our front runners. Of course, Buckman and Meyer kind of snuck away from the rest of the field, I think in part due to that crash that happened in the sand, right? A few guys got hung up there. So this is still your battle for third, as Reneker was able to get around Sathoff. And then we're looking a little further back. Brett Gonzalez on the 55 machine rounds out our top five, at least after the first lap. We'll see where they come through this next time by. But certainly Cameron Buckman, who won the first moto on that 7 machine, the Cobra out of Huntington, Kentucky, he is absolutely flying around this racetrack right now, and he's bringing Edwin Meyer with him as they pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, the number 7 and the number 16 have got something figured out, as I believe your leader just went through the finish line there. So now checking in with a 2-minute 48-second lap time. Pretty impressive for these little guys. And one rider, big up and over a huge cartwheel. That's the number 13 of Carter Reneker.
Yep. Picks it up in the sand. You see Tim Cotter down there helping him make sure that he's getting blocked off. Nobody in the track is going to come by and get him, and they'll get him on their way. Always tough to get these bikes going again in the sand, man. It digs down, and you can see there Reneker's, unfortunately, looks like he's held up again.
And this is a tough break for Reneker, as riders or track personnel trying to make their way to the number 13, but that bike is not going anywhere.
Oh, no.
That was a hard hit for the number 13. I'm impressed he jumped back up like that.
Yeah, well, this sand, man, you know, especially with the rain, it kind of is a little sticky suddenly, and so you knife that front end in there a little bit, or maybe the rear end kicks out awkwardly or something, and suddenly you are just cartwheeling into the ground, and that's unfortunately what happened to Carter Reneker there, who was in the battle for third place and is now finally on his way again.
Back and rolling once again is the number 13. Deegan Mullen now moves into the third place spot officially on your screen. And we'll wait to see how far back he's going to fall. The number 16 of Edwin Meyer dropping down as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure what happened to Meyer. I see a yellow flag right here coming to the commandments, but I don't see, that doesn't look like the 16 there of Edwin Meyer. So we'll have to figure out what happened. He is up and going. He just ran a 4-minute lap time, so he's coming across the line in 9th now, but must have went down somewhere. We didn't see it, and unfortunately took a long time to get going, just like we saw there with the 13 of Carter Reneker.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened. We've had a couple of riders go down, but then a couple of riders, they just get stuck. There's no other way to put it. They get a little too far off of the main line, and they get caught up in the thick stuff. And just like we saw with the number 13, sometimes the bike can't roll.
Well, you're having to see the way that, you know, our leader right here, Cameron Buckman, is riding. It's not just the sand that he is hanging off the back of the motorcycle around this racetrack, right? Because there are sections of the track, as much as we say it looks dry, it still is sticky, right? It's still got some of those damp soil conditions kind of, you know, worked into it a little bit. So if you get that soil to kind of start gripping the motorcycle a little bit and you're not off the back of the bike, you get hung up. Maybe you're already in a rut or something like that, and exactly like you said, they could get stuck.
Well, and too far on the front end, you're going to do exactly what the number 13 did. The front end's going to drop, and you're going to cartwheel up and over the front of the bike. And so we'll see as the number 7, Cameron Buckman, continues to pick his way through, now making his way around the Polysport pond. Look at that. Look at the smart. He's taking a look ahead in the corner. He saw yellow flags flying, needed to figure out exactly where to go. Buckman handling business as he gets ready to cross the finish line once again.
We're going to be bringing Sean Hilbert in here from Cobra Motorcycle. We had him up here in the studio with us yesterday, but man, this class stacked full of the Cobra machines out here.
Yeah, it is. It is. In fact, Cobra kind of...
Pull that microphone just a little closer,
to you. All righty. Am I good now?
A little closer.
A little closer, yeah.
There we go.
There we go. All right. Yeah, Cobra worked with MX Sports, I think, back in 1996 to develop this class, and it's been good. It's where a lot of our superstars in today's Supercross and Motocross got their start, so it's a lot of fun.
Well, we're seeing maybe a potential future superstar here in the 7 of Cameron Buckman, man. He is absolutely flying around this racetrack. Didn't get the start he wanted, but he shot right in the lead, and he's taken off.
Yeah, he's the East Coast kid. I think he's another one of these New York fast kids, and we're going to see a lot of him over the next few years, I think.
Good to see, good to see. Well, he is out in front to the tune of 37 seconds. We have Jeffrey Sadoff still in the 2 spot. Deegan Mullen moving up to 3rd. Bretton Gonzalez is in 4th with Talon Smith rounding out our top 5. Trying to see, not sure the 2-lap card is out quite just yet, as we're still working now the 3rd lap of this race. But man, oh man, Cameron Buckman making it look a lot easier than it is around this racetrack right now. These conditions are really tricky.
This track is tough. We watched the dozers kind of go around and develop the track, and you know, they did their best. They did a great job, but there's just little hidden gems, you know, underneath some of that soft surface.
Guys, big news here. Just outside, Bretton Gonzalez sitting in the 4th place spot. His bike has had enough. He is now walking off the track. I saw him literally pushing the motorcycle up the hill.
Well, they're trying to get it started again and see if they can continue going. He looks a little bit confused, but hopefully the 55 machine can continue on. But Sean, so not sure if you were down there as the sight laps began. Obviously, everyone kind of went out at once. Did you get any feedback from anybody down there about what they were seeing on the racetrack?
So just soft, and what you're seeing here with bikes being walked off, more than likely what that is just sand getting in the sprockets and chains and binding everything up. And you see everybody trying to roll the bikes backwards to free them up, but these things just get swallowed by the sand.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked already about it in our our Micro E division. You know, a couple of the riders were struggling with the sand there, and even though it's rained a lot today, the sand, regardless of which, is a difficult section for these motorcycles, right?
That's it. Yeah, I mean, 15 years ago, this track was sticky clay, and you know, you'd literally stick your shoe would stick in it when it was wet. Today they brought in just truckloads full of sand and rice hulls and everything. It's just a much better track, especially in conditions like this.
Absolutely. So we're looking right now at, I believe, the 18 machine on our screen. That is Deegan Mullen, who has climbed all the way up into the 3rd spot. He's trying to reel in Jeffrey Sadoff, excuse me, in the 2 spot still. So we'll see if he can maybe close that gap down in the final few laps of this one.
Did you see that? The number 18 casually rips up, pulls a tear off, and then pops a double, headed back into Storyland. This guy is rolling, and look at that, over 10 seconds faster than Jeffrey Sadoff on that last lap. So the number 18, one worth watching here on your Racer TV screen. Now he did, he almost got the tear off all the way off. He looked good doing it, but didn't quite get it all the way off.
Yeah, now he might have to do the tricky right hand off. Make sure you don't do it in a spot that could really mess you up there. Or maybe he'll reach all the way across with the left hand, or maybe it's not bothering him at all.
Maybe we just leave it.
Yeah,
maybe we just leave it.
Keeps on going, and so far it's working out quite well for him. I mean, he's charged pretty well. He's gotten all the way up into 3rd, made up 4 positions since the start of this one. We're seeing some of our movers around. How about Mickey Fluhart there in 11th at the moment, climbing up 17 positions so far. So not sure if he was down off the start, but either way, that's a great ride for the 19 machine.
Yeah, without a doubt. Hudson Robinson passing 5 riders. Oliver Mars passing 9 riders. So some big moves being made in the back of the pack as well, as he picks his way around, being very careful. These riders having to look ahead. They're seeing yellow flags. They know they got to pick a line, and as we've said all day today, Kellen, you get into one rut, you better stick to it all the way around.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, these ruts are not going to forgive you if you make a little mistake in them. You get sideways in them. We've seen riders having to go sideways across many ruts if they do make those mistakes, and then, of course, you lose quite a bit of time. So for these riders, really, it is, Sean, just about, you know, hitting your marks and making sure you don't get, you know, cross-rutted.
Hitting your marks and staying over, you mentioned it earlier, Colin, staying over the back of the bike. And the kids that are kind of riding forward, they bury that front end and it's all over. But the kids that ride back and ride aggressive, they're able to stay steady through the rough stuff and through the thick stuff.
Right. Well, we were saying about that about not just the sand sections, but every section around this racetrack right now. It's really requiring you to stay light on the front end, right? You don't want it to bury down anywhere, especially some of these deeper ruts. I know they clean the track up a little bit, but there's still those underlying soft spots, like you said.
They're still developing ruts. Even the mini bikes are developing the ruts. And the reality is, a lot of these kids haven't ridden a track like this before. A lot of them have, kind of ridden mini tracks and whatnot that are pretty smooth and pretty flat, and they come here and it's just a different world, so they've got to learn quick.
Now, have you heard from the kids down there that they've actually been kind of excited about this, right? Like you're saying, it's a new experience riding a track like this, seeing the rain falling. Is it more nerve-wracking for them, or are they actually excited about the challenge?
I think the kids love playing in the mud.
Yeah.
Parents not so much.
Right, they don't want to have to deal with getting under there, scraping the fenders, cleaning the chains, all that stuff afterwards, right?
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Absolutely.
Well, I think the number 18 is going to side with us. Just let that thing fly in the wind, not bothering him right now. Hasn't needed to pull another tear off either, because he has been rolling, making his way around, caught up to a couple of lap riders, picked them off with relative ease. And so we continue to watch. But now we're switching over. That is your leader.
Yeah, let's see. I think he may be coming to get the white flag this time by the flag stand. Has the white flag out, and there it is. White flag is in the air for our race leader, Cameron Buckman. Man, he has pulled this lead out to 1 minute and 22 seconds. Absolutely moving around this racetrack.
Yeah, Buckman on another level. The number 7 getting the job done. So careful about the lines that he's choosing. Really smart watching him. He's able to pick out smooth real estate that's not too far out of the main line. Got the elbows up, legs out. He's looking full factory leading on this final lap.
Now for you, Sean, down at the gate, like I said beforehand, were you yourself or maybe some of the Cobra people down there saying, hey, here's what we recommend about line selection or things like that, or are more of the parents working with them on that?
More of the parents do, but we do give recommendations. For example, when the stuff gets pushed off to the side of the track, stay in the middle of the track.
Right.
That's so easy for the kids to pick that short line or the line they think is a short line and get swallowed up. But other than that, the parents and sometimes even the coaches are really the ones that do the thing.
And above all, go out there and have fun, right? You don't want them to go out there and have a bad time, especially if they get stuck. So a little bit of help and guidance, but then, hey, go out there and have a good time.
That's what I tell them. Have fun, fist bump, and leave it at that.
Absolutely. So Buckman, he is doing just that. He is pulling away and looking smooth as butter out front, and this is probably going to be a pretty enjoyable win. He's had to wait a little while to get going again. I know it's been a few days since we raced in this Micro 2 4-6 limited class, and I'm sure he's just been chomping at the bit to get back out there and show what he's made of. And man, he's definitely showing what he's made of here in this moto.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that's going to question who the top rider was in this moto for sure, as he was a minute and a half the last time around in front of second place. And there's nothing you can take away from the number 7. Everybody's riding the same stuff. He is just putting the track together better. There's no other way to put it. Jeffrey Sathoff now checks in for lap number 5, getting the white flag, 1 minute and 37 seconds back. And this is no hats or no downplay on Jeffrey. Jeffrey there in the second place spot having a fantastic ride as well. Deegan Mullen, who's last in 3rd.
I mean, it's really no downplay on any of our riders out here. These are motorcycles that, for these conditions are not the easiest to get around this racetrack. They're doing a great job of doing so, but heck, I don't think I even want to walk around some of this, racetrack right now, and these kids are absolutely ripping around it.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I have an important announcement. Everybody here on site, we have a big announcement. We will not be going into third motos today. We will not be going into third motos today. We will conclude today's racing with the 50 classes. Once again, we will not be going into third motos today. We will conclude today's racing with the 50 classes. Now coming down to the final couple of corners, here it is, the number 7 of Cameron Buckman making his way around the Polysport pond for the final time.
All right, let's see what he does. Do we get a fist pump? What do we get out of Cameron Buckman here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The guys are going to be down there congratulating all these kids. And one kid to keep a real good look at here is Mickey Fluhart. Yeah, there we go. He plus 22. He must have fallen. He's another one of the fast kids, but
Yeah, and who knows, he may still get around, Bodie Bowerson or even up to Edwin Meyer on this last lap. Meyer, in his own right, remember, he went down. He was in second. He's done a great job charging all the way back to fourth. We'll see if he's able to maintain that position. But you're absolutely right. Mickey Fluhart flew through the field here.
And, Sean, you get to see it more than we do. These kids they're just passionate. They just love it. They have a great time, and they live, eat, sleep, and breathe motorcycle racing.
That's it. At this level, these kids, you're right, they live, eat, sleep, breathe it. This isn't something their parents might have introduced it to them, but to get to this level, they have to want it, and it has to be, inside them.
Absolutely. All right, so checkered flag still out. We'll see a few of our runners coming across the line here shortly, and then we'll send it down to Jason Wygant, I believe, who's down there ready to speak to, I'm sure, a very happy and excited Cameron Buckman. 74 machine crossing the line right there. Everyone just finishing it off. Luke Witt getting a little bit of camera time, a little bit of TV love. I'm sure friends and family watching back at home, they want to see who's in this class, right? So good to see a little bit of some of the other faces out there.
Yeah, you bet. It looks like Buckman lapped up to 9th. That's pretty incredible for, 5 laps, 6 laps at the most.
Yeah, imagine if you are Dylan Chipman right now and you think, I'm having a great moto, and then zoom goes the 7 machine. You're like, whoa, where'd that come from, right?
I thought it was top 10.
All right, checker flag out like we said. Taking a look at some more of the numbers crossing the line. That looks to be the 80 ride, I think that was, going over the line of Graham Ferguson. So he's going to finish up in the 13th spot. The 21 of Huntley Durbin just crossing the line there as well. Still looking for the second place man of Jeffrey Sadhoff. I think Weege might be interviewing Cameron Buckman here shortly, and still looking for the second place rider there.
He may have run his fastest lap on the last lap, 2:57. I didn't see anything below 3 before this. That's incredible.
Yeah, a 2:57 is really, really fast around this racetrack. So that, no question about it, Cameron Buckman having fun and flying around on this racetrack. Isaiah Benton also crossed the line. There is Jeffrey Sadhoff. He has now crossed the line. And I think the 50, or the 33 ride, I should say, crossing the line right there. Also in the mix, that is Nolan Beckley, who's down in 40th. So we're getting ready to send it to Jason Wygant, who's on the podium.
All right, that was a big one right there. I mean, literally, that was a huge lead. Fantastic performance. He does it all. He's going to get the gold medal and the Stasic Hole Shot Award. Number 7, let's hear it for Cameron Buckman. Hey, I'll move over here so they can see you over your bike. Cameron, man, you did what you needed to do. Flip that over there. You did what you needed to do. You got the whole shot. Was the track even that tough for you?
It was super deep, actually.
Okay. But no problems?
Yeah.
Awesome. What's this like to be up here on the podium at Loretta's, cameras, medals? What's that like, man?
Crazy.
Who do you want to thank, Cameron?
My mom, my dad, Minton Motors, PR2, Mika Metals, Rhino Power, and FX, Scott Goggles, and everybody else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Cameron Buckman with the gold. Well, that was big time right there. Solid lead, and we'll try to get motos in tomorrow for these little guys. Thank you, Cameron. I'm going to bring up our second place finisher. That's going to be Jeffrey Sadhoff. We'll bring up second on the number 93. Come on up, Jeffrey. They were pumped when he came across with this silver. All right, be proud. Come on up here to the center, Jeffrey Sadhoff. You got it. Come on right here. What was that moto like?
Really rough.
I would think. You ride in the mud ever?
Yeah, a lot.
Oh, so that helped?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, who do you want to thank, Jeffrey?
My mom and dad, Beast Moto Lab, FXR, SSR, WTT, Cobra, and that's it.
Jeffrey Sadoff, everybody, taking second in 4-6. All right, one more spot. Deegan is going to take the third place position. Let's bring him on up, and we'll give him the bronze. Let's hear for the 18, Deegan Mullen. Yeah, Deegan, that is awesome for you to wear that bronze. I'm going to try to get this thing straight for you so it looks nice in the photos. There you go. What was that moto like? How'd it go?
Good.
Did you go down at all?
No.
Was it hard?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Deegan?
Mom, Dad, Midden, 110 Racing, Scott, Fleet 427,
and anybody else. Let's hear it for Deegan, taking third. Yeah, high five there, Deegan Mullen. Great job. That is going to be our 4-6 class. Thanks, boys. Great job. Everyone on this racetrack. It is not easy for 6-year-olds. Track's shockingly good for how much rain we have, but it's still tough. Thanks. Send it back upstairs.
All right, Sean. You just can't get away from us, man. We want more of Sean from Cobra. We got more Cobras on the line, more 50s on the line. You guys have been waiting all day long for these guys.
Waiting all week.
Yeah. Well, I am so happy that this racetrack turned around. I know the morning, I know we've kind of covered this, started a little tumultuous. Got the parents all together. But you know what? Yeah. I'm glad they did that, gave everybody an opportunity to voice their opinions, and I think they made the right choice.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, these parents spend a lot of time, money, and effort and everything else to try to get here, and they want 3 motos. Sometimes Mother Nature just doesn't cooperate.
Yeah, and I own a racetrack, so I understand what the perception is about racetracks and 50s. They're like, oh, they give us a shaft, they cut laps. Well, I get it. So we try to make it as equal as we can for them, and let's go racing with these young men and women. That kid took a hard right, and he didn't hit a single person. That was impressive. As we get ready to watch the whole shot, see who comes through. You got to set the table, man. Who is our top 10 guys, man? That's the job of the man, the number one desk.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you're right. Well, the guy who grabbed the whole shot, Absher Hall, he is coming in with a Moto 1 win. No shocker there. The Cobra AOT back ride. Boy, he is fast. Who finished second? Cannon Zabajink. In the third place spot in Levi, or it was Levi Geis, who finished fourth. Maverick Gershom Lewis in the fifth place position after Moto number 1. It was Jacob Mariner. In sixth place, we had Cooper Langdon. Seventh place, Talon Rogers. Eighth place was Shannon Tarno, and ninth, Talon Henson. And rounding out the top 10 in Moto number 1 was.
Don't worry about it.
A great rider that was very fast.
Yes, he did.
I will find out.
Number 55 has since taken over the number 1 spot. If you can locate him on your sheet set.
That's Cannon. That's Cannon Zebno. So it looks like first and second
flip-flop. Yep,
flip-flop from first moto.
So Absher will slide back to the number 2 spot. The number 55 will jump into the number 1 spot here as we move into the Micro 3 7-8. So this is like the last stop, Sean, before you get on the Cobra 65, right?
Yeah, last stop. But a lot of these guys run both classes. Like the 2 guys that are out front right now, they're also running 7 and 9.
Probably ride the 250 back home as well on the local stuff.
Probably riding the 250. Yep.
Probably not doing that. Here we go into the sand. We're going to go play in the sandbox. What do you got, Mike? You got a little announcement you need to make?
Yeah. By the way, Mason Dixon was the 10th place finisher. I had to get him in there. I was snubbing him. I didn't want to snub him. We've got race order tomorrow. It's going to be as it has been, but I want to highlight those sight laps. Those sight laps, by the way, they will start at 6:30 a.m. So Loretta Lynn will open us up with Coal Miner's Daughter at 6 a.m. on the dot. We'll do prayer, national anthem, all those things. Going to guess maybe after sight laps. Stay tuned. But bottom line is, this is how sight laps will work tomorrow. 65 cc's get a sight lap. Then 85 cc, then 125s, then you could guess
250.
250. You nailed it, Sean. Could you imagine what's next? Maybe the 450s.
Maybe the 450.
That's it. So 65s, 85s, 125s, 250s, and then 450s. You will each get your sight laps in the morning, and then we'll begin with the third motos, beginning in that race order: Bet 30 plus, 450B, et cetera, et cetera.
I was going to say
there you
e-bikes, but
nope, they'll be in there. Yep.
E-bike
50s.
Yeah, that's not going to work. That was a good race for us today, by the way.
That was good.
We had that was our first e-bike race at Loretta Lynn's. You know, we've been developing that bike for 3 or 4 years, and won the race. Finished 4 of the top 6 for Cobras.
Is that the last turn pass there?
Yeah.
What better exciting way to go out than that? There is the number 55 of Cannon Zabojnik out front, and he is
Zabojnik. This is why we got you in here, Sean.
Zabojnik.
Yeah. We brought the expert in, Weege. We brought the expert in.
Yeah, he's a little ripper. This kid is the cutest little kid. And then
is he another rider?
Puts his helmet on, and blood comes out of his eyes. And he's awesome.
Going into Storyland with our 57 and 8-year-old riders, they're a little more aggressive, a little better vocabulary. They know colors and shapes. Things are getting a little easier in school. A little bit of history now.
So speaking of history, Ebsher Hall is actually Shane Hall's son. If you guys remember Shane Hall from back in the day here.
Yeah, I do remember that name for sure.
Super fast amateur.
Did he ride your bikes? Were they even around then?
Yeah, I think he did. His grandpa, Noel Hall, is running Eb's program now. So.
Man, that helps. You can alleviate a lot of pitfalls, man. It takes a while to kind of figure out where to go in this sport. Having some experience, man, I bet it is so nice to have. Good folks in your corner. So it's Zabojnik. Ashburn Hall. Here they come right by us, I think. Golly, they're airing out that whole step down right beside us. They absolutely get going on that thing. And then Hall, Gresham Lewis, Mariner, Rennick, Taylor, Rogers, Tarno, Brush, and Smith round out your top 10. Looking for some movement on this lap. It's usually first couple laps, you see guys come from like 25th to 11th. They bad start, work their way through.
Tate Brush, 7-year-old, one of the only 7-year-olds I know that qualified not just in this class, but also 7 to 9 mod and 7 to 9 stock on the 65. So as a 7-year-old,
that's a tall order for a young kid.
For sure.
Going back and forth between the bikes, learning the clutch. Like that usually takes a year to kind of figure out a clutch bike.
Yeah.
So intimidating. Like when you talk to kids about I'm nervous about the clutch, or are they just excited to get on a 65?
I think they're excited to get on a 65. It's like any step up in size of bike. As soon as a kid starts riding a bigger bike, longer wheelbase, bigger front wheel, it traverses the rough stuff easier, and it's more fun.
Yeah,
they love it.
I totally agree with that. I could see how that would be a thing. Dude, our leader, Zabojnik, doubles into the 10 Commandments. Oh, we have a proposal going on outside. Well, did she say yes?
I'm judging by the hug, yeah.
All right. Heck yes, we got it.
A kiss, a warm embrace.
Congratulations, Wes Kane, on that one. She said yes. She said, hey. Wasn't Wes Kane, just kidding. That is who we're watching there, the 36, and that's Mariner and Gresham Lewis. So Mariner on the number 4, the all-red gear. Sean, he was the number 4 rider last year in the same class. Is that what they get to run, that number 4? Is that a different class that he got 4th in?
I
know if you get the top 10 number, you are a returning champ.
You can run that if you want to. Yeah.
Pretty cool. So he must have had a good year last year to get a 4th. So
he must have. I can't remember. He's a fast kid, though. I saw him at the Baja Acres Regional, and he waxed him.
Oh, okay. Is he the one who got 1 million views on that uphill when he hit the rollers?
No, that's the kid that got the 1 million views on the Moto Playground non-crash down here in the beach. Did you guys see that? Where he basically stopped and went over the handlebars, but not really.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That's Carter Gray. So he's Carter Gray. He's all about the clicks.
That is, and there he's all about the passes, because we got a pass here. Gresham Lewis, I believe, has gotten around him. The 36 will hop past. They're playing hopscotch there. Get around Jacob Mariner.
Podium keeps changing.
Watch these kids fly right past us here in the announcer's tower. A big right-hand sweeper. There's Megawatt getting the shot there. He's up on the step-up, just hanging out, just scoping the talent out. That was Megawatt in the camera shot to the left.
Yeah, I got to hand it. I'm coming up here, and I had to deliver some stuff, and I got caught up. Sorry, Mega, I'm calling racing, buddy. But, Davey said, Mega, can you go out there? And he goes, absolutely, yeah, let's do it.
There he is.
All hands on deck.
There is the 36 as he will jump into a podium spot.
I saw Davey after the e-bike moto, and I thanked him, and he just about to pass out. I think it was a tough moto for him.
A lot of running, a lot of moving around.
Yeah.
End of the day. Need some of that Arma hydration, get him all set back up.
Yeah.
Scott Sevkovic was up here getting us all set up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again, Scott. Arma, they are set up right there on Bender Row. If you had a long night last night, let's just say they can get you squared away.
I was thankful.
These kids didn't have a long night. They were in bed early, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right, Sean? 8 o'clock?
You know, some of them are and some of them aren't. I think it's just all
the energy in the world at that age. They went up, Stagecoach, got them some ice cream.
Yep.
Living their best
some
life.
families are like, you got to stay in the trailer the whole day, and other ones, the kids, I swam in the creek all day long for 12 hours, and then I went out and ran moto.
You know how tired you are? Like when you go to the beach, how tired you already get?
Yeah,
these little dudes, it doesn't matter. They got
belly flops in the mud.
Endless energy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to get rid of that energy. Having them cooped up in an RV literally all day when it was raining that's just no way, man.
Miserable.
My kids would go nuts.
I can understand why we want the little guys at the end of the day, but yeah, that's got to be from a parent's nightmare trying to keep them under.
Well, let me
keep
tell
them
you,
entertained.
just get out and go get pneumonia or something. Get in that rain. I don't care, man. You got to get out of here.
They couldn't have been at each other any more than us, the adults in here in the announcing tower with each other, right?
Just staring at each other.
I mean, yeah. Look at that guy over there.
Number 4 laying it in there.
He
Jacob
was.
Mariner, he was committed to that turn. That flagger was in a great aggressive position there. He was ready for action. Bent over like he was about to fire out of the starting blocks of the 4x100.
That's at the end of the day, too.
Yeah, that's strong. I like it. Can't say enough thanks to our flaggers. I know that we gloss over that sometimes, but man, those dudes have been standing like that guy right there in the sun, just grinding all day, every day. It starts super early. They don't get to cruise in here whenever they feel like it. It's a long day, man, so props to those guys.
I think the lady that sits at the front of the tunnel, holy
oh my
moly.
God.
Right.
When that
She's there from like 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. or something.
Yep.
Wow.
Same
Smiles
goes to
at everybody.
Yeah.
Waves
the
at everybody.
traffic cops, if you will. They're all over the little intersections that were in the rain with a wet hoodie on all day.
I think some of those crosswalks, if you want to call them that, that's probably the toughest job here. I'm just throwing it out there. That's a miserable job. My hat's off to them.
Stop. There's another great battle. We are running out of time. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That is the 36. It looks like he's going after, is it Asper Hall? He's trying to reel in. He's only, well, it had 7 seconds moments ago, but it should reset.
Cannon is shot out of a cannon here. 17 seconds. He's really stretched this thing out.
2:37 for him on that time around. 2:39 for Asper Hall. Gresham Lewis for the 2:42. I love looking on the side of that screen, Sean, of all the passes the kids have made. You see the plus and minus numbers?
That is a great, I think that's a Ryan Holiday invention.
That is a fantastic
what
stat.
What an awesome deal. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, like some kids rolling through 24 passes. Not seeing that quite here. It also shows the negative. If you fall down the field, that's whatever. But let's see, Tate Bolano.
Yeah, let's see where Tate, number 26, first moto, he finished 25th. So
he's moving on up.
Moving up.
There's Talon Henson climbing the charts here. That's Casey Henson's son. Love seeing these second and third generation kids out there following the love. And the parents are so honest, too. They're like, man, we try every sport. I don't want to just do it because I did it. Like, they try baseball, football, basketball, and they're like, man, he just keeps coming back to it. And then they're like, well, looks like we got a motocross rider. I think Christy Craig said that last night. He goes, man, we have tried everything.
Yep. My favorite's always, we got a few of the, I won't say, well, I'll call them older because they're getting close to my age. GNCC pro guys who've got youngsters, and they're like, I kind of want them to take up golf, tennis, and something else. But every weekend they're at the racetrack, forget it, they're riding a dirt bike.
That's what they know.
That's exactly it. But they're doing the right thing. They're doing it honestly. Like, man, we tried baseball, football, all that stuff. Tried NyQuil. Oh, we missed the race, buddy. Sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
Thought we're going home.
That's Maverick Gresham Lewis.
The 36, the red machine.
Oh, he's ripping.
God, it's so hard. Look, he's just back on the bike there.
Yep.
Letting that thing track.
Started sticking a little bit.
It did.
Put his rear end over the fender and hammered it.
Flagger likes what he's seeing there.
Speed. He said, I am speed. I am speed.
2 minutes, 24 seconds remain here as we hit the fourth lap. The white flag is out. In fact, this is the white flag lap. There's Megawatt scoping the boys out on the step up.
Hands on his hips.
Listen, he's telling the kids. That's our impersonation of Megawatt.
I'm glad his hands are on his hips. Means he's not digging kids out of the mud. So.
Exactly. Sean makes a good point.
Great four-way battle by the billboards.
Whoa.
Much more rideable than it was earlier when those kids in the 85 Super Mini class. There is the 55. Let's see.
Cannon lap, yeah.
There we go. We'll pick up our leader. Great job from the guys in the truck to find Cannon. The red gear makes it easy to pick him out as he's slicing his way through the field.
Yeah, he's...
Zabajnik on the big left-hand sweep, looking over his shoulder. Watch out, man. Oh, you think he meant to do that?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Of course. That was a pro move.
He won a moto here last year as a 7-year-old. He's a quick little dude.
That is. Rider
down. Go down.
You know, he says, I can't wait to get on my 65. I would be doubling them things right here.
Oh, for sure.
Not going to go over those big ruts there. Let's see here. Turn right. Drag foot. Stand up. Good form. Leg out. Leg back.
Little baby dab right there.
Let it rip. Yep. Double to double. No trouble. Instagram followers to come. All right, man. You got to pick your way through these guys for sure. They're on the inside. There you go. Outside. Stands up good. I'm sure that's like, what do you think is the number one command? Stay on it. Stand up. Like that. Stand up is so popular on the P-dubs. Stand up.
Stand up.
Yeah.
You got to stand up, buddy.
Yeah. So this could be for the win. If we cannot run motos tomorrow in the 50s.
Very important moto. You're right.
Good point.
Swap moto wins with Absol, and that would be it. This would be the championship.
The goal is to try to get to those third motos, but if we didn't, we'd freeze the race at 2 motos, and he would be our champion. So very big moto win for him. See if he can back it up again. Hopefully we can get him a third moto tomorrow. He can cement his place here in Loretta's folklore.
Amen.
Where are you at, Megawatt? What do you think? Feeling it? You like that? Not really. Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Let's cut away from that.
Stay down there.
Let's not go to Megawatt again. I believe he just vomited on camera, folks. What do you think, Megawatt? Oh, boy. Just a couple of turns, a few turns remain for this young man.
Look at that, arm in the air.
That's right, a potential championship.
Love it.
Yes, he knows what's happening.
Showmanship there.
Yes.
Yeah, throw that fist up, dude.
Cannon Zabajnik, excuse me. Led it, made one pass. That's all it took.
Yeah.
We're going to get the folks from EMS to our corner to go get Megawatt off that jump. And the rest of the game will file through about 14 seconds back. We should see Ashford Hall. There he is.
There he is.
Number 96. Followed by Beckham Smith, the number 5. Or excuse me, Maverick. Oh, it was. He did make the pass.
Yeah, you're right.
Whoa.
So Beckham Smith, the number 5. Oh, he's playing spoiler out there.
Look at that last lap. Yeah, Maverick Grisham Lewis, a 2:46, about 10 seconds off his normal. And Talon Rogers will finish up 5th. So some late moto heroics here in this Micro 3 7-8 limited class.
I like the micro name, by the way.
I do too. There's a micro wrestling is coming to Nashville tomorrow night.
I'll be there.
They have a micro Ozzy Osbourne to open up.
No, they do not.
I'm not kidding. I heard it on the radio coming in. I'm like, all right, it's like MicroCon, like all the all the micros will be there.
Is this like the down card part of the show then, these guys, or what?
No, no.
Just before the real stuff at Nashville?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Bites the head off a tiny bat. A little bat.
So,
Baby
a butterfly.
A butterfly. Beautiful.
I'm so old that I actually
you remember that?
Well, I went to the Diary of a Madman tour.
Oh, that's
how old I am.
No, that's how awesome
cool.
you are. That's how awesome you are. Speaking of awesome, your top 3 in that micro 7-8 limited, Zabajnik, Hall, and Smith. That is your podium. Congratulations, young men. You get to speak with Jason Wygant, and we will get ready to toss it down there with all the smiles. Happiest place on earth.
Oh, yeah, and I got the intel. It is Zabajnik. It is Zabajnik. Let's hear it for Cannon Zabajnik. Great job, Cannon. You've been up here on the podium before. You know what's happening. What was the track like, man?
The up in the sand section and everywhere else is smooth.
Not bad, huh, for a mud race? Yeah, absolutely. You have fun?
Yeah.
All right. What was first moto like for you?
Easy.
How'd the first moto go?
Good.
So you're having a good week?
Yeah.
All right. Who do you want to thank for it?
Mom, Dad, Dane, Gavin, Mitten, Cobra, PR2, 100%, Jetson, Bryson, Matt, Seven, Jackson, Trent, Boost, Baba, Papayaya, Rad, Extreme Colors, Mitten Boys, Patrick Thomas, Alma.
Good?
Yeah.
It's a heck of a list. Let's hear it for Cannon Zabanek taking the gold medal in 7 to 8. Great job, Cannon. Oh, yeah, got to hold that medal up X Games style. I'm going to bring up Absher Hall. He grabbed the whole shot, and he finished second in the moto. He wanted this one bad. He will end up in the number 2 spot. Great ride by Absher Hall. Congrats, Cannon. I've got Absher Hall's whole shot award and silver. And here we go. Let's hear it for the runner-up, Absher Hall. I got you. Good job, Absher. First, whole shot, man. How'd you pull that start? How'd you get that done?
Just got a good jump and just held it pin through the first turn.
That's how you do it. How was the rest of the moto for you?
Pretty good. The bike just didn't want to pull out the turns. Whenever I came out from the first sand section, it would not want to pull there. It just wouldn't want to pull out the turns, and that's why I couldn't really get the 10 Commandments.
Gotcha. All right, you did a good job. You survived. You got second place points, which could be big. You want to thank some people? I know it's a rough one on you.
God for keeping me safe, Carolina Cobra, Cobra Connection, Brett, Tyson, A-Yacht Racing, Scott Goggles, Skull Candy, Coker Pump, PR2, Dunlop, VP Racing Fuels, and everyone that I can think of. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Absher Hall. There you go. All right. Love it. Good job, Absher, coming on up here, giving us a smile. You can keep that. Thank you. That's $100 off of Stasic. You know you'd like one of those. Beckham Smith on the Ryan Dungey look number 5 KTM. Hey, Beckham, I caught this. You had maybe the save of the day going over that tunnel. I thought you were going down for sure. Instead, you just threw the flattest whip ever. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was a little crazy one.
Did you think you were going down?
Yeah.
Good job. How was the rest of the moto?
It was good. I got a good start. Not the best start, but I just made my way up through the pack, and I just rode my race.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Beckham?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Orange Brigade, KTM, Dunlop Elite, Game Moto, Beast Moto Lab, Lynx, T-Rex, Pro Taper, Fox, and the ice cream cone from Colt Martin, and everybody else. Thank you.
Beckham Smith with the bronze in 7 to 8. That's awesome. Okay, one moto to go. It's time for the shaft drive oil injected division. Boys?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guess,
and here we go with the shaft drives.
Some struggles. Let's highlight while we get things going down there for them.
I thought the screen was froze there for a minute. That was, I mean, well, now we have everything moving. That was interesting. PWs are good now, but I guess that part of the track a little more challenging for them, to say the least. Huxon Griggs out of West Point, Tennessee. You know, he's got a fan base here. Tennessee folks showing up. How'd he finish in that first moto, the number 22?
He's got a big advantage to be a spoiler here. He had a 37th place finish in Moto 1.
Hey, boys up in the tower, you guys got to take a peek. I've never seen anything like this in the starting line. These P-dubs. Have you seen this?
Yeah, no, I've never seen that, but
You're seeing it now. I've never seen this happen. Half the bikes just can't get through this muck, and we're getting pushes and pulls from every official we have out here to get these kids on the racetrack.
Let's get them out there. Love to see it. Huxon Griggs loves to see everybody behind him. So Huxon Griggs with that 37th in the first moto. Man, these kids got some work to do now, these little P-dubs. Got to watch those inside lines. You want to avoid the ruts. I say avoid the ruts at all costs on the PWs.
Yeah,
line choice. Don't have the clearance, man.
Line choice is going to be the talking point for this race right here.
Yeah. Go wherever it's possible for you to go.
And normally you say keep your feet on the pegs. I don't suggest that either in these. Like, get to that point, just walk it through like these little guys. Man, it's pushing it. You can't grab another gear because they don't have one.
That's true. You are correct.
Get comfy on those nice rubber pegs there and settle in.
I got to think Dad had a lot of very realistic conversations with the little rippers and said, here, this is going to be tough, buddy. It's going to be hard.
I saw a rider
trying to get out in front of the guy in front of you.
Riding around with Dad earlier in the UTV saying, okay, see how it goes around the outside here? Look at, they're looking at every inch of this track because Pops knew. He knew there was a challenge coming, and these riders, now that they're off and rolling.
Now here comes our next challenge, the sand. Feet are off the pegs. That's smart. Just keep the throttle pinned. We got our flaggers all spaced out here to hopefully take care of these kids when they come into a spot where they need it. There you go. Walk that thing through, my man.
He's doing fantastic.
Huxon Griggs. Whole shot it was. Huxon Griggs, the number 22 now.
Yep. Chase Wells was behind him. He came in with that's the number 20 machine. He came in with a 5th place in Moto 1.
And remember, Chase Wells was about to make the pass for the lead when he tipped over, couldn't get that bike started up for a while. So Chase Wells once again getting a great start on the number 20, trying to fight for this lead. As now coming by the tower, there is the 89.
There he is.
Not far behind is the number 20.
So we do have a new leader. The 85 is now our leader, I believe. Is that what you're seeing?
Is that Maverick Suris out of Claremont, Florida, had a 13th place finish in Moto 1.
Picking that bike up, number 47. Nicely done, buddy. Yellow flags are going to come out here. You want to probably stay in that slicked up area. You don't want to get in that low stuff.
And here we go, folks. I think we got a battle for the lead coming to the finish line. Green flag is waving. And the number 20 starting to walk down your leader. The 85 out front leading, or 89, I'm sorry. Brody Jones leads the way with Jace Wells just behind in second.
And our whole shot artist, well, he might be in third. We'll see. Yep, still there in third. Nope, it's Brock Norris. What a name. Brock Chuck Norris there in third.
Brock Chuck Norris.
You're right. Nice little battle.
Brody Jones in Moto number 1 had a 2nd place finish, so he's sitting in a very good spot right now, out front leading this one.
So we are watching on screen the battle for your lead here in the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. The number 89 of Brody Jones stretching it out. I feel like when they're able to open it up a little bit more, Jones runs that pace, but Jace Wells very good at closing the gap in the corners.
Now he's got the advantage too. He sees Brody go into a turn. He's like, oh, he got stuck there. I'm not going to do that. Kind of following through here some of the simpler sections, but he's going to have some choices to make as they get into the 10 Commandments. They come right towards us here in the announcer's tower, bouncing their way through. Got about 4 inches of travel on those little bikes. It's about like a mountain bike.
I love it. He was putting the core strength on display right there. He had both legs lifted up forward.
Got those limo tent goggles there.
That's it.
It's like Hulk Hogan's limo, man. What is going on in there, man? It looks like such a good time.
Looks like a lot of fun.
And Wells closing some gaps here after the commandments. Wells was using that far right-hand side and then cutting over to the outside just before they entered the corner. And immediately the 89 just stretches it right back out. A bit of yo-yoing out front right now.
Outside of our two riders on screen, Brock Norris is mentioned in the third place position. Gavin Porco fourth. Deacon Thomas in the number 5 spot. Outside of that, sixth place Jet Scodris. Boone Gill in seventh. Billy McLaughlin in eighth. I got it. Ollie Johnson in ninth. And Mason Howard rounding out your top 5. There's our ticker.
And our whole shot artist has dropped all the way to 11. So hopefully Hux and Griggs can get it sorted back out. Look at them riding on the top of those. They're just not even getting in the ruts. They're not messing with them. Smart. Those little tiny little turf tires will barely rip a blade of grass up.
I heard, I think it was it you or Kellen talking earlier with the sun we've had that's been good for this track, because yesterday, and I didn't even think about that, we had very overcast.
Yeah. And it will help, like, with the riding conditions this late at night.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as dark because the sun is actually out. We're not overcasted, taking 15% of our sun away probably.
Taylor Jones out there.
I see that. I was going to say props to all the people. You see, these are one of the few classes we actually allow outside assistance, and boy, do we need it. So we spread everybody out, and it's all hands on deck to get these kids up and off the ground.
Guys, I think we may have had a pass for the lead. I think your leader might have gone down. I'm trying to see both of your top two were wearing neon
There's the 89
gear.
right here.
There is the 89, but I think this might be the 20 coming by the tower.
Might be.
Let's see here. We're going to take a glance out the window. No, it is not. It's those 4.5 font numbers playing tricks on me once again.
There's the 89. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities for a PW to crash on this technical racetrack at such a high rate of speed. Those things are pumping out 2.25 ground-pounding horsepower.
2.25 more than me. So
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
So the 89 coming by the tower, some yellow flags flying up in the Thor Sand Sweeper. There is the number 20. So Jace Wells still holding down second.
Just having a bit of a rough go. There's Davey Coombs giving that kid a little push. Nicely done. There's Road and Dirt crew getting the video, getting the shot. All the folks from the media are here as well. Time Life, the New York Times, they're all here. Along with Verb Moto and Moto Playground.
Yeah. Heavy hitters.
Whoa. A little bit of a bobble there. Not something these things are known for, just airing out jumps there.
No.
Very basic suspension systems here, and it's for a reason. Whoa. Straighten that thing
good
up.
Save.
Nicely done. Feet just dragging back there. There's so many acronyms in the body not even developed yet at this age, so not a concern about ACLs, PCLs. The 83, the 89, going around the 83, 89, Brody Jones going past one of our riders. Some of those kids really, you think about the number of passes, some of these kids are going to be making the ones that kind of got hung up on the start. You will see a bunch of movement from some of those front runners as they run down the competition. That would have been my son. I remember that he would be literally crying, and it wouldn't have hurt. He would have just been crying because that happened.
Yeah.
Just freaking out.
I think I would too, to be honest with you. Brock Jones in a good spot. He's kind of in that spoiler position. He had a 22nd place finish in Moto 1.
Well, look at this. We've only had 3 riders finish 2 laps. Like 3 of them have just now come through, so we got a lot of guys on this racetrack.
Wow. Boone Gill in the 3 spot. Deacon Thomas is checked in 4th. Brock Norris finally checks in. He missed or dropped a couple spots. Billy McLaughlin has checked in 6th place.
There's the 79 on camera, 78 or 79. That is Billy McLaughlin. There you go. You were just talking about him.
Yeah, he's ripping.
There's the 59. Getting a little assistance there.
Oh, like a little look over the shoulder. He said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Hey there, how are you?
It's so funny when they get close to the fence too. You can cheer for them. They'll literally look over
as they're riding,
and it almost messes them up. They'll like what, and they'll go into a rut and tip over. So, be nice when you yell.
Be nice when you yell.
My flagger out in the middle of the track, ready to pick these little guys and gals up. A lot of hurry up and wait for these kids all day long. Look at how wide those little outriggers are. He's a little catamaran. Had to straighten that little bike out.
He did. So Brody Jones, let's see, where are we at? At number 89, we've had 14 riders have checked in now.
Yeah, 14. Now we're going up to 18 riders have come through to make. So half the field has completed their second lap.
Gavin Porco sitting there in the 10th place spot. Lives over there close to Jackson Burrow.
So a lot of these kids, this is their absolute, I mean, it's definitely more than likely anyway, their first trip ever to Loretta's.
Yeah.
Their first trip to a even event close to the scale of this. So probably only been riding a motorcycle for a year, maybe doing some night track stuff.
Yeah.
Family said, hey, let's try an area qualifier. They passed the test. Let's try the regional. Did that, and then they get here, and it's like, okay, I see what motocross really looks like on this scale. So a great first-time achievement to see what this is all about, what it looks like. Because, man, it's something else.
Yeah, for sure. These little guys are sitting on Dad's lap watching outdoors. They're watching Supercross, probably falling asleep, halfway through. They got their little juice box, nap time, but they got to feel like rock stars right now.
Yeah, they're getting the same track, their same coverage here on Racer TV. It's almost bedtime, so we're going to put them right to bed here, these little guys. Then the other one's on West Coast time. Like, what am I supposed to do, man? It's like 5 o'clock.
It's like 5 o'clock.
I can't go to bed right now.
Why is it so dark here?
Yeah, they got little cots in the trailer. Get on your cot. It's nap time. That kid was looking over to his left now. Pay attention there, bub. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remain. That is the number 11. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, Ollie Johnson.
Okay.
Back in the number 9 spot last time he checked in.
Maybe the white flag comes out. Here we go. This is going to be our third lap, so they should make the full 4. That is the 89 of Brody Jones. Now, what did Brody finish in that first moto again?
Brody Jones, the number 89, and moto number 1, had a second place finish. So he's young man's talented.
Yeah, and like Sean from Cobra said, that should we only get to do a 2-moto format, critical for this young man because he would be the champion. But hopefully, like we said, we can get those third motos in for these little dudes.
And like I said, guys, watch out. The number 20, Jace Wells, turning a 3:59. He's still got 8.9 seconds to make up. But Mikey, similar to GNCC, that could be with the way the conditions are. That's not too much time.
Look at him way back on,
back on the fender.
Yeah.
He's in the wide open position.
Had to do a regrip on that throttle, get that thing locked all the way down.
Yeah, bro, you're right, Zach. He's done well. If you are Jace Wells,
he's done well.
He's done well as well.
Wells. What do we have here?
Hey, one mistake by Jones, which he's been pretty flawless so far. He said, "Don't give me that announcer curse. I am bringing this thing home."
Not at all. We have Malcolm Stewart up here. He loves this class. You think he just showed up, like he just happened to be here? No, he came up during practice to watch them. He loves the P-Dubs. He came up during both their races. If he was still here, he would probably be up here with us. He picked out his favorite guys. He talked about his times racing. Didn't even expect. He goes, Dad, I just think I want to go do the area. He's like, all right.
Yeah.
So they last minute zipped over, did an area, did a regional. He goes, I don't think I want to do it. He goes, oh, you're doing it now.
Yeah, no, you're in now, son. Yeah.
And he had a pretty amazing first week at Loretta's. We went 1-1 disqualified.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he would have won it. He went 1-1-1, but he got disqualified. So Malcolm Stewart has an interesting story to tell about that. We'll let him tell you. If you ever run across Malcolm, ask him to tell you about his first trip to Loretta's. Pretty funny stuff. His dad is like a guru. He told Wygant several years ago, we just having some issues. Or he goes, you could bring me a box of parts. I could put that 50 together, a PW50 in the dark, blindfolded like that.
That's awesome.
There is the 89 getting a lot of camera time here. Went with the clear lenses, solid choice. Changing conditions here. Probably spend some time on the bigger 50s when he's not racing his P-Dub. That's typically what you'll see. This little dude got the visor kicked up so he can get all the sunlight in there.
Yeah, a couple of these riders running what looks to be like a little bar riser set.
Yeah, you can see that. You'd need that. If you were to race the PW class right now, you would absolutely need that.
I have set on my 450, so it would definitely.
Yep. For sure then on a P-Dub. There he goes. Look at him flying past.
And standing up. Dad's out there yelling, stand up, and he said, okay.
Doing it. He's doing it. Get some cheers from some of our staff here.
And a big shout out to the staff, too. I've looked out this window, and one of our Yamaha workers out there, he had 3 different riders he was trying to help at the same time. But right now, the 89 paddling his way through it, left, right, all the way to the checkered flag. He's coming up and over the Rocky Mountain for what will be the final time.
Pretty flawless lap, too. You watch him, he's had good line choices. Use those feet and legs to his advantage. They're going to go into Nashville, get a little rowdy tonight, celebrate.
Not quite old enough to get into Aldean's, but
no.
But micro wrestling, maybe.
He shows them that gold medal.
That's
They might
tomorrow,
let
I
him.
guess.
That's tomorrow night. Micro wrestling.
Yeah.
Want to go see Micro Ozzy Osbourne? It's a true story. I literally heard that on the way in. I want to see that guy bite the head off of a pigeon or whatever he's going to bite. Let's see it.
Poor little parakeet.
Could be a championship for this young man. The number 89 has but one turn to go. Brody Jones makes that left. Fans the clutch. No, he doesn't. There's no clutch on the motorcycle. One jump. Bam. Down to the ground, and he is on his way. Maybe a little fist pump. Blow a kiss to the ladies. You are the man, Brody Jones. That's what's up.
There it is.
Yes, Brody Jones. He knows the drill. Then you got to panic rev that thing. But if you do that, then you just launch into people.
Moving.
You can't do that because again, it doesn't have clutch. But congratulations, Brody Jones. Great ride. We are looking for Jace Wells, the number 20. Should be right there behind him. Jace, you did good too, man. Yeah. Did you see that?
For sure.
Yeah, those people are cheering right there. You can always count on that. Jace Wells, good job, buddy. A 4:05 lap time, 18-second deficit. You better point them. You better do everything. Treat them like cats, man. Herding cats, these little guys.
Cats.
Deacon Thomas, another Deacon in the house, the number 23. Brother Thomas, Mr. Deacon Thomas, will finish up third. Yamaha paying $150 million in contingency in this class. The top 41 positions all occupied by, you guessed it, P-Dubs. Looking for Brock Norris with the action pants on. Deacon Thomas waiting for him to come through on the 44 machine. Got some orange slices. Does the motocross team, Mom, have the little cooler open give them the orange slices, the juice boxes, and they're going to go to Dairy Queen after the race?
I hope.
Lucky.
Big gap there between second and third.
Way to battle adversity, guys.
Man. Yeah, that was
that
tough.
Start was tricky. The track was tricky.
Start.
We made you wait all day. It was rainy. And you guys came through like the champions that you are. Look at that. They raced to the finish regardless. I love it. That kid's going to race all the way to the creek. I'll see you there.
Deacon Thomas comes in officially or unofficially in the 3 spot. Billy McLaughlin in 4th, making a pass on the last lap around Brock Norris.
Brock Norris got past. That never happens. Ollie Johnson, Mason Howard, Boone Gill. And there is your top 10. If you're following along on our last moto of the day, the P-Dubs did it right. And we will get ready to toss it down to Jason Wygant with an ecstatic Brody Jones, Jace Wells, and Deacon Thomas.
Wow. Well, that was in 42 years, I think the first time I've ever seen anything quite like that. What a wild way to end the day. Didn't affect this dude. Crushing him moto after moto, and he's going to take the gold. Let's hear for Brody Jones. Brody, first I got to ask you at the start, did you get stuck or did you get through it?
I about did.
You just barely made it?
Yeah.
How about the rest of the track, Brody?
I about got stuck in the back sand. I was just trying to find some good lines, and then I accidentally just hit a deep spot, and I about got stuck.
I bet. How awesome is this? You got another win. This is great, right?
Yeah.
You ever ride in mud quite that bad?
No.
Who do you want to thank, Brody?
My mom, my dad, Papa Nana, Scotty G, Grandma Sass, Grandma Margaret, FX Racing, Cycle Works, Dirt Bike Kids, Rhino Power, Gold Farms, Mika, Dunlop Tires, DT1, RCH Moto, Midwest Extreme Park, Textures, Salon, Bees Moto Lab, Money Inc., Race Tech. Good Lord for keeping me safe.
Hey, how old are you, Brody?
7.
Some solid reading for a 7-year-old. Good reading. Let's hear it for Brody Jones with the gold. Congrats, Brody. Oh, yeah, let's do it up. Woohoo! Huxon Griggs, by the way, took our whole shot. We'll bring him up as well. And also our second place finisher, who's Jace Wells. We'll bring Jace Wells on up. All right, let's hear it for our silver medalist, second place, right here, Jace Wells. Yeah, man. How was the start? Did you get stuck or did you get out of it?
I got out of it. It was a little muddy. I wasn't going as fast as I usually do, but I still got out of it good.
You did good. Here's our camera right there. We got to look that way. Who do you want to thank? Tell us who you want to thank.
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for help keep me safe, Top Gun in the X Park, and yeah.
All right, let's hear it for our second place finisher. Yeah, Chase Wells. Good job, Chase Wells, taking the silver. Hux and Griggs, our whole shot winner, can come on up, and I'll also hand out the bronze to Deacon Thomas. Here we go, third place finisher. Let's hear for Deacon Thomas. All right, come right over here, front and center. Okay, did you get through the start or did you get stuck?
I got through the start.
You did. Did you get stuck anywhere?
No.
You like riding the mud? Was that fun?
Yeah.
All right. You want to do that in the mud again, though, or you probably want to dry moto? Would that be better?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you want to thank, Deacon?
Hi, Tom, Brian, Smith, Lake Sugar Tree, T&E Small Engine, and 110, Cycle Works, Mom and Dad, my sister, and everybody else.
All right, let's hear it for our third place finisher. Congratulations, hold up your medal. They're going to take your picture right there. That's Deacon Thomas. I got a whole shot award, and we did have a rider, I've never seen this happen before, lose his boots in the moto. If he wants to come up, we'll talk to him. That was nuts. Rider number 53, the boots got stuck in the start, and he did the whole moto in socks. So if you want to bring him up, that'll be a fun story to tell. And bring the boots, please. And also Huxon Griggs. There we go, Huxon. Right on. Stasic Whole Shot Award. There is no class of riders that wants a Stasic gift card more than this age. Oh, we're going to flip it. Here you go. Huxon Griggs. Here, come over here. How'd you get through that start? Almost every bike got stuck, but you didn't. What'd you do?
Push with my feet.
Boom. Push with your feet. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, FMF, and that's it.
All right, Huxon Griggs with the whole shot. All right. 53 with the boots. I'd love to chat with him. That was wild. That's what Loretta's all about. That was just pure heart. He was not giving up. Yeah, we actually had a rider. The boots were so stuck in the mud, they just came off, and he just took off, and he finished the moto bootless, and then we grabbed the boots and gave him back. I've never seen anything quite like that. Appreciate the parents and the racers for sticking through it. We knew it was going to be tough in the 50s. The other class is probably better than we thought. We knew it'd be tough for this one. They persevered. They made it. We'll do everything we can to try to get a third set of 50 motos in tomorrow. Remember, actually, I think I'm going to send it back to the tower so we can give you one last reminder, because we are going to start tomorrow earlier than ever. We're going to start at 6 a.m. We're going to have bikes on the track for sight laps starting at 6:30. Everyone will do their sight laps in the morning, and then we can roll motos back to back to back to back all day long. And I believe it'll be 12-minute motos for our classes tomorrow. We're going to get every third moto in one day, which we might not have done before, but we're going to do everything we can to do it tomorrow. My goal here is to send it back up to the tower, so we'll give you one more reminder of tomorrow's schedule. This was awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, thanks a lot, Weege. And as we wrap things up, yeah, we will give you a reminder here, and then we'll roll the credits on Racer TV. But tomorrow morning, you will hear Loretta Lynn's coal miner's daughter at 6 a.m. And then Megawatt and I will talk about everything under the sun. We'll thank the sponsors. And then come 6:30, here is how the sight laps are going to work. 65 cc's, sight lap. 85 cc's, sight lap. 125 cc, sight lap. You see where this is going. 250 cc, sight lap. And then finally, the 450 cc sight lap.
somewhere in there we'll get the kind of the run of show, if you will, dialed as far as Prayer with Kevin Kozad and our national anthem. And then racing will immediately follow. And race number 1, Vet 30 Plus. Race number 2, 450B, 125C, etc. So we'll do our best, folks. Thanks a lot for today. Hey, turned out. Hats off to everybody, and a huge shout out to all the folks out there who helped out making sure we got through those micros here this evening. Big task. So that's going to wrap things up for us here on Racer TV. We'll roll the credits on that, and then we'll have some more announcements after that concludes about evening activities here at the ranch. This has been Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship here on Racer TV. This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the Beast. AMSOIL. Run with us. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.